traveled across the country to visit some friends, and then he vanished forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Aaron Dragonetti. Viewer discretion is advised. Aaron Dragonetti was born in 1982, and at the time of this case, he was 31 years old. He was one of 4 total children in his family, and he actually had a twin brother. His most recent work was working at the Alberta oil patch, and Aaron was someone who traveled a lot, especially internationally. He seemed to have been all over the world. He's described as a really easygoing, very laid-back kind of guy, an extremely hard worker, and coworkers and friends said they rarely ever saw Aaron in a bad mood. In June of 2014, Aaron would fly from where he was staying in British Columbia all the way across the country to Newfoundland. It's called Newfoundland and Labrador is the province. He had some friends out there. He was specifically staying in the St. John's area, and I'm not sure if he met the girl there or if he met her ahead of time, but he started a relationship with a woman named April. And it started pretty quickly after he arrived in June. However, by July of 2014, so like a month or so later, the relationship was over. But Aaron would continue staying in the St. John's area after that. And they can say for sure he was there for at least a couple more weeks. Then it was about 4 o'clock in the morning on an August morning in 2014. Aaron woke up suddenly where he was staying. He alerted the person that he had to leave now because there was a family emergency back at home. And then he left. And then at that point, he was never seen again. Like I said earlier, it was common for him to travel all over the place. It was also common for him to not communicate to anyone for maybe a week or so. But that being said, Aaron would speak to either his twin brother or his mom frequently enough that they noticed when it suddenly stopped. They gave it probably, a little bit of time thinking, okay, he's just somewhere where he can't call maybe. But by November of 2014, the family's like, all right, we've had enough. We can't get a hold of him. He's not calling us back. We're going to report him missing. So they contact the RCMP to report him missing. When they find out that he said he left because of a family emergency, the family was like, we have no idea what that's about. There was never an emergency. When they talked to his friends and other people who had interacted with him, no one knew what this emergency was. Looking into his financials, his bank account had not been touched since that day in August of 2014. So they discovered that he was staying with the mother of the woman he had been dating for a short time. Also living at that house where he was staying was this man here, Gordy Bishop. He was the brother to April Bishop, the woman that Aaron was briefly dating. It was a Facebook post in June, shortly after Aaron got there, where he said, I never brag how real I keep it, cause it's the best secret. Gordy Bishop responded to that by saying, you're the loser. Y-O-U''RE, sorry. What makes matters even worse is that Gordy Bishop was banished from Newfoundland in 2016. Why? He ran a cop over and dragged her along the road with his car. She survived, was injured, but she lived. Then, he was prosecuted and then banished from the area. So he had a violent history. But that also happened 2 years after Aaron Dragonetti's disappearance. And now at this point, no one knows what happened to him. They are at a loss as to what happened to Aaron. There is what they call a far-flung theory that he may have left Canada to go to Vietnam because he had a friend in Vietnam. However, there is nothing to back that up. They don't have any facts to say that he actually is in Vietnam. It's just a wild guess. The family says they're pretty unclear about what the RCMP has gotten so far. Like, they've requested a copy of the police file for his case, but they've declined to release that to the family because it's technically an ongoing investigation, I guess. Aaron's passport was not used to leave the country. There are no flight records whatsoever showing his name boarding a plane and going anywhere from St. John's. There are a couple of things, though, that might explain that. One, it's possible he used a fake passport. Two, in terms of tracking like cell phones, well, he apparently had 2 cell phones. None of them were actually in his name. He was also someone who would frequently change his phone numbers and also change cell phones. And so it's just not out of the question that he may have possibly been able to get a fake passport, because it does seem like there was a little bit of secrecy, going on. He also could have hitched a ride from some random stranger, could have taken a ferry back to the mainland. There would be no records of that. To this day, no one has come forward to state that they may have been the last person to see him. No one has come forward stating that they have seen him at all. There's been no sightings of him. I can understand if this was like the 70s or the 80s where, a person can disappear pretty easily because not everyone had built-in cameras on them at all times. But now, or even back in 2014, everyone has cell phones. Everyone has access to Google and the news. You can watch international news wherever you are. His face would have been out there, and still no one has seen him. The RCMP isn't ruling out foul play, but they also have zero evidence at this point of foul play, meaning they don't know if he was murdered or not. They can't say. It is entirely possible he made himself disappear, but I go back to it's really difficult to remain that way, especially if your face is everywhere. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what actually happened to Aaron Dragonetti back in 2014. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Aaron Dragonetti or what may have happened to him, please call 709-729-8000 or 1-800-222-8477. This is one of the most unusual ways a person has been found dead that was not labeled a murder. This is the unusual death of Albert Dekker. Viewer discretion is advised. Albert Dekker, who was born in 1905, would end up becoming a star on Broadway, and then he would become an actor for television and movies, doing a lot of character work. He then became a member of the California State Assembly as a Democrat. By the time this case happened, he is actually engaged to this actress here. Her name was Geraldine Saunders. She would go on to create The Love Boat. And on May 5th, 1968, she walked into their home and found something horrific. Her fiancé, 62-year-old Albert Dekker, was dead in his bathtub, and it was very, very unusual. Albert was completely nude, and he was kneeling in the bathtub. He had a scarf wrapped around his eyes. He had a gag shoved in his mouth. His hands were handcuffed behind his back. He had a belt loosely around his neck, and then he had another belt that was around his waist, which was then attached to a rope, which was then used to tie up his ankles. The contraption around his neck was then thrown over the shower rod. It was so loose, though, that it wasn't really going to be enough to actually strangle him. He had a single hypodermic needle sticking out of each one of his arms. He had needle puncture wounds in his buttocks, but there was no drugs found in his system. And then in lipstick, he had several crude words written on his body. The word whip, the words make me suck, the word slave, the word sucker. There were suns basically drawn around his nipples to look like, a sunshine. And then a crude drawing of a vagina on his stomach. It was by far the strangest thing a person could ever walk into, and also incredibly traumatic. Ultimately, his cause of death would be listed as suffocation and constriction of the neck. From the get-go, it was labeled a suicide. They said he did this to himself. However, they would soon change that to cause of death being accidental due to autoerotic asphyxiation. They are saying he set himself up in this very bizarre manner and died. His fiancée said that can't be true. One, the way he was tied up so extravagantly and everything that was on his body, it didn't seem like some of those things was possible to do by himself. But the most damning thing is that there was $70,000 in cash that was stolen from the home. That was according to Geraldine. That wasn't unusual because apparently Albert Dekker primarily wanted to be paid in cash for his work. He didn't really like using the banks. She also said that there was camera equipment that he had in the home that was no longer there. But the biggest detractor from any kind of foul play is that the bathroom door was locked with a chain from inside the bathroom, and there was no other way in or out. It is possible to lock a chain lock from outside the door. It has been done before, but it's not super common. And so Albert Dekker's death has remained a Hollywood mystery ever since. There are many who believe that he did this to himself accidentally. Autoerotic asphyxiation is a thing. I mean, David Carradine died the same way. But then there are other aspects of allegedly missing money and allegedly missing camera equipment. And all of the intricacies of how his body was seemed kind of unusual for a person to be able to do that themselves. But is it possible? Yeah. The truth of the matter is really no one knows what happened that day. And this is one of those unusual deaths that may remain a mystery forever. Robert Stack, what are you doing holding that sawed-off shotgun, bud? You silly goose. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of this psycho, Albert Leon Fletcher. Viewer discretion is advised. January 11th, 1995, Dade City, Florida. 24-year-old Albert Fletcher managed to escape from a prison van because he somehow managed to pick the lock of his handcuffs and his ankle restraints. The guard shot at him but missed, and Albert continued to run down this river, and he vanished. What led to this? Albert Fletcher's weapon of choice was this sawed-off shotgun. Could you imagine seeing Robert Stack just float on down a hallway because he's dead, and he'd be a ghost? But with this shotgun, it'd be terrifying. What? Albert Fletcher was a career criminal. He was an absolute piece of shit. Armed robbery, armed burglary, grand theft, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and also murder, which is why he was in that prison van to begin with. A lot of the times he had the help of his cousin here, Douglas Porter. On April Fool's Day, April 1st, 1993, the two of them would go on a 24-hour crime spree. First, they broke into a home in Dade City, Florida, where they stole several things, including a sawed-off shotgun. Next, they go to the parking lot of a local grocery store, where they see this man here named David and David's girlfriend. Albert and Douglas begin to harass the couple. For no reason, they didn't know who they were. David gets out of the car and begins to yell back at Albert and Douglas. When Albert tells him to get his ass back in his car, Albert and Douglas took off. David, he was pissed, so he took off after him. A little chase ensued where David tries to pull Albert into his car, but Albert points the sawed-off shotgun into David's face, and he grabs the barrel and he begins to move it, but the two of them manage to get away, and David is left unharmed. That happened around 10 p.m. An hour later, at approximately 11 p.m., a 16-year-old pizza store employee left his job and got into his car. His car wasn't starting. Suddenly, a man, later identified as Albert, comes up to the window, points the shotgun at him, and says, "Get out of the car." The 16-year-old kid cooperates and runs back into the pizza place. Albert tries to start the car to steal it, but he can't start it. So he says, fuck it. He gets out of the car, jumps back into the car that Douglas was driving, and the two of them take off. Then they get onto the highway where they begin to tailgate a random person on the road, later identified as Nelson Medina. He had a wife and 2 children. They get up next to him and they demand that he pulls over, but he does not want to do that, and so they point the gun at him and they essentially try to run him off the road. Nelson finally stops and he's at the side of the road where Albert goes up to his window and demands his wallet. Nelson says no. Albert lifts his shotgun and just shoots Nelson directly into his chest, killing Nelson Medina instantly. A couple of hours later, their little crime spree just continues, but they are eventually pulled over. The officer who pulled him over had the 2 gentlemen step out of the car. When he looks inside the car, he sees the sawed-off shotgun with blood on it, knowing at that point that a man had just been shot, likely with a shotgun, not too far away. So the 2 of them were arrested. Witnesses would come forward to state that these were the 2 men who had accosted them throughout the evening. The pizza employee, the gentleman named David, and a few other people who saw them wreaking havoc. The blood on the shotgun would later match that of Nelson Medina, so they knew they had the right people who committed this murder. Douglas Porter was charged with connection to the murder plus also robbery. He would be convicted and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. He was given the option for parole because he was not the one to physically kill Nelson, but he also did nothing to stop it, and he did nothing to turn himself in or Albert. He was eventually paroled out. Then in January of 1995, Albert Fletcher is being transported. He is still awaiting his trial, and he escapes. His case gets featured on Unsolved Mysteries and also on America's Most Wanted. A woman in Delaware thought she recognized one of her newer neighbors as Albert Fletcher, but she wasn't positive. But a couple of weeks later, she finally goes to the authorities. So police in Florida get in touch with police in Delaware because they have to organize this as discreetly as possible. And they confirm that the man that this woman called in about was Albert Fletcher. And he was arrested without incident. He'd been living under the name Kevin Woodside with a woman who had absolutely no idea about his evil side. He would tell people that at this point he was glad it was all over and he was glad he was caught because he was tired of the life he was living. In July of 1996, he was convicted for the escape charges and was sentenced to 3 years for that. Then he went on trial for the murder, where he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 35 years. Sucks to suck. She walked out of a mall and would never be seen alive again. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Aleta Bunch. Viewer discretion is advised. Aleta Bunch was born on December 15th, 1969. When this case occurs, she's actually living in Beach Island in South Carolina, and that's like right on the border of Georgia. She was a 16-year-old high school student when this all happened, and she was an aspiring model. She was already starting to do modeling gigs. On March 4th, 1986, she would leave school that afternoon and she would head to the mall she would always go to, which was the Regency Mall, which I don't believe is in existence anymore. And that was across the border, so that was actually in Augusta, Georgia. Witnesses would say they saw her shopping at a couple of different stores and that she had left the mall, according to other people, sometime around 3:30 p.m. But Aleta Bunch never got home. She never was seen again, and she would soon be reported missing. Within a couple of days, there would actually be several arrests made in connection to this because they discovered that someone was using her credit cards. That eventually led them to this group of people who would then state that they were using these credit cards, but they had gotten them from their friend. His name is Alexander Edmund Williams IV. Initially, he told his friends that he got the credit cards just by chance. He just found them and he, let his friends use them. And they basically maxed out all of their credit cards. But then, not just one, but a couple of different of his friends would tell police, once they were being questioned about all of this, that he actually admitted to killing her. Now, at this point, they haven't found her yet. But the friends said they saw him, Alexander, driving a 1984 blue Mustang, which is a car he did not own, but it was the car that Aleta drove. He said it belonged to a girl, and that's all he told them. And he asked his friends, will you help me dispose of this car? And they did. Not realizing that there was, potentially a murder in all of this. And then 11 days later, with some help from, I think, some of these individuals, they would find Aleta Bunch, and they found her deceased. These friends would say that Alexander says he didn't feel anything about what he did. He told them that he was having sex with her. He didn't want to use the word rape, but she was making sounds when he was doing that. And he said, because she was moaning and making noises, I shot her in the head. One of these friends said, all right, well, I'm going to go to police with this. And he's like, well, have you ever heard of the phrase kill and kill again? He told the friend, if I can do it once, surely I can do it again. He threatened to kill his friend. Aleta had been shot a total of 5 times. She had been shot once in the chest, but he also shot her 4 times in her head. She was found partially clothed. Searching the area and Alexander's property, they did not find a gun. However, the friends told police that he would go to a certain area in the woods and shoot this gun. Police go to that area. They find several bullets and casings, and they matched it up with what was found with Aleta, and it was a match. The bullets found with her came from the same gun that Alexander owned at one point. So Alexander Williams is arrested and charged with the murder of Aleta Bunch. And they tell him, we're going for the death penalty. Now, when he did this, he was 17 years old. But they were trying him as an adult because, well, he made an adult decision to abduct someone, rape them, and kill them. At the trial, a bunch of his friends would testify against him. They also had proof that he had sold some stolen items that he stole off of her body. They found those items, and the people who bought them at pawn shops and whatnot confirmed it was him who sold them. And what would come out was that Aleta was at the mall that day. She left the mall. She was walking towards her car and Alexander approached her. He did not know her. She did not know him. They never met before. This was a random chance encounter. He accosted her at her vehicle, where he then forced her into the passenger side. He then got onto the driver's side and drove her to a secluded location where he did what he did. Then he tried to stash the car. He sold stolen items. The evidence against him was very overwhelming, but he did deny having anything to do with it. The jury would come back with a verdict of guilty, and he would be sentenced to death. Now, when he was sentenced, he was 18 years old. He would continue to appeal the death sentence he received, and eventually it ended up working. And that was for two reasons. One, because of a law that passed that if a person commits a capital murder that's also a minor, you can't execute them. Again, he was 17 when he killed her, and she was 16. And it would be revealed years and years later that he was actually schizophrenic. That his lawyers never looked into him. Like, they didn't try to actually see if he was mentally well or not. That would be discovered independently, away, like not from his attorneys. So essentially, he wasn't given a fair trial. The courts would confirm, again, years and years later, that he is in fact schizophrenic, and you cannot execute the mentally ill. So in 2002, his conviction was not overturned, but the death sentence portion of it was overturned. He was still guilty of the murder and rape, and he would then be sentenced to life in prison without parole. He will never be free. He will never hurt another innocent person ever again. There is no doubt that he killed her. I mean, even the attorneys who were trying to get his death sentence reversed, even they're basically admitting, yeah, he did it. He just was schizophrenic when he did. He was abused a lot as a kid, which does not excuse a person to commit a rape and a murder. But being schizophrenic, obviously that does change things a lot. But again, regardless, he will be locked away until the end of his days. One of the dumbest verdict options in the entire world might have been the reason why a killer went free. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Amanda Duffy. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Amanda Duffy was 19 years old, and she was living in Scotland, specifically living in Lanarkshire in Scotland, and she was attending Motherwell College. Shortly before her case took place, she was in a really, really good mood. She was in high spirits and super happy because she had just secured an audition for the Royal Scottish Academy of Music and Drama, and she wanted to celebrate that. And so her and her friends would go out, which takes us to May 30th, 1992. Amanda and her friends were having a great night. It was a lot of fun, but it was time to call it a night. They all went out to go get a taxi, and when they did so, a man approached the group of women, who would later be revealed to be this man here, Francis Auld, who would go by Frankie. He was 20 years old and also attended Motherwell College. So he and Amanda struck up a conversation, and so the other group of friends just decided it was time to leave, and so the last time they saw, Amanda was with him. Amanda never got home. Her friends never heard from her again. And that's because a few hours later, some people who were walking by found the body of a young woman. And this young woman had been absolutely battered. And the body would soon be identified as 19-year-old Amanda Duffy. Her face was not even recognizable at that point. She had been beaten so badly that they couldn't even ID her by her face. And what made it even more disturbing is the way she was found. She had tree branches and twigs shoved into her mouth, her nose, and into her vaginal area. It looked ritualistic to police. This beautiful 19-year-old young woman had a broken jaw, a broken nose, so badly bruised around her face. And I believe they ultimately determined she died from asphyxiation. They would also say she had severe injuries to her rectum area. This was a monster who did this. Within the first day or two, they were like, listen, someone out there knows who did this. They know who did this, and you're hiding them. You might be this person's mother, this person's girlfriend. You might be maybe this person's wife, something. Don't hide them. However, soon would police find out that the last person she was seen with was this man here, as I said earlier, Francis Auld. He was brought in for questioning, and he initially denied having anything to do with it. But he did admit that he was with her that night, just like the friends said. Now, he says that he and Amanda had found themselves in some, alleyway where they were cuddling against a wall and kissing. When police bring up a piece of evidence, the fact that she had actually had a severe bite wound on one of her breasts, he actually admits that he was the one to do that. He said it was a playful thing that she asked him to do. But something about that did not ring true to police. The coroner stated that the bite on her breast was so deep and it was done so hard that it absolutely would have been excruciatingly painful for her, and it would have drew a lot of blood. Because what he says next is that he left her because another man approached them, and his name, he said, is Mark. And at that point, her clothes had to have been put back on before this happened. But because the bite wound was so severe and it had to have drawn blood, when they looked at her bra, there was no blood on it. Because, again, she would have put her clothes back on as Mark approached. Who this Mark person is, though, no one knows. That person has never come forward. I believe eventually Francis's legal team would try to put out this message, we're trying to find this Mark person. He was 6 foot tall, short, dark hair. He was well built, wearing dark jeans, dark clothing, and possibly a dark jacket. But again, no one ever came forward to say that they were him or that they knew him. This was just someone that they believe Francis made up. The police did. Next to Amanda's body, they found a clump of hair, which was long, dark hair, which actually would match his hair. The hair, however, was never DNA tested. And in his possessions, they found a wristwatch and a Walkman that actually had tiny little drops of blood on them. Unfortunately, those blood drops were so small, they were not able to pull DNA from them. He also couldn't explain them. But Francis Auld is arrested, and he is charged with Amanda's murder. And his girlfriend stands by him throughout the entire ordeal. They were dating before all of this happened as well, and through it. He still swears up and down he had nothing to do with it. The jury comes back with a verdict of not proven. Yeah. Scotland, I believe, is the only country in the entire world that has a third verdict option. They have guilty, and not proven. It is a very controversial verdict that is actually still in place to this very day. But this means in this case that Amanda's probable killer was released and basically was acquitted. And what a lot of people believe, and I agree, is that that verdict is basically a cop-out of saying that, we think he might be guilty, but you guys just didn't prove it. And a lot of people also understandably believe that not proven is virtually the same thing as not guilty, but not proven confuses people. Because what the hell does that even mean, not proven? And why would they choose not proven over not guilty in this case? Because again, it sounds like the jury probably believed he was guilty, but they just didn't want to say he was. Because this obviously, not only did it upset just the community in general, but in particular, Amanda's parents were just devastated by this. Because they truly believed that Francis was the killer. A lot of people, it sounds like, believed that he was. He was the last person seen with her. He admitted to biting her breasts, which later is determined to have been way more forceful than he said it was. No one found this mysterious Mark person. No one. And so her parents would fight like hell to get that not proven verdict just tossed out of the whole system. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. I was reading recently, though, that if I think they're trying to reignite that debate of removing that verdict. But also, years later, they would have this new double jeopardy law come into effect where you actually could try a person for the same crime a second time, but a second time only. And so Francis Auld, pictured here in 1998, they were hoping that they could use this new double jeopardy law to prosecute him a second time. But the courts denied it. And once again, the family goes without any justice. This man, he did get a lot of threats from people, like, we're going to hurt you, we're going to kill you, that kind of thing. Obviously, it never came true, but it truly does sound like he was the guy. And he got to live a life when Amanda didn't. I do know that back in 1995, Amanda's parents filed a civil suit against him for Amanda's death. He didn't even contest it. They just basically were awarded $50,000, which is another way of like almost him saying, yeah, I did it. But if he was the guy, and if this double jeopardy thing would have ever been allowed to happen with him, if they ever got to that point, it won't matter anymore, because he died of cancer in 2017. And with his death is pretty much the only suspect in Amanda Duffy's murder. Brutal murder. He was the only one. He was the only reasonable suspect. His story didn't add up. He lied. He had to have been the one. But unfortunately, Amanda and her parents never got that justice. And if he was her killer, hopefully he is rotting in you-know-where. A 17-minute phone call would capture the voice of a kidnapper and a murderer. Hello, true crimeers. This is another murdered Indigenous woman case. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 20-year-old Amber Tuccaro from Fort McMurray, Alberta. She was a member of the Mikisew Cree First Nation, and here she is with her 14-month-old son. On August 17th, 2010, Amber would fly into Edmonton, Canada, with her son and with a friend of hers. Their plan was to get a hotel outside of Edmonton because it was cheaper. So they were staying in a little town called Nisku. The three of them were supposed to be going into Edmonton the next day, but apparently Amber got a little too anxious and she wanted to go ahead of time. So she would hitchhike a ride on August 18th, 2010, around 8 o'clock that evening. Her friend, Evangeline, agreed to babysit her son, Jacob. Now, Amber hitched a ride with an unknown man, and she would never be seen again. She was reported missing fairly quickly, but the RCMP didn't take it seriously. They said, oh, she's probably just out partying, she'll be back. In Canada, there is a disproportionately high amount of Indigenous women who go missing or are murdered. Aboriginal women make up 3% of the population, but also 10% of its murder victims. So the family was obviously just pissed when the RCMP wasn't taking this seriously. She was missing. On August 28th, the RCMP would actually close the case saying there was a sighting of Amber, so she's been found. The RCMP didn't actually verify the information. The RCMP threw away all of Amber's belongings from the hotel. 2 years later, the investigation is reopened when police uncover a 17-minute phone call that was recorded from a phone call that Amber's brother made to her cell phone. He was incarcerated, so the call was recorded. Police released 61 seconds of that call. Here is a small clip of that.
You better not send me anywhere. I don't want to go. I want to go into the city. Yo, we're not going into the city, are we? No, we're not.
That would be the voice of Amber's kidnapper, and unfortunately, her murderer. Amber's body was eventually found in this exact spot on September 1st, 2012, and she was murdered. The RCMP destroyed this investigation. They didn't consider her missing. They didn't really look for her. They never questioned her travel companion, and now she can't be found. And now a young boy is growing up without a mother. You can hear the entire 60-second clip on YouTube. Do you recognize the voice? This man would leave this bowling alley with 3 bodies in his wake. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the AMF Broadway Lanes shooting. Viewer discretion is advised. On the night of January 27th, 2002, 2 bowling alley employees, Aaron Gola and James Springer, were closing down the bowling alley for the night. This was the AMF Broadway Lanes in Littleton, Colorado. With them that night was a friend of theirs and someone who worked at a different bowling alley, Robert Zajac. At approximately 11:40 p.m., Aaron would call her friend to come pick her up, which is something that they normally did. Very shortly after that phone call was made, sometime around 11:50 p.m., witnesses claimed they saw this man running out of the bowling alley. He was described as a middle-aged white man with a bald head. He was wearing a knee-length trench coat. He would then get into a newer model dark color pickup truck, and then he drove south. And unfortunately, that's really all they know about him. And then just 5 minutes later at 11:55 p.m., Aaron's friend got to the bowling alley. When they walked in to get their friend, they saw the remains of 3 people. All 3 victims had been shot to death. Now, this obviously happened in a very short amount of time, because at 11:40, you have Aaron making a normal phone call to her friend to come pick her up. 15 minutes later, she's discovered dead. Now, the Littleton Police Department would also release information that a week prior to this, there was an attempted burglary of this same bowling alley. I don't know much of the details, however, about how that happened. And sadly, that's all there is. This case is still unsolved. Now we're here 19 years later. But as of April of this very year, the Littleton Police Department have announced they are offering a $30,000 reward for any information that helps lead to the capture of the murderer. They also announced that they are now going to be utilizing the genealogy testing that's been used successfully recently on certain items that were collected at the time of the murder that had unknown DNA on it. And remember, with these genealogy tests, they just have to link it to a family member of the killers, and then they could trace it to the actual killer. But in the meantime, if you are in Littleton, Colorado, and you know who this man is, please call Crime Stoppers at 720-913-7867. Somebody knows who this man is. You can report anonymously. Help their families.
What's the biggest mistake you made at your wedding?
Honey, I love you, but said I do. Not my mistake. Not my mistake. I love my wife.
Spoiler alert, he didn't love his wife. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Becky Bliefnick. Viewer discretion is advised. So what you just saw was an episode of Family Feud. I think this aired back in 2020. The man who made that little joke was Tim Bliefnick. The wife he was talking about was Becky Bliefnick. The two of them met in college. Now, Becky was born on November 19th, 1981 in Quincy, Illinois, and she had one sister pictured there. Becky graduated as the valedictorian of her high school, and she would end up going into pharmaceutical sales, but her real passion was to be a nurse. She did eventually become a nurse, and she was actually a traveling nurse during the COVID pandemic. But most importantly, Becky really wanted to be a mom. And she got that wish. She became a mother to not just one, but 3 boys. And she was the absolute best mom. She loved every second of being a mother. When this Family Feud episode aired, the two of them were actually still married, as you can tell by, I love you, honey, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that their marriage was kind of already beginning to crumble. It definitely appeared to be all happy and sunshine and butterflies at first, but it began to become a marriage full of strain. And a year or so after the Family Feud episode aired, Tim would actually file for divorce. And it would lead to a very contentious divorce involving money and especially the kids. A year before her death, Becky would send a text message to her sister. That text message read as, quote, "If something ever happens to me, please make sure the number one person of interest is Tim, as that is who would do something to me. I'm putting this in writing that I am fearful he will somehow harm me, come after me, or will try to do something to me that takes me away from the kids or the kids away from me." She expressed to a number of people that she did have fears of Tim. At one point, she filed an emergency restraining order against him. It was a very ugly divorce. And then a murder happened. February 23rd, 2023. Becky's father went to her home in Quincy, Illinois to check on her. And when he did, he found a horrific crime scene. Bullets everywhere. A door kicked in. Becky's bedroom door. Bullet holes embedded in the walls. And lying in a pool of blood was his daughter, Becky Bliefnick. She was dead. She wasn't just shot once or twice. Becky had 14 bullet holes in her body. There's also one additional shot that missed her. This was someone who was killed out of anger. This was an execution. The police would discover that there was a little metal bench or a chair propped up against a wall, which would end up leading to the roof, and they found the point of entry for her killer was one of her children's bedrooms. Something happened where Becky was likely chased through the home. She went to close her door and lock it, the bedroom door. the assailant kicked it in and opened fire. When combing through CCTV footage in the neighborhood, they found at a bus depot or something like that, they saw an individual riding on a bike going towards the direction of Becky's home, and then shortly after the murder would have happened, the person on the bike is seen going in the opposite direction. Police also were given CCTV footage from one of Becky's neighbors, and this actually happened a day or so prior, that there was someone, a prowler, who was walking up to Becky's house, looking at maybe a car, and then that person walked away. Becky at the time was dating another man, but police were able to discern that that other man was not the individual pictured here, and that he had nothing to do with Becky's murder. There was no motive, no reason, nothing. So the next person they look at is Tim Bliefnick, her now ex-husband. Police did see the Family Feud footage, but that's just perceived as a silly joke. But here's the biggest kicker, because the person entered through the bedroom of one of Becky's kids. What luck that Becky's child wasn't there that night. Who would know that? Tim would. Interesting room to choose to enter the home. Eventually, they were able to look into Tim Bliefnick's internet history. The night before the murder, Tim had been looking up information on Becky's new boyfriend, including license plate information. This footage actually shows the individual in question going up to Becky's new boyfriend's vehicle and possibly getting the license plate info. They also found on Tim's computer searches for how to make a silencer. There were little plastic pieces found at the crime scene that looked as if it was from a homemade silencer. Whoops, Tim. Whoops. Now, if you remember, they also had footage of a man on a bike, and a bike that had no reflectors on it. Lo and behold, less than a block away from Tim's house where he was living, they found a bike stashed away under some bushes. That bike had no reflectors on it. What are the odds? They actually found the purchase history that Tim purchased this bike. It was his. They search his home. They find shell casings, which are exact shell casings found at the crime scene. They find pieces of plastic in his home that matched the pieces of plastic found at the crime scene, the potential silencer material. They also had numerous people testify that Tim Bliefnick, who now was apparently trying to look like a Kroger brand Fabio, well, those witnesses stated how bad he was towards Becky, how afraid of him Becky was. So he is arrested and he is charged with the murder of Becky. I watched a CBS interview with his defense attorney, and she is so fucking smug. I could not stand listening to her. I guess she was also his divorce attorney, but my God, she was unbearable to listen to. Tim goes on trial. The evidence against him is, in a sense, circumstantial primarily, but having the same shell casings, the same type of plastic, the search history. Sure, you can't look at those camera footage and say, oh, it's definitely Tim. There's just no way you could actually say that. They were far too blurry and too far away. But it all lined up with everything. And the icing on the cake, the Family Feud joke. Turns out it probably wasn't a joke after all. Tim Bliefnick was found guilty of the murder of his ex-wife, Becky, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Now all cleaned up, he does interviews from prison stating how innocent he is. He puts on the fake little crocodile tears and everything. But he is exactly where he should be, and Becky got the justice she rightfully deserved. Thanksgiving Day, a briefcase, and an explosion. And it would all lead to a wrongful conviction. Hello, true crimeers. This is the Thanksgiving case of the Blount family bombing. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story takes place near Lake Worth, Texas. The Blount family lived in the Hilltop Mobile Home Park near Lake Worth, Texas, and on Thanksgiving Day, they had everyone over for dinner. It was November 28th, 1985. The family that was there that day included the dad, Joe Blount, his daughter, Angela Blount, and Angela's cousin, Mike Columbus. And there were several other people there as well. They had a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. It was over by about 5 p.m., and then the family decided to go their separate ways. At approximately 9 p.m., Joe's wife, Susan, decides to lay down and just rest for a bit, while Joe, he would drive Angela, Mike, and another relative named Robert to a nearby convenience store. They were going to get some ice cream and some drinks and stuff. While everyone is out, Susan, when she's laying down, hears a knock at the door. She goes to the front, she looks out the window, but doesn't see anyone, so she goes back to rest in her bed. When the others get home, when they walk up to the door, they see that there is a briefcase just resting on their doorstep. They thought, oh, maybe someone, dropped off an early Christmas present now that Thanksgiving is over. Or they didn't really know what it was. But they just assumed that someone from the family left it there, so they brought it inside. Once inside, they place it onto the countertop, and then Angela flipped the latches, opened it, and then an explosion. Joe, Angela, and Mike were killed instantly. Another relative, Robert, who was there back in the house, was seriously injured. His shoes apparently were caught on fire and melted to his feet. But this is the damage it did. This is the actual trailer. This is how severe that bombing was. So when police arrive, they're trying to look for any type of clues, any evidence that they can. When they're kind of questioning the neighbors, a neighbor across the street from them tells police that, the neighbor had been involved in illegal weapon sales. He told police he thought maybe he was the intended victim of this briefcase bomb, and that maybe someone dropped it off on the wrong doorstep. But police couldn't find any evidence to corroborate that. They couldn't find any evidence really at all. There was no physical evidence to actually connect this to anyone. And so the case went cold for about 10 years. That's when a man named Michael Toney came into the picture. Michael had been in jail at that time 10 years later for an unrelated burglary charge. Well, another inmate would come forward to say that Michael had confessed to the bombing. So police would then go to Michael's wife, Kim, and say, do you know anything about this, about his involvement in this? She says, no, there's no way he did this. She said, Michael killing people in a bomb? That's insane. But then later she comes back and changes her story. She said she remembers seeing him with a briefcase with bombs in it. And that on the day of the bombing, she was in the vehicle with him when they'd gone to a propane store. Michael took the briefcase and he walked across the street from the propane place where a mobile home park was. When he came back, he no longer had the briefcase. Then another cellmate of his would come forward to say that Michael confessed that he was paid $5,000 for this briefcase bombing, implying that someone hired him to do it. The problem is that particular inmate who told police this information, he was facing some serious charges. And for his testimony, those charges would be dropped. But police seemed to not really care, and they arrested Michael Toney for the Blount family bombing. But then the initial inmate who came forward to say that he had confessed to it, which is what started this whole investigation into him, he later recanted his entire thing. He said that he and Michael came up with that story so that the other inmates could get out of jail early, and that they never in a million years thought they would ever find evidence to, even arrest Michael Toney, let alone convict him. Then another friend of Michael's, Chris Meeks, would basically tell police something similar to what his wife had initially said about how, the propane store, how he walked across the street with the briefcase and came back with nothing. But then Chris Meeks changed his story 4 different times, and then no longer aligned with the story that the wife told. Despite having no physical evidence whatsoever, no connection to the Blount family, or a connection to that one guy across the street who sold guns illegally, despite all the witnesses changing stories, despite the one inmate recanting his whole thing, he was still convicted of the 3 murders. And he was sentenced to death. Again, despite having no knowledge of how to even make a briefcase bomb, having no prior history in anything like this, no physical evidence, no fingerprints, no DNA, they couldn't trace purchases of any of the items found with the bomb to him. It's unbelievable that he still got the death sentence. But then in 2008, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned his conviction because they learned that the prosecution withheld 14 pieces of evidence that contradicted all of the witness statements, and that Michael Toney likely could not have even done the crime. So he was released. 1 month later, he died in a car accident. And this case is still unsolved. It was just a normal day at the bank, and then gunshots. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Blue Ridge Savings Bank Murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Blue Ridge Savings Bank was located in Greer, South Carolina, and it was located off of Highway 14 near Interstate 85. And the bank was actually a trailer. It was May 16th, 2003. 56-year-old Sylvia Holtzclaw was the teller there at the bank that day. Apparently, she was working alone inside the bank, which, coming from someone who used to work at a bank, that's just such an unusual thing to hear. But she had opened the bank that morning and she was supposed to have the rest of the afternoon off, but the person who was supposed to be closing called off. Shortly before 1:30 p.m., a married couple walked into the bank to, move money into their IRA. The couple was 61-year-old Eb Barnes and 58-year-old Maggie Barnes. At exactly 1:30 p.m., so literally just a minute or two after the couple walked in, Sylvia pressed the silent alarm to alert the police, typically reserved to alert police of the bank robber. Within 3 or 4 minutes of them pressing the silent alarm, police arrive, but sadly, Eb and Margaret Barnes and Sylvia Holtzclaw had all been shot dead. They had been huddled together in the back room. They were able to confirm that money was stolen from the bank. I just don't think they've announced how much. A couple witnesses would come forward to state that sometime at about 1:25 p.m., they saw a man who looked like this standing outside the bank. He was about 5'6" to 5'8", approximately 230 pounds, between the ages of 50 and 55, and he had short brown or blonde hair. However, they can't confirm if this was the guy who actually entered the bank and pulled the trigger. They did reveal some CCTV footage from another business nearby. The timestamp is not correct, but at 1:24 p.m. they see a red car, that one right there. Well, it was going the other direction, and then at 1:33 p.m. it was speeding away the direction you just saw it go. And this is from a business just down the road. They think this may be the suspect just based on the timing, because at 1:24 p.m. it was seen driving towards the bank. Then at about a minute or two later, a witness sees this man outside the bank, and then literally within minutes of the robbery and shooting happens, the same car is then speeding away. What complicates matters is a man named Emerson Wright. He was considered a suspect in this because he had recently stolen a vehicle, a red Oldsmobile Alero. It would have looked just like this. He had robbery convictions. The same ammunition he used in those robberies was the same type of ammunition used in these murders. However, he does not resemble this man whatsoever. This is the man who was literally seen outside the bank just before the murders. At the very least, he's a key witness. Emerson Wright died in 2005 by ending his own life during a police pursuit for a completely unrelated crime. He was never arrested, he was never questioned, anything to do with the bank murders. It sounds more like whoever this man is probably their suspect, and the red car thing is just a crazy coincidence. Nor can they confirm the red car they see driving away is the same car that Emerson had stolen, nor can they tell if it really truly is a car involved in this robbery and homicide. At one point, police tried to connect the bank murders to the Superbike Motorsports murders that eventually a man named Todd Kelley would confess to doing. After he confessed to doing these murders, they interviewed him about the bank murders and he denied having any involvement. And they never found evidence to show he was involved in the bank murders at all. And so it sounds like he was basically ruled out. It's been roughly 20 years since the triple homicide, and police are no closer to having any arrests made. Certainly someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you do have information, you can contact the number 23-CRIME, and you can always remain anonymous. A train in Arkansas is quickly approaching two teenage boys laying across the tracks. Would the train stop in time? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case known as Boys on the Tracks. Viewer discretion is advised. In the early morning hours of August 23, 1987, near Little Rock, Arkansas, a freight train was approaching. Workers would then notice about 300 feet ahead, two bodies laying across the train tracks. They appear to be partially covered in some sort of tarp. The freight train, despite trying to stop, was unable to, and they ran over both boys. They were allegedly dragged about 1 mile down the tracks. The tarp that the people on the train claimed they saw was never actually found. but that could have very easily just gotten caught up and ripped to shreds. The two boys were identified as 16-year-old Don Henry and 17-year-old Kevin Ives. They were last seen leaving their homes around midnight on that same day. When their autopsy was conducted, the coroner would say that they likely were incapacitated due to marijuana and possibly alcohol. He would rule that their deaths were a self-unaliving, or I guess an accidental self-unaliving is what he's trying to say. Like, they didn't mean to do it, but it happened. Now, the parents were not at all on board with that scenario. They knew their child better than that. So, in March of 1988, they got a second opinion. Now, the second autopsy of the two boys would show there really wasn't that high amount of marijuana in their system. The original coroner said 20 cigarettes. Cigaweeds. This new coroner is saying no, maybe one, possibly two. One of the boys' shirts had a very obvious stab wound in it, and that would be on the back of his shirt. Next to the boys, they did find a rifle and a flashlight. Initially, they said, oh, they were probably just out hunting deer and, I guess, fell on the tracks. But the second coroner would say, well, actually, one of the boys' head was probably crushed by the rifle itself. So they changed it from a self-unaliving to a homicide. However, they did not know if the boys were alive or alert when the train went over them. In 2016, a former WWF wrestler, Billy Jack Haynes, would come forward and say he witnessed the murders. He alleged that it was drug-related. The two boys stumbled upon a drug operation, and so they had to be dealt with. He said he has no reason to lie, and he's risking his own life by coming forward. He was hired as a thug, so that's why he was there. He incriminated a politician whose name we don't know. So these two boys stumbled across something they shouldn't have. They were murdered and then left across the tracks. Is it true? Turkey Day, a day of thanks, a day of giving, and here in America, traditionally, a day of slaughter. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Byron David Smith. Viewer discretion is advised. In 2012, David was a 64-year-old man living in this quaint little home in Little Falls, Minnesota, don't you know? Byron was a retired United States State Department employee. By all accounts, Byron was a recluse. He never left his home. He didn't really do much of anything. He just kept to himself. Leading up to the events of Thanksgiving Day, November 22nd, 2012, Byron claimed his home had been getting broken into repeatedly. We're talking 6, 7, 8 different occasions. Now, he had only ever told police about one of them, so who knows if the rest were actually true. When police investigated his home, they only showed signs of 2 possible break-ins, one of them being in his garage, which he never actually told them about, because he didn't know that one happened. From these burglaries, he did in fact have thousands of dollars in cash stolen. He had one of his father's POW watches stolen. So Byron began wearing a gun around his home. Now, in Minnesota, they do have the castle doctrine. Essentially what that means is you are allowed to defend your home with lethal force if necessary. So I want to make sure this part is clear. Byron was being burglarized, and he did have the right to defend his home. But that wasn't exactly what happened. Byron set up CCTV cameras around his home. Byron, suspecting a break-in that day because he saw someone driving around the neighborhood, that would be Hailey Kiefer. So Byron, seeing this, he purposefully took his truck and parked it down the road so it wasn't in his driveway. He wanted to give the illusion that nobody was home. Byron went into his home, he removed all of the light bulbs, he went down to his basement, sat down in this very chair, he pressed record on an audio device, and waited. And that's when he heard a window smash. You can even hear it on the audio. It's available to listen to on YouTube. That was the sound of Nicholas Brady breaking into the home. Byron waited in his basement for 12 minutes when Nicholas descended the stairs of the basement. Byron fired his gun and shot Nicholas. When Nicholas landed, Byron walked up to him again and shot him point blank in the head. He then taunted his dead body, which is also on the audio. Hailey then descended the stairs, saw her dead cousin, and then Byron shot her. She fell to the bottom of the stairs. You can hear Byron saying, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." He then shot her multiple times, including once through the chin. The castle doctrine does not protect premeditation and overkill, so Byron was arrested and got life in prison without parole. She walked away from this building and has not been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cathy Sjoberg. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't know if her name is pronounced Sjoberg, you can see her spelling here, or if it's pronounced the Swedish way, which I guess is Sjoberg. But Cathy was a 16-year-old girl living in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. She attended Oconomowoc High School. Sorry if I say that wrong. And everyone said that Cathy was just a regular kid. She was a pretty young girl who had a lot of boyfriends, one at a time, is what her friend said. She liked sports. She liked going swimming. She liked ice skating. Cathy was just a really friendly kid. She was raised right. And at the time this case occurred, she is really excited for several things. The first thing was prom, and then also her mom was getting remarried and she was going to be a bridesmaid. Now the prom was actually being held in this venue here, which is called the Concord House. It's a dance hall that does proms, weddings, receptions, you name it. And she would go there with her boyfriend. She picked out a really nice gown. Everything seemed to be going okay that night. And then she got into an argument with her boyfriend. And so Cathy needed to get some fresh air and kind of just breathe a little bit. And so she kind of stormed out of the Concord Hall. She never went back in. She never got home. Cathy has never been seen since. Cathy was supposed to be spending the night at her friend's house that night, and so her mother didn't realize she was missing until the following day. And when she couldn't locate her, she reported her missing. Her mom was hoping that maybe the wedding that was coming up will entice her back home because she was really excited about being a bridesmaid, but it didn't work. There was virtually no evidence about her whereabouts, so what happened to her? There were no signs of a struggle outside of Concord House, no blood, no ripped out hair, no one saw anything, no one heard anything. And to give you a little bit of clarity here, the Concord House is really kind of in the middle of nowhere. This is what it looks like outside of Concord Hall, basically surrounding it. And it goes along Highway 94. But it's very remote. It's desolate. And if you're out there in the darkness, you know, there isn't really much to escape to. Now, some witnesses would state that they think they saw Cathy hitchhiking along Highway 94, but that's never been confirmed. She left the Concord House at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. There wouldn't have been much traffic or anything like that. Like maybe someone hit her as she was walking down the highway and they wanted to hide the body instead of getting in trouble for it. It is a possibility, but that they never had any evidence of that either. Something that came up a couple of years later was that this couple here had also been at the Concord House in 1980. This is Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. They were last seen in the parking lot of Concord Hall. Their bodies were found a month later. In 2009, this is not Jabba the Hutt, I promise. Or maybe. In 2009, DNA evidence would lead this man. His name is Edward Wayne Edwards. I kid you not. I think I've talked about him before. But the DNA from Tim and Kelly's murders would link back to him. And so there were these thoughts that maybe he had something to do with whatever happened to Cathy. Because when they disappeared from Concord House a couple of years after Cathy, there was people saying like, okay, maybe these are connected cases. But when they looked into Edward Edwards, they determined he was not in Wisconsin in 1974. He was not there when Cathy disappeared. They can confirm that. He wasn't anywhere near Wisconsin. So they don't believe that Tim and Kelly's case had anything to do with Cathy. And unfortunately, that's where it is today. Nobody knows what happened to Cathy that night. The speculation is that she was killed that night, whether by accidental hit and run or an abduction that led to a murder. They don't know, but they do believe that she likely died that night. Or at the very least, she was abducted that night and killed within days. But where she might be is a mystery. What happened to Cathy is a mystery. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what happened to Cathy that night. Perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously if you're scared to come forward. You don't have to tell them who you are. They just want to be able to bring Cathy home to lay her to rest. And if her killer is still alive, then he or she needs to be brought to justice. And maybe you can help with that. You can be the hero of this story. If you have any information on the whereabouts and what may have happened to Cathy Sjoberg, please call 920-674-7300. He had the choice, do it himself or die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This takes us to Shulta Island, which is located in Croatia. There you will find the Bay of Poganica cave, and it is September of 2002. A 31-year-old Czech diver named Miroslav Kuklis decided he wanted to take a dive. I don't have any photos of him, unfortunately, but this is the actual opening to that cave system. It's literally just 2 meters wide. And when you get in there, it will eventually break down into 2 different areas. One of those areas being the deep gallery, usually an area that people do not dive to. The waters down there are extremely murky and foggy, and you can't even see your hand if it's a foot in front of you. But Miroslav decided to go down that path. Miroslav never came back up. And he had on a 15-liter air tank, which would give him maybe about an hour's worth of air supply. But that time came and went, and he never came back. They would send in rescue divers, and they were attached to ropes, to no avail. They didn't find him. At this point, they realized he's dead. At one point, when 2 rescue divers were down there, one of them also got lost in the murky, cloudy water, and he was swallowed into the abyss, never to resurface alive. Now you have a rescue diver dead, and a diver they're trying to find is likely also dead. Quite possibly trapped there forever. And then they found him, 54 meters down below in the deep gallery. His diving mask was not on. The regulator was out of his mouth. And then one of the strangest things rescue divers have ever seen. He had a knife protruding out of his chest. He had been stabbed. This turns into a possible homicide investigation now. But their investigation would lead them to one tragic answer. Miroslav bit off more than he can chew. He went into the depths of this murky water. He became disoriented. He became lost. He began to struggle. He began to have anxiety. His heart was likely racing. He couldn't find his way back up. And as each minute passes, he is losing more and more air. He is going to drown if he cannot find his way out. This would have been agonizing hell for him. Struggling to breathe, struggling to find his way out, and it got to a point where he had to make an impossible decision. Can I end my own life here painless, or do I drown and die in one of the worst ways possible? Slowly suffocating in the depths of this dark water. Ultimately, he decided to take out a knife and stab himself in his chest, thinking that that would kill him. It didn't work. His lungs were full of water. He stabbed himself to prevent a horrible death, but unfortunately it didn't work, and he died in one of the worst deaths imaginable. The police were quick to rule this a hit and run. End of story. Yet there are still no arrests. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Cecilia Toussaint. Viewer discretion is advised. Cecilia Toussaint was born on September 28th, 2009. Cecilia was described as an absolute force of nature. She was funny, she was curious, incredibly smart, sassy and independent. She was beautiful, loud, and talented. An absolute whirlwind of energy. At a young age, she still demonstrated what it meant to have courage. She loved laughing, and most of all, she had a love that refused to fade. On October 26, 2024, Cecilia's mother was awoken in her home at 2 o'clock in the morning by 2 women who said that her daughter was dead. These 2 women claimed that Cecilia had been killed by 2 men. What the mother would later find out was that it was 2 white men who actually reported her death to police initially. Those 2 men were the ones who allegedly found her in the street. So this happened in Ridgecrest, California at the 400 block of West Las Flores Avenue, and it was West Flores Avenue and Florence Street. Cecilia was found in the street, and it was clear that something really bad had happened to her. The police almost instantly labeled this case a hit and run. But Cecilia's death certificate actually says she suffered from blunt force trauma to her head. Injury is not necessarily common with being hit by a car because typically you're not hit directly in your head. Cecilia's face wasn't even recognizable anymore. It had been so badly damaged. A couple of things to point away from hit and run was the fact that also she had a necklace on and it was completely undamaged. It remained intact, despite police saying she was hit by a vehicle that was dragging her along the street for some time. There didn't seem to be any evidence on her body that indicated that she was dragged along the asphalt of the street. There was no paint transfer on her clothing. There were no skid marks or indications that a car had sped away or tried to slam on their brakes. Typically, if you are hit by a vehicle, a part of that vehicle might break off, like, for example, the headlights or something from the front of the vehicle, but there was nothing like that. According to witnesses as well, the police didn't even use caution tape or crime scene tape to block off this crime scene. They basically did not cordon off the area. Now, where this happened, there were apartment complexes that have cameras, and there's probably cameras on these houses as well. But it doesn't seem like anyone has tried to get that footage from any of them. Another issue with this investigation is the fact that the mother was told that there was an autopsy, yet on Cecilia's official death certificate and in the police reports, it actually is checked off that an autopsy was in fact not conducted. I've seen it. The family saw her body, at her funeral, and it did not look like someone who was hit by a car. It looked like someone who had been beaten to death, and then possibly her body was put out into the street to make it look like someone hit her. Can I myself say that for sure? No, of course I can't. But there were enough issues that would make you think, should we be maybe looking at this like it's an actual, like someone killed her and then staged the scene to make it look like someone hit her? Cecilia's mom has been desperately trying to get a hold of the investigating detectives, but they're not responding to her. They're ignoring her. So here's my thing, right? If you are saying that this was a hit and run and not someone who had killed her deliberately and then staged it, a hit and run is still a murder. It is still an unlawful killing of a person. This person hit a 15-year-old child, a 15-year-old kid. And if you hit them hard enough that the police are saying killed her basically on impact, don't sit here and tell me like that person is like, oh, we were unaware that we hit someone. Because it seems so nonchalant that they're like, well, they probably hit her, but just didn't realize it. And so, no. If you hit a full-grown human being with your car, you're going to know you just hit a human being. Because not only do you impact and hit them, you are also dragging them or running them over, and you're going to feel that. And this person did not stop. They continued to go on, if this was a hit and run. So even at the very least, this is still a homicide where there is at least one killer out there who, what are we doing? I swear, like, again, even if this is a hit and run, I feel like hit and runs are still treated so, lightly, as if they're not a traditional murder. Newsflash, you don't just get to take a person's life and it's okay because you used your car to do so. Just because it's not a gun or a knife, it's still the same thing. But maybe, I don't know, interview people, talk to her friends, talk to other family members. Maybe look at her cell phone, information. Dig into this to make sure you're correct. Make sure that what you're saying, a hit and run, make sure it actually is one. Instead of just brushing off this possibility that someone deliberately killed her. She deserves to have that investigated. Not just, well, my gut instinct tells me as a cop. A 15-year-old child was murdered. Whether it was a deliberate act or someone who ran her over and sped away knowing full well they just hit someone, it is still murder. Cecilia Toussaint has not gotten an ounce of justice. And that's completely unfair, and that's wrong. You're telling me in this day and age with cameras everywhere, with cell phones, you can track those things to the minuscule little tiny centimeter, that we can't get this figured out? Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you're afraid to come forward for whatever reasons, you can always report information anonymously. If you have any information on the murder of Cecilia Toussaint, please contact 760-499-5000. Do the right thing. Hello, true crimeers. This is the bonkers case of Chandra Levy. Viewer discretion is advised. Chandra grew up in Northern California, and she was described as a spunky little person. Her family would describe her as silly and bossy, and just a fun person to be around. Chandra had aspirations to work in the FBI, and in the year 2000, she would take a step towards that goal. She moved to Washington, D.C., where she would intern at the Bureau of Prisons. I guess that was all part of her master's program. She was studying at the University of Southern California. Now, in her travels in D.C., Chandra would meet a congressman, California Congressman Gary Condit. At that point in time, Gary had already been married for 28 years, and from 1972 to 2000, he was undefeated. He would always get reelected. And eventually it would come out that he was having an affair with Chandra Levy. The last time anyone would ever see Chandra was May 1st, 2001. And then 5 days later, her parents would report her missing because they hadn't heard a single thing from their daughter. Her parents would immediately tell DC police about the affair with the congressman, thinking maybe he had something to do with her disappearance. When investigators got into her apartment, they noticed that it looked like she was in the middle of packing. They also found her ID, her credit cards, her cell phone, her purse. They conducted a search on her computer and they noticed that she had searched for a park, specifically Rock Creek Park. So naturally, police investigated that area, but they uncovered nothing at the time. And then, a little over a year after she disappeared, a man walking his dog at Rock Creek Park would find skeletal remains. The remains were confirmed to be those of Chandra Levy. Her cause of death was not revealed, other than it was a homicide. They found one of her shoes, a shirt, jogging pants that for some reason were tied off on the bottom, her Walkman, but there was no DNA, there was no hair samples, there was virtually nothing there to tie this to anyone. The congressman was questioned a lot. While he wasn't forthcoming about the affair, the FBI does believe that he had no involvement with her disappearance or her murder. A man by the name of Ingmar Guandik came onto police's radar. He had assaulted 2 other women in that park before. He did not kill them, he assaulted them. Crimes he was eventually sentenced to 10 years in prison for. He denied killing Levy though, but he did fail a polygraph test. He would be convicted of her murder in 2010, but then his conviction was overturned. For these reasons, by the way. And now it's back to being unsolved. This is the haunting image of smoke billowing from a sniper rifle during an event that is considered to be the first school shooting in US history, and committed by the unlikeliest of people. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Charles Whitman. Viewer discretion is advised. Charles was born in 1941 in Lake Worth, Florida. His family life and upbringing honestly was rather normal for those times. His father was very controlling, very demanding, very strict, and yes, the father would physically abuse them from time to time. It never seemed to faze Charles though, or his brothers really. He was considered to be a super polite, respectful, just great kid. He even had an IQ of 139 by age 6. He grew up in the Roman Catholic Church with his mom and his brothers. He worked throughout his high school days, saved up his own money to buy his own stuff. He was an exemplary high school student. He graduated 7th in his class. He was popular. He was well loved. After high school, he secretly enlisted in the military. He didn't tell his father. And when his father found out, he wasn't too pleased. However, Papa could be proud of him for something. His father did teach him how to shoot as he was growing up, and Charles would become one of the top sharpshooters. He was awarded a sharpshooter's badge. He received high marks for being able to shoot moving targets. By 1962, he was in college, and he married the love of his life. They had a wonderful marriage. He adored his wife. She adored him. Everything in his life was just going great. He did attend the University of Texas at Austin. His grades were good, but they were kind of slipping a little bit. Nothing astronomical. He had begun to experience headaches, mood issues, some anger issues. Then his parents got divorced. Charles helped his mom move to Texas. And then out of nowhere, Charles drove to his mother's house in Texas. He then stabbed her in the chest while she slept. He then drove back to his home where his wife was asleep, and he stabbed her in the heart while she slept. He then entered the main building of his school, shot and killed 3 people, climbed to the 28th floor near the clock, armed with a sniper rifle, and he began firing. For 96 minutes, he opened fire on innocent people below. He killed 14 people that day, and he wounded 31 others before he was fatally shot by the police. At his autopsy, they found he had a tumor. It may have possibly influenced his actions, but that's never been concluded. It's still a mystery. This is the last place she was ever seen. Nearly 50 years later, a witness comes forward. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christine Easton. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the city of Hayward, California, which I guess is just a short distance away from San Francisco. Unfortunately, I don't really have much of her personal information. I know that Christine Easton was born in 1952. She had graduated from high school about 6 months or so prior to this case occurring, and she was 19 years old when this occurred. Christine was described as a beautiful, kind, and caring young woman. She never mingled with the wrong crowd. She never got into any kind of trouble. She was always a good student in school. She had also, I guess, recently broken up with her boyfriend, but the boyfriend actually still let her borrow his car from time to time. And that's exactly what she was doing on this particular evening. So she gets into the ex-boyfriend's 1969 Ford Maverick, pictured here, and according to the FBI, Christine gets into the blue Maverick on January 18th, 1971, and leaves her home at approximately 10 p.m. Christine's first stop was going to be here at Charlie's Car Wash, which is no longer in operation. Then she was supposed to be meeting with a friend, and then she was supposed to be returning the car to the ex-boyfriend, I guess the following day. However, Christine never showed up to pick up the friend. The blue Maverick was found in the early morning hours the following day, still parked at the car wash. It was obvious that the entire exterior of the car had been washed, but the car was locked. Christine, however, was nowhere to be found at the scene. There was no sign of foul play necessarily. I guess there was some papers thrown out from the car by the driver's seat. But other than that, there wasn't like any blood or scuff marks or ripped out hair or anything like that. And it doesn't really sound like they were able to yield any evidence off the exterior of the car. It had just been washed. So something had to obviously taken place at the car wash. They just don't know what. At first, the police, they were like, she's 19. Clearly she wanted to, run from her life or whatever it is they always say. Instead of never going to the, oh my God, we need to investigate this immediately in case she really is missing. They go to, she's old enough to just blah, blah, blah. Wasting time. Because Christine, never seen again. Not once. Not a single set of eyes has ever seen Christine. Clearly, something very bad happened to her. But what is that thing? I know that they did question the ex-boyfriend eventually. They were able to determine his alibi, and they basically, because he didn't even have his car, because Christine had it, it was his only mode of transportation, they were able to confirm his alibi, and they know that he didn't do anything to her. But unfortunately, Christine's case goes cold very quickly. They put her information out there, I'm sure, on the news and newspapers and stuff, although I couldn't find any newspaper articles about her, but nothing happened for decades. And then, about 48 years later, a witness comes forward. A local news station is doing a cold case coverage of Christine's story. When this witness sees that, they come forward to say, I might have actually seen her abduction. I think I saw a kidnapping. I just wasn't aware it was a kidnapping at the time. So the witness says she saw the blue car and Christine at the car wash that night. Then she sees a big box-like white Ford van pull up at the car wash. Something similar to this. Obviously, this isn't the actual one. The witness says that she saw two men in the van, but she only got a good look at one of them. She got a good look at the man driving the vehicle, but not the man who she said took Christy and put her into the back of this white van. Shit, dude. Ugh. This is a composite drawing they came up with of the driver of that van. Keep in mind, this is from 1971, so this is like 50-ish years ago. But this is what he looks like 50 plus years ago. She also said the van had what they refer to as West Coast mirrors, those like big rectangular mirrors. Now, I don't know if Christine was like screaming or anything in the car, or why the person didn't understand that she was witnessing a kidnapping. I don't know those details. All that's really known is that police are now working on this lead because it's really the only lead they've had in nearly 50 years at that point when this all came forward. Because this might be the break. This information, though, came out in 2019, and it's 2025 now, and nothing seems to have come from it yet. But it's something. It's anything. At this point, they do believe, obviously, foul play was involved. Christine is an endangered missing person, and likely someone kidnapped her from that car wash and did God knows what to her. The likelihood is that she was probably killed that night or maybe the following day, but it's not really known for sure. Even though this happened over 50 years ago at this point, someone somewhere out there still might know something about what happened to Christine. And perhaps that someone is you. I assure you, it is never too late to come forward. At least help bring Christine home. You might have that power. You can report information anonymously as well. Plus, there's a $50,000 reward. If you have any information on the disappearance and possible murder of Christine Easton, please call 510-293-7176.
If anybody out there finds a body and they're going to have to go through the same thing I'm going through, well, I feel sorry for that person.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christy Ann Fornoff. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened in Tempe, Arizona, which is in my neck of the woods. Yes, we actually have bodies of water here. This is Tempe Town Lake. At the time of this case, Christy Ann Fornoff was 13 years old. She was born on May 4th, 1971, and she was attending Connolly Intermediate School. Christy was described as just a really good kid, very well behaved, always did well in school, got good grades. She made friends really easily. Was a sweet kid who just never got into any kind of serious trouble. She was a kid who liked riding her bike. And she had taken on a new thing that she really liked doing, and that was being a newspaper delivery person. Back in the 80s and the 90s, I know it was really popular for kids to deliver newspapers. But I think it was kind of cases like this one that ended up, people were going away from that. So Christy delivered newspapers for the Phoenix Gazette, and she would deliver newspapers primarily in the early morning or possibly the afternoon. She would also be responsible for collecting the fees from people for the newspapers. On May 9th, 1984, Christy told her mom that she had to go to the nearby Rock Point Apartments in Tempe, Arizona, to collect the fees from a particular person who told her to come back later. So her and her mom both go to the apartments. As they're walking through the complex, Christy's mom kind of gets stopped by someone she knows, and they were having like a little conversation. And Christy said, "Hey, I can just go to the apartment. It's just right over there. I can go over there, and if I'm not back, you know where the person lives, so you can come find me." So Christy's mom says, "Okay, that's fine." So she watches Christy go off, and then she continues talking to her friend, and that's it. That's the last time she ever sees Christy ever again. Her mom waited patiently in that area where they agreed to meet, but she never showed up. So her mom goes to that apartment where Christy was supposed to go. She wasn't there. Christy's bike is found somewhere nearby, and that immediately throws up red flags. Something is wrong. Something has happened. They also found Christy's little collection book on the ground. So her parents, pictured here, would report her missing, and the search would begin immediately, and it was all hands on deck. Family, friends, and even kids from the school were coming to go look for Christy. And their focal point was primarily the apartment complex because that's the last place she was seen. The person's apartment that she was supposed to go to they were ruled out because there was no sign of Christy there. Then a man comes to the forefront. He was very helpful in trying to find Christy. And he was the maintenance man for the apartment building, and he had his own apartment there. His name was Donald Edward Beatty. Initially, he appeared to be incredibly helpful and very, sympathetic to the family. And then a body is found inside of a trash bin just outside the apartment complex. Who found the body? Donald Beatty did. Body was found wrapped up in a white sheet, and she still had her clothes on. The discovery of the body would then prompt police to search Mr. Beatty's apartment. And he didn't like that. He said, well, am I the victim here now?
If anybody out there finds a body and they're going to have to go through the same thing I'm going through, well, I feel sorry for them.
He thought that if he was the one to have found the body, then no one would ever suspect him of actually killing her. But he gave off a lot of bad vibes to people, and so that, it was enough to search his apartment. Christy Fornoff was smothered to death, and the coroner was able to determine that she was likely deceased within 2 hours of her going missing. Her body was found about 2 days later. When they searched Donald's apartment, they found hairs in that apartment, hairs that were microscopically similar or almost identical to Christy's hair. And on Christy's body, they actually found strings of animal hair. And when they were looking into it further, they were able to find out that the animal hair was from a ferret. Well, it just so happens to be that the person who lived in Donald Beatty's apartment before him owned a ferret. And that was the only apartment that had a history of a ferret living in it. Donald Beatty was then arrested and charged with the murder of Christy Ann Fornoff. He denied having anything to do with it. He tried to play the role of victim. He goes on trial a short time later, and it actually ends in a mistrial. There's a hung jury. There was a 10-2 vote, so 10 guilty, 2 not guilty. So they had to go on trial again. Well, in between trials, this dumbass picked a whole bouquet of whoopsie daisies because he was in a therapy group in the prison he was in, where he literally said out loud, "I didn't mean to kill her. She was just screaming and calling for her mom. So I killed her." Whoops! A guard overheard it and reported it to the proper authorities. And that testimony would be allowed to be given in court. So he goes on trial a second time. They use all of the exact same evidence they used before, plus they tack on this new eyewitness testimony about him confessing to killing Christy. This time, he's found guilty. This time, he is sentenced to death. May 25th, 2011 would be his final day on Earth. His final meal, one small shredded beef chimichanga with salsa, sour cream, and guacamole. That actually sounds kind of good. One double cheeseburger with onion, tomato, lettuce, and pickles on a sesame seed bun. Bougie. French fries, Haagen-Dazs Rocky Road ice cream, but don't worry guys, 2 bottles of Diet Pepsi, so he'd be going to hell on a diet. His final words were to his family, "I love you," and directly to the Fornoff family, "I just want to say to the Fornoff family, I am sorry. I am sorry. God will let you see her again." And then he was executed. This story would help begin the process of kids not doing this type of job anymore. It still happened, it just began to fade away. This also prompted kids in Tempe, Phoenix, Glendale. They stayed extra close to their parents when they were out, shopping. Kids were afraid to go outside and play. They kept closer to home. It really did rock the child community in this general area. And that's awful, because it's like they couldn't be kids anymore, because now they're afraid to be a kid because of what happened to their friend, their classmate, or to this, stranger they never met. These types of stories are far more far-reaching than you initially think. It doesn't just affect the family or classmates. It affects an entire community. But thankfully, Christy's monster is now rotting in hell. Go to prison for life. Oh, you did? Dick. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Connie Smith. Viewer discretion is advised. Connie Yvette Smith was born on October 27th, 1965. And from what I can see, she had 4 brothers. Oh, I'm so sorry, Connie. Her and her family lived in the neighborhood of Tioga, which is in Pineville, Louisiana. And she was a senior at Tioga High School out there, and she was actually just a week away from graduating from high school. But sadly, she never got to. About 3 months or so before this case occurred, Connie actually won the Miss Campus Beauty at Tioga High School. Connie also really excelled at school just in general. She had been on the honor roll 3 times. She also had a lot of school spirit. She was on the cheerleading squad. Not only that, Connie was really, really good at playing the piano. She was also a member of the Future Homemakers of America, the Beta Club, and she was also a part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She was really excited to be graduating high school in a week, and it sounds like she was going to have a really bright future ahead of her. But someone snuffed out that bright light. The evening of May 13th, 1983, Connie would go out to celebrate the upcoming graduation. There was a graduation party. She got home pretty early the following morning, and at about 4 o'clock that morning, the family awoke to screams. One of Connie's brothers, Bradley, heard the screaming, and he rushed to Connie's bedroom where it was coming from. As he's doing that, a man is basically running past him, and this man turns around, has a knife in his hand, and stabs Bradley 3 or 4 times and hits him in his arm. And the assailant manages to flee the house. And fire and rescue arrive. They enter Connie's bedroom, and unfortunately, they find Connie deceased. She had been stabbed to death, stabbed multiple times. Her brother Bradley was rushed to the hospital. He would end up surviving. Most of his wounds were pretty superficial to his arm, but he did everything he could think of to save his sister. He was just too late. And it would not take long to catch her killer. I don't know for sure if the brother recognized him, but police would go to this guy's house, Brian Brown. He was 18 years old, but he was discovered asleep in his bed at his home, and he was still in bloody clothing. So he was arrested and almost immediately charged with Connie's murder. He initially denied having anything to do with it. But before he could go on trial, Brian Brown and 8 other inmates escaped the jail. And they would end up finding out that Brian Brown managed to get himself all the way to California, where he was reapprehended and brought back to Louisiana. He appeared to be just always so smug, always cracking little smiles. It's, it's creepy, but it's also just you want to just punch him. During his trial, they were trying to figure out exactly what caused this. Why did he do this? What was his motive? Nothing was stolen. Well, they would bring up the fact that he had obsessed over Connie before. Almost stalked her, it seems like. And then he just finally did something about it. At his trial, he is found guilty for Connie's murder, and he is sentenced to death. And he smirks like this after his death sentence is given to him. Unfortunately, because they would later determine through the appeals process that Brian Brown did not get a fair trial. This story became a very big story, especially in Louisiana, but so he was believed to be unfairly judged ahead of time before his trial. Because of that, his conviction was overturned, and they said, you have to go on trial for a second time. But this go around, they were not confident they were going to be able to get the same outcome of the death penalty. They allowed Brian Brown to take a plea deal, but he would have to plead guilty to first-degree murder and admit what he did. And he did. He said, quote, "I went to the Smith home and I murdered Connie Smith. I had intended to rape her, but during the time I was in her room, she woke up and I stabbed her. When I was leaving the room, I was chased by Brad Smith and I turned around and I stabbed him." And he admitted this in court. Pleads guilty to first-degree murder, and he is sentenced to life in prison plus an additional 90 years for various other charges connected to this case. Connie, who never got to graduate from high school, was able to get the justice she very rightfully deserved. A massive manhunt would be underway for 3 men who were shooting cops. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dale Claxton. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Dale Claxton was a very happily married 45-year-old man, and he and his wife had 4 children and 1 grandchild. And he was a wonderful grandfather. He loved being one. He was described as just a really good guy, someone who liked to have fun. And he was also eager to protect and serve. Around 1995, Dale Claxton would join the Cortez Police Department. That's in Cortez, Colorado. When this case occurred, he had only been a police officer for 3 short years. On May 29th, 1998, there was reports of a stolen water truck. Dale just so happened to see the stolen water truck and he began to follow it. He had no way of knowing of the insanity that was about to break out. Suddenly, the water truck pulls off to the side of the road. Clearly, they'd noticed there's a cop behind them. And that is when multiple individuals dressed in camouflage gear, armed with guns, jumped out of the water truck and approached Dale. Dale stood no chance. He didn't even have time to take off his seatbelt when these armed men, began to fire at his police vehicle. This is an actual photo of his car. Dale was shot numerous times and would be pronounced dead at the scene. He had radioed in the location of the water truck before all of this happened, and when other officers arrived, they found Dale and knew they had a problem. So at first they were looking for this water truck, but then they found the water truck abandoned. The men who were in it were gone. Deputy Jason Bishop was in his patrol car when all of a sudden a yellow pickup truck began to speed by him. There was a man in the bed of the truck who had, armed with an assault weapon, began to fire at the deputy. He was shot as well, but would end up surviving. Then Trooper Steve Keller saw the yellow pickup truck. He could actually see them in his mirror, that they were right on his tail and that they were armed. They began firing at him as well. He too is shot, but would end up surviving. Detective Todd Martin was the next officer that this yellow pickup truck approached. He was set to return fire when they began firing at him. He was shot several times, but also survived. It was now all hands on deck. There were 3 men in a yellow pickup truck who were going around and shooting police officers with absolutely no care in the world. They clearly knew what they were doing, and this was intentional. And so the biggest manhunt in Colorado's history would begin. The National Guard was called in. 500 officers from various different states came in to assist on the manhunt. These officers and National Guard were armed to the teeth because these men had no care in the world. They were going to shoot at you if they saw you. They had snipers perched up on cliffs and hills to see if this truck comes by, fully prepared to fire at them. A couple of hours later, the yellow pickup truck is found about 40 miles away from Cortez. It was abandoned. Now, they don't even know what kind of car they're looking for. The men had escaped successfully. But after investigating this for about a week or so, they were able to identify the men in question: Alan Pylon, Jason McVean, and Robert Mason. This is based off of several eyewitness accounts and various other investigative leads they looked into. None of these 3 men had ever had any criminal history. They'd never been arrested. They'd never been to jail. However, they were known to be very anti-government. They were part of militia groups, and they were actually removed and kicked out of those militia groups because they were too extreme for them. These are also 3 men who knew very well how to live out in the wilderness. They could live out there undetected for God knows how long, and no one would find them. They were experts, basically. A short time after the first shooting spree in Utah, another police officer was shot. This was in Bluff, Utah, and it was determined that he was shot by the same individuals who had done the spree earlier. They found another abandoned vehicle in Utah that they believed that the 3 men were using. This guy, by the way, ends up surviving as well. But about a day or so after his shooting, they finally catch a break. 26-year-old Robert Mason, one of the 3 suspects, was found. His body was found, but with a bullet hole in his head. He was gone, dead. He pulled a gun on himself and ended his life. So now they need to find the other 2 men. They put out a reward for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the 2 other men, despite an extensive search, would never be found. Alive, I should say. Found alive. On Halloween of 1999, an individual in San Juan County, Utah, called the police to say, "I know where the remains of one of the men is." The body of Alan Pylon. Police would confirm that the body was his through dental records. He too was found with a bullet hole in his head. He too took the coward's way out and ended his life. Then on June 5th, 2007, this is now 7 or 8 years later after the last person was found, a rancher found this bunch of what looks like a makeshift campsite that hadn't been touched in a while, a bunch of belongings, and next to that were skeletal remains. The remains of the final suspect, Jason McVean. He apparently was wearing a watch which stopped on May 30th of the year that the shooting first took place. And they believe that's the day he likely ended his own life. 3 men who first were just guilty of stealing a water truck would then go on to kill an officer and attempt to kill other officers, multiple officers, had gravely injured many of them. And why did they do it? Nobody knows. To this day, they have absolutely no idea what sparked this entire thing. And they'll never know, because all 3 men are dead. They are now resting uncomfortably in the pits of hell, and their reasons and their motives will remain a mystery forever. A bullet-ridden car, bodies in the trunk. Who killed the couple at Lover's Lane? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Sloan and Cheryl Benham. Viewer discretion is advised. Cheryl Benham was born in 1950, and at the time this case occurred, she is 19 years old. Described as just one of the nicest people you would ever know. At the time, she was dating 21-year-old David Sloan. He was a student at the University of Oklahoma. They were described as a really happy, very much in love couple. They loved spending time together, and they definitely had a future together. Unfortunately, though, the last time anyone would ever see this couple alive was on the night of May 9th, 1970. The night of May 9th, 1970, David and Cheryl were actually at a small party at David's frat house, which was, I guess, just off of campus. And this, by the way, is in Norman, Oklahoma. The couple was last seen leaving the party at approximately 11:30 p.m. But by 2 o'clock in the morning, when Cheryl had not returned home yet, her parents knew something was wrong. And so they actually reported her missing on the morning of May 10th. That's when they realized that no one had seen or heard from David after they left that frat party. His roommates, other students at the school, hadn't seen him. So now they have a missing couple. So there is an area near that portion of Oklahoma called 10 Mile Flat, which had a Lover's Lane there back in 1970. I don't know if it's still the same now or not, but it was a popular place for people to drive their car and have a secluded location to make out and do whatever else. But family and friends would go to this area searching for the couple. And that's when they found David Sloan's vehicle. It was immediately alarming to them because there were about 30 or so .22 caliber casings just scattered around the car, and there were bullet holes all over the car. There were blood smears on the outside of the vehicle. There was a broken pool cue on the front seat. There were personal items that eventually they would figure out belonged to David and Cheryl, also scattered outside the car. Now, the couple was not seen in the driver's seat or the passenger seat or in the back seat, but there was blood on the trunk, and so they opened the trunk and they found the couple. Cheryl and David were both dead. They had both been shot to death. Cheryl was completely nude, and she was also beaten as well as shot. David was fully clothed except for the shoes, and his shoes were actually never found. But he was also beaten as well as shot several times. David's wallet and the keys to the car were missing, and so they were thinking that this was maybe a robbery, but they don't know what kind of money David even had in his wallet, if there was anything really at all. They also don't know, they couldn't tell if Cheryl had been sexually assaulted or not. They never were able to conclude that. But again, she was found nude. There is a chance there could have been a sexual motive to this, but without physical evidence showing that, they didn't know what the motive was. They didn't know that this maybe was just a random killing. Could have been a thrill kill, because these two individuals had no enemies. They had no jilted ex-lovers. They hadn't been into any kind of argument with anyone. No one knew why this would happen to them. And also, no one really knew they were going to be in this specific location. They were there and really no one else was. So the idea of someone knowing they would be there seemed kind of ridiculous, but also maybe someone was following them. It did appear that the vehicle, including the trunk latch, the top of the trunk, the steering wheel, the broken pool cue, everything they could possibly test for fingerprints, had none. It was more than evident that someone had wiped the car clean. They found one partial palm print, though, and that was it. But it really wasn't a good print. They really couldn't do anything with it. There were no shoe impressions in the dirt. There were no tire tracks in the dirt, indicating that the killer wiped all of that away. Kind of sounds like this is someone who knows what to do. Almost like a cop. Enter Frank Gilly. Frank Gilly at that time was a police officer for the Norman Police Department. However, he had only been with the police department since March of 1970, so just a few months prior to this case happening. He was previously a sheriff deputy in Amarillo, Texas, but then he got fired for assaulting a prisoner. He never told that to the Norman Police Department when he was going for a job there. He withheld that. 4 days after the double homicide here, he is fired, but also I think they allowed him to resign. Frank stuck around in the area, and apparently in 1971, he had been accused of impersonating a police officer in areas known as Lover's Lane. Frank was seen harassing couples in their vehicles at several different Lover's Lane areas in Oklahoma. 10 Mile Flat, on the night of the double homicide, that was his patrol. That night, he was working in 10 Mile Flat on the night of the murders. When the murders occurred, he was on duty. But it wouldn't be until 1991 when he was officially indicted and charged with the murders of David and Shelley. So he goes on trial, but the problem that prosecutors had from the get-go was they did not have the murder weapon. All they really had was someone saying that at one point Frank Gilly owned a .22 caliber rifle. They were shot with .22 caliber ammunition, but that gun was never recovered. The shell casings that were found around the car, so in between the 1970 investigation and the 1991 or so trial, that evidence had gotten lost. They didn't have it to present at the trial. So all they had on him really was circumstantial evidence, and it was weak. They had no physical evidence tying him directly to these murders. You have him harassing couples at other lovers' lanes in Oklahoma. He did have a bit of a violent history, but there were no fingerprints. This was before DNA was even a thing. There was no smoking gun, if you will. Nothing to link to him. And so the jury came back with a verdict of not guilty on all counts. The jury was honest and said the prosecution just did not prove their case. They did not show us any physical evidence. All they had was circumstantial hearsay, which that's how it's supposed to work. You have to be able to prove a person's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They couldn't do that. They will tell you that they believe Frank Gilly was their killer, but it doesn't matter now. He can never go to trial for it ever again. And even if he could, it wouldn't matter, because in 2002, he died in a nursing home. Many believe he was innocent of these murders, but there are those who believe he was guilty. Nobody else has ever been labeled a person of interest or a suspect in the murders of David and Cheryl. The Norman police believe they got their guy, they just couldn't prove it. So unfortunately, the murders of David and Cheryl may remain unsolved forever. Only 3 people have ever died in space, and it was one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened in 1971. The Russian Soyuz 11 was going to be the first crewed mission that would be docking with the world's first space station, which was the Salyut 1. These were the 3 individuals on that mission. The commander, Georgy Dobrovolsky, flight engineer Vladislav Volkov, and the research engineer Viktor Patsayev. The launch, for the most part, went according to plan. They docked with the Salyut 1 on June 7th, 1971, and they left the station on June 29th, 1971. On June 29th, 1971, they would begin their re-entry back into Earth. However, before they reached Earth, while they were still in space, something absolutely horrific happened. Later attributed to a faulty pressure equalization valve, something occurred which caused the vessel to depressurize instantly. And this would have an absolutely catastrophic and horrifically painful moment for these 3 men. They were not wearing their full spacesuits, so when this occurred, there really was nothing they could do, because everything happened super fast. Oxygen began to leak out of their bloodstream. The oxygen leaving their lungs and their bloodstream, which would cause them to start having to breathe heavier, but every deeper breath they took made it significantly worse. because your instinct is going to be to, try to breathe, because they were losing the ability to do so. Nitrogen bubbles would form in their blood, which would then burst, almost causing their blood to boil. Blood vessels in their eyes and their ears would burst and rupture. This would eventually cause blood to pour out of their ears and their nose as well, and they would have lost the ability to hear what was happening around them. Within a few seconds, their vision either became blurry or almost non-existent. For about 20 to 40 seconds, this would have been, it was quick, but it was also not quick, because for that 20 to 40 seconds, they are going through excruciating hell. It's painful. They can't breathe. Their blood is essentially boiling. Blood vessels are bursting in their head. They believe at about 40 seconds or so is when their hearts would have stopped beating. And within 60 seconds of the initial incident taking place, they would have been dead. They likely lost consciousness around that 40-second mark. And I know 40 seconds doesn't sound like a super long time, but for them, it probably felt like the longest time ever. The capsule would then land in its designated area, and there was no damage to it. They would all excitedly arrive because they were expecting to greet their fellow astronauts and congratulate them. Instead, they're pulling 3 bodies out. They desperately try to resuscitate them, but it doesn't work. They had blue spots all over their skin. They had blood coming out of their ears, their eyes, their nose, their mouth. It was just a horrific tragedy. An accident, faulty equipment. Depressurization deaths, while they are relatively quick, I would still never wish that upon anyone. Because even in that little brief time of consciousness, it has to be absolutely horrible. A baby is found floating in a river, and it would take 38 years to identify her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Delta Dawn. Viewer discretion is advised. It was early in the morning on December 5th, 1982, along the I-10 in Mississippi. A truck driver is driving by and sees something floating in the nearby river, the Escatawpa River. He goes to police with what he sees, which is the body of a woman floating in the river. But when police arrive, there is no longer a body there. The truck driver insists he saw someone floating, and so police begin a very thorough search, and the truck driver goes on about his business. Police do find a body, but it is not of an adult. They find the body of a small little child, a girl. She had blonde hair and was maybe 18 months to 20 months old. She had gotten tangled up in some weeds. There was obviously no identification with her. The coroner would determine that this little girl died from drowning, but she also had severe bruising on her body. And they quickly determined that this little girl had been thrown from the I-10 bridge into the river. But that fall did not kill her. They also discovered that someone had tried to smother the baby ahead of time, but that did not work. So when she went into the water, this little girl was still alive. But because of how young she was, obviously she can't swim, and so she drowned. She would quickly be known as Baby Jane. They also would come up with a nickname of Delta Dawn. Despite putting all of her information out there on the news, and eventually the nation was kind of covering this story, nobody was able to identify her. So they have a funeral for the little baby, and they lay her to rest in a grave just marked Baby Jane. When police were formally investigating this, they did get several witnesses who would come forward that stated approximately 2 days before the little girl was found in the river, many different people saw an adult woman carrying a toddler or a baby along the I-10, and some also saw the same 2 people along Highway 63. Most of the sightings were at night, but their descriptions of the little girl seemed to be pretty consistent with the little girl that was found. But who this adult woman was the truck driver initially saw, again floating in the same river, nobody knew, because that person was never found. And once the baby was found and they got all this information about having this, mother and daughter seen along the highway, they expanded their search greatly. They, combed through this entire river. They never found any other person. Well, they never found the woman. Coincidentally, they actually did find another body of a black male who was later identified years and years later as well, but had nothing to do with this case. That individual had been in the water for like years prior. But the witnesses who saw the woman and this toddler said the woman clearly appeared to be in some kind of distress, almost as if she was trying to maybe get away from someone. But the thing is that numerous people apparently had pulled over to help this woman, but she told them no every single time. There was a woman local in the area who had a CB radio, and she confirmed that she heard chatter that same night through multiple truck drivers reporting this same mother and daughter in distress, but then did not want any help from anyone. But even with all this information, still no one knew who these two people were. Over the years, they would come up with different sketches and composites. Believe it or not, this is actually a composite image of the little girl as well as that one. And in 2009, they would exhume her body just to see if they can get any more evidence. They did collect DNA from her. And when they put that DNA into their local databases in 2009, they got no match. But then in 2020, a humongous breakthrough, thanks in part to genetic genealogy. They put the DNA into those databases and they found the family. And through that, they discovered the identity of what they now know was 18-month-old Alicia Heinrich. Alicia Heinrich disappeared with her mother on November 24th, 1982. And her mother was 23-year-old Gwendolyn Clemens. And Gwendolyn Clemens, to this very day, has still never been found. According to family, Gwendolyn and Alicia they were leaving the area and they were going to be going to Florida with a new boyfriend of hers. She was no longer I guess she had recently divorced the father to baby Alicia. And they actually lived initially in Kansas City, Missouri. But she clearly intended, I'm moving to Florida. You may not hear from me kind of thing. And so apparently they just assumed that she and Alicia had just gotten there and just decided to never make contact with them. Now, the composite drawings of the baby were mainly passed out in Mississippi. That's where most of the news of this case was. So given that this was 1982, the images of the baby, even though it was kind of all over the country in the newspapers and stuff, it may not have reached everyone necessarily, where they were originally from. Because it sounds like they had absolutely no idea that the body of this baby had been found. For all the family knew, they just were living a happy life in Florida and just wanted to start a new life and didn't want to contact family. I know that sounds probably kind of crazy, but I think that's also something that was probably more normal back in the 80s, especially with the fact that we didn't have the kind of communication we have nowadays. We didn't have email, texting, that kind of thing. And if you didn't know where someone lived, you know their name, it's not easy to find them. You can't go onto Google, type in a person's name, and pay for something to find out where this person lives now. Much different times than what we are now. It does sound like they believe Gwendolyn likely met with foul play, but they also can't say that for sure. The fact that this all kick-started with the fact that a truck driver found or saw an adult woman floating in the river, and that's what eventually led to finding the baby, really goes to show, especially since no one knew this was even happening yet, that the odds are is that she also was killed and put into that river. Now, the guy she left with, whose name has not been released to the public, he has since died, but he did come back to Missouri after a short time, but not with them. And I guess, I don't know. I guess no one really put two and two together. I'm not sure. But it does sound like he would be considered, at least at this point, at the very least, a person of interest. Given the fact that the witnesses saw the two of them, or her specifically, in distress, it's possible she tried to escape this guy and they were just trying to get away however she could think of without getting anyone else involved. And then eventually he found them, maybe driving down the road, and something led to something where he killed them both. Is there a possibility that she killed the child? Sure. But they don't have any proof of that. Because if she's dead, which in all likelihood she is, and if she was found floating in that river, someone probably put her there. But again, they don't know for sure. There are still a lot of unknowns about this case. They have answered some of the mystery, but really that's just opened the door for more questions. And they are still searching for the answers to those questions. And perhaps someone somewhere out there might know the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about this case, you are urged to please call 877-787-5898 and give them anything you might know. Just so if justice needs to be served, and it still can be served, assuming it wasn't the guy she was with, then they deserve that justice. At the very least, they deserve the answers. And they deserve to have her home, to find her somewhere. So please, if you know something, come forward. A deputy is killed in the middle of nowhere, and the mystery would deepen when they find 2 more bodies. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Deputy Jeff Mitchell. Viewer discretion is advised. Jeffrey Mitchell was born in May of 1968, and it sounded like he pretty much was born and raised and lived his entire life in California. Everyone said Jeff was the guy who was just always smiling no matter what. He was a friend to everybody. And he was someone who just gave the benefit of the doubt to everyone. He had served in the U.S. Air Force. He would then go on to attend California State University, where he got his teaching degree, and he had become a substitute teacher, and that's also how he met his wife. And they would go on to have a child together. Jeff would then become a sheriff's deputy for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department in California, which takes us to the early morning hours of October 27th, 2006. Jeff Mitchell, who was doing his patrols, would find himself at the intersection of Dillard and Mice Roads off Highway 16, which is a very rural, very desolate, very middle of nowhere type of road. Deputy Mitchell then calls into dispatch saying he has spotted a white van with no plates. He would go on to tell them that there was one occupant that he could see, and he gave no indications that anything was wrong. 7 minutes goes by, and they hear a crackling of the radio, but they don't hear Jeff's voice. They try to reach out to him, they get no response. They call his radio a few more times. They also call his cell phone. Nothing. So the dispatcher radioed a code 3, and officers would begin to approach the area. Jeff's initial call to dispatch came in at 3:27 a.m. By 3:37 a.m., other deputies have now arrived at the scene. They find his vehicle. And near the rear bumper of his vehicle, they find Deputy Jeff Mitchell, and he had been shot. He was rushed to the nearest hospital, but by 4:45 a.m., he would be declared deceased at the hospital. Deputy Mitchell had been shot through his head with his own gun. The scene also indicated a very violent struggle had taken place. There was actually additional DNA found at the scene that was not Jeff's. Also not at the scene was the white van he called in. So it becomes all hands on deck to find this white van. They put all over the freeways the signs, officer shot, white Chevy van, no plate. For the next 12 hours or so, they are searching diligently for this van. And finally, it's found. In the Casumas River, which would be about a 27-minute drive from where Jeff Mitchell was shot, they found a white van partially submerged in the river. They thought, great, we now have something, tangible something, to find out who did this. But instead, the mystery only deepened, because in the van were 2 more bodies. One of the individuals found in the van was the registered owner of this van. But here's what makes matters even stranger. The autopsy for both of them showed they died of carbon monoxide poisoning. And they were dead, more than likely, before Deputy Mitchell ever came across the van at all. The bodies were identified as 43-year-old Alan Schubert and his 28-year-old friend, Nicole Welch. The detectives investigating this case, pretty much from the get-go, said that they had nothing to do with Deputy Mitchell's murder. Because again, in all likelihood, it appeared they had been deceased before the event even took place. So who was the one person that Deputy Mitchell said he saw then? Because if it wasn't them, if they were like laying on the floor of the van, the person he saw must have been the person who ended up shooting him after getting into a major struggle. I cannot find any mention of there being dash cam footage. I have to imagine they don't have any footage because they're not saying anything about a description of the person who did this. I have to imagine if they had dash cam footage, that information would have been told to the public because they want to find this person. But they do know that the person who shot and killed him was not the owner of the van. So did Jeff's killer also kill the two friends in the van and then steal the van? And then what brought them out to that road? Why was it already pulled off to the side of the road? Because also when they searched the area, they didn't see any indications of any other evidence left behind. There was, I guess, some white paint chips found that might have indicated that the van scraped along something, but it was technically, it sounds like, in working order when they found the van. Now, Alan Schubert was known to the law. He had a criminal history. Vandalism charges, DUI charges, and drug possession. He was rumored to be in the drug world. So is that related to all of this? What they pretty much do know is that Deputy Jeff Mitchell was not a part of whatever was going on with them. He literally was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But also he was doing his job. It sounds like he probably came up on something and saw something he was not supposed to see. Perhaps he saw those bodies, and that led to the struggle, which then led to his death. In the years since this, the sheriff's department and detectives have investigated numerous leads and tips. They have searched certain individuals' home more than once. They have stated that they have persons of interest and potential suspects, but they have never been named. They've even stated that some of their persons of interest and suspects have still not been ruled out. They're also not 100% sure that these two were murdered. There is speculation that perhaps maybe one of them was murdered, like, her, and then he ended his own life the same way with carbon monoxide poisoning. It seems a little far-fetched, but they just don't know. They don't know. In all likelihood, though, is that they have 3 murder victims here, and they are still really no closer to being able to solve this. They have stated pretty emphatically that this is not a cold case, it's just unsolved. But they have been working on this diligently ever since. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about who shot and killed Deputy Jeff Mitchell, husband and father, and also the same person who killed these 2 individuals. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to contact the Sheriff's Department at 916-874-8477. How are they always doing this job for 33 years? This video is for true crime documentary making people. If you're not one of those people, you can go, it's fine, whatever. How is it in every single one of them, every one, they are always interviewing a detective who has been doing this job for exactly 33 years? Always, without fail. The guy's clearly 28 years old, but he's been doing this job for 33 years. And how come they always have a Southern accent? Always. They're in Michigan, Southern accent. And how convenient that it's always that case that is the worst case they've ever seen in their entire 33 years of doing this job. And how come it's always that town that has never seen violence before? It always is a small town, quiet place where everybody knows everybody. Really. In New York City. Things like this just don't happen here. Never happened here like this before. We always left our doors and our windows unlocked and open, really. In 2016, you did that? Oh, okay. I've never seen this much blood at a crime scene in my entire career. Then they show the crime scene and it has like 3 drops of blood on the wall. How come when they luminol things, they always say, the room lit up like a Christmas tree? Then they show it and it's like a little blob this big that like shined that purpley blue color. The whole room lit up like a Christmas tree? Okay, Steve. People don't typically light up a room when they walk into it unless they have been closely exposed to high levels of radiation. And when she said that during the interrogation, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. That just means Vecna's doing some horseshit down the upside down. Everyone said they were the perfect couple. But were they really? Every time someone sees a body anywhere, it's a mannequin. Always. It's always a mannequin first. It's like mannequin disposal, like a thing that we just dump mannequins in fields. If I see a humanoid-like figure, that's a fucking person I'm seeing. Anyway, bye. 3 men, 1 month, 1 hammer, 21 murders. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Dnepropetrovsk Maniacs. And that is the only time I will be trying to say that word. This is Viktor Sayenko and Igor Saprunyuk. Again, one time. Oh, by the way, viewer discretion is absolutely advised. In 2007, they were both 19 years old. And I'm just gonna say it, they are both cuckoo crazy. On June 25th, 2007, 33-year-old Yekaterina Ilchenko, she was walking home after spending some time with a friend. The same time she's out taking that walk home happens to coincide with the same time as these two. Now, this isn't from that moment, but you can see a hammer in his hand. They saw Yekaterina walking and they just decided to turn around, walk up to her, and they just randomly hit her in the side of the head with a hammer. Her body was found in the middle of the road around 5 o'clock in the morning. 1 hour later, another murder. A man by the name of Roman Tatarevich. He was just sleeping on a bench when they struck him over the head with a hammer. July 1st, 2 more people murdered. The night of July 6th, 3 more murders. July 7th, a young boy was murdered. July 12th, this man was murdered. July 14th, another murder. And so on, and so on, and so on. Ukrainian police were sort of investigating these all as just individual murders, not really connected. 12 more murders would occur. Most victims were bludgeoned to death with at least one hammer. There was a pregnant woman. They cut out her baby from her stomach. All of these people were also robbed. Now, the young boy who was killed, he was with another friend who managed to escape. He gave a pretty decent description of what the people looked like. And then a couple more witnesses would come forward and they would give a description as well. On July 23rd, 2007, 3 men were arrested because they were caught trying to pawn off a stolen cell phone from one of the victims that was murdered. The third suspect, by the way, was Alexander Hanza, who was friends with the first 2. Police would uncover some very horrific evidence. You see, these boys wanted to become famous, so they created and filmed some snuff films. They recorded a large amount of their murders. And why did they do it? That's it, just for the fame. No reason, no motive. They actually planned to get rich from the snuff movies they were filming. Jesus Christ. But it was pure entertainment for them. It was fun. Both of these men got life in prison without parole. They couldn't link any murders to him, but he got 9 years for the robberies. Oh my God. There are those who believe that she was truly a victim of the Zodiac Killer. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Donna Lass. Viewer discretion is advised. Donna Ann Lass was born on November 3rd, 1944, and she was born in South Dakota. Donna had aspirations to one day become a nurse. That was sort of like her passion throughout high school. And she finally got her wish. By the late 1960s, she would find herself in South Lake Tahoe, California. And I guess she was working as a nurse at the Sahara Hotel Casino. And that is where she was working on September 6, 1970. She logged an entry in the nurse's logbook at 1:50 a.m., and that was it. That was basically the last known sighting of her. When her family could not get a hold of her, they tried to locate her at her home, but she wasn't there. Her car was there, her purse was in her home, but no one saw her actually get home. Of course, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning at that point, so most people were probably asleep. So just no one really saw her after 1:50 in the morning. So her family will report her missing to police in South Lake Tahoe. They offer a substantial award for any information that helps lead to bringing her home. But unfortunately, they don't get really many tips at all. And then it gets kind of weird. The San Francisco Chronicle, who received many letters and cryptic clues from a person alleging to be the Zodiac Killer, they received a postcard. This was about 6 months after Donna's disappearance. And this is the postcard that was sent. And everything you see here was put on the postcard by whoever sent it. And it says, sought victim number 12. It says, peek through the pines, past Lake Tahoe areas. Then it says here, which is upside down, it says, around in the snow. And then mentioning of a Sierra Club. So there was a lot of speculation that this was the Zodiac trying to claim that Donna Lass was one of his victims. The handwriting found on the opposite side of the card, this here, they was examined by a handwriting expert who determined that this was basically consistent with all other Zodiac notes and letters. And then something else is sent to police. Someone made this reward poster, and it's about Donna Lass, and it has a photo of the composite drawing of the Zodiac. And then you have this extremely cryptic note, and it has been analyzed by many people, especially in recent years when people have begun to decipher the Zodiac's weird clues. And this again appeared to be genuinely from him. And code breakers were able to discern that this was like a very complicated instructions to the location possibly of her body. But it was so convoluted, and this was not very specific, that they don't even know if they deciphered this correctly. Then, a couple of years ago in 2023, a major breakthrough. But first we have to go back to 1986. Near California's Sierra Nevada mountains, along a road, someone had discovered a human skull and no other parts of the body. It was just the skull. That skull would sit in an evidence box for decades, until they were finally able to, with modern technology, extract DNA from that skull. They had DNA from Donna, her sister, had provided DNA about 5 years before this breakthrough happened. And working on a hunch, they were able to confirm that the skull found in 1986 was Donna Lass. So this was found about 45 miles northwest of South Lake Tahoe, where she disappeared from. The Zodiac Killer was known to primarily operate in San Francisco and that general area, but with someone as, let's just face it, as clever as he is or was, and as prolific as he was, there is wide belief that that was not the only area where he killed people. There are many people who believe he had far more victims than what was confirmed. That this was not someone who was afraid to travel, to kill. It's about 3 hours away from South Lake Tahoe, kind of, from what I can tell. So, I mean, it's still within the area that he could have very easily have been Donna Lass's killer. But they have never been able to confirm it. They also cannot confirm how Donna died. They only know that she died, that's it. Without the rest of her body, there was apparently no trauma to the skull itself, meaning no gunshots or broken, parts of the skull to give them any indication of how she actually died. They obviously believe that she was murdered. Zodiac Killer also didn't really leave behind missing people. His victims were all pretty much discovered and found. It doesn't mean he couldn't have done other murders where he never, left the bodies behind. One of the things I have always thought about with him is that I think that this guy, he murdered people in chunks. That he was smart enough to know how police think, how profilers think, the FBI, etc. He would know that serial killers tend to work on a very specific pattern. And that if you break that pattern enough, you're not going to be considered a suspect in, say, another set of murders, because it's so far different than what you've been known to commit. The Zodiac might just be one of these rare people who deliberately broke pattern to throw people off. Maybe he murdered, those people and left their bodies behind, at lovers' lanes or in the cars. And then maybe he murdered other people and then hid their bodies somewhere so that no one would piece it together, Just based off of all of the notes and everything, the letters he sent, the extremely complicated coded messages, the bizarre ciphers, I think the Zodiac was just way more intelligent than anyone could have possibly imagined. I don't know, I think that's why there is still a chance he could have done this to her. And there are other people, other victims that have been linked to him. So, I don't know. The police are no closer to knowing who actually took her and killed her. With this being in 1970, 55 years ago at this point, they may never catch her actual killer. But there is always a chance. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who actually took and killed Donna Lass in 1970. Perhaps that someone is you. It's never too late to come forward. Even if the killer is dead, it's never too late. If you know something, it's time to come forward and say something. So if you have any information on the murder of Donna Lass, probable murder, please call 530-542-6110. Don't fornicate with pigs, okay? Let me say that slower just in case. Don't bang pigs, or you will get your ripped off, and you will die. Anyway, this is another worst unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. This happened in 2014. This man, who is only known by the initials JRN, and he was living in Tapura in Brazil. This man got balls to the wall drunk, and he made a decision. I'm going to go pork that pork. He went up to a sow. He's put on a condom. And he tried to fuck a pig. He tried to a pig. The pig's like, nah man, we're not doing this. So the pig mutilated his genitals. Mutilated them. Ripped them off, I'm assuming. And then the pig also beat the shit out of the guy. Because later, he would have just everything cut, scraped, he was just his body was mutilated. His body, because he died. He actually technically died of a heart attack from everything going on. But he was also very much attacked. They confirmed the man was drunk out of his mind. He was still wearing the condom. And he was only in underwear when his body was found. And he died. I don't know if there's an afterlife, folks. But if there is, I hope he's very much embarrassed wherever he may have landed. Anyway. Who wants bacon? He was the smallest player to ever enter a Major League Baseball game. And 10 years later, he was murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Eddie Goodell. Viewer discretion is advised. Eddie Goodell was born on June 8th, 1925, and he was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. He was one of, I believe, 3 siblings, and Eddie was a little person. As an adult, he stood at 3 feet 7 inches tall. At one point, he was actually a riveter during World War II because he was able to fit inside the crawl spaces of, like, the airplanes. He would also become a professional performer. He worked in, jobs like in the circus and stuff like that. Because unfortunately back then, that's the only type of job that, people like him were able to get. Because people like him were looked down upon. They were seen just solely as, you're just there for entertainment, which is, shitty. But he had to do what he had to do in order to make money. Bill Veeck was the then owner of the team called the St. Louis Browns. Bill Veeck was one who would stage these big publicity events. He was a showman. So at one point, he actually ends up hiring Eddie Goodell. And in order to bring crowds in, they were going to have him, at one point, have an at-bat in an actual Major League Baseball game. The St. Louis Browns at this point were not a good team. They were drawing very small crowds. On August 19th, 1951, Eddie Goodell would be put into a papier-mâché cake. And this was at Sportsman Park in St. Louis. And this was in between a doubleheader, is when they would use Eddie as a prop, basically, to come jumping out of this cake. And then in the next game of the doubleheader, he is pinch hitting for the leadoff hitter. And I believe that player's name was Frank Saucier. They would give Eddie the jersey for the Bat Boy, who I think was the son of the owner. And they took off the number the Bat Boy had and put 1/8 at the back. Jesus. I think just seeing this, I know this was probably normalized at that point in history. But seeing it now is just sort of wow. At any rate, he was more than happy to have an at-bat in a Major League Baseball game. This is the actual photo of Eddie Goodell's at-bat. He was told to take 4 straight pitches, don't swing the bat whatsoever. They told him to crouch down as low as he possibly could to make his strike zone this big, basically. But he ended up disobeying that, and he wanted to try to recreate the batting stance, wanted to mimic Joe DiMaggio's stance. So that's what he did. The pitcher was basically laughing at the situation because he thought this was ridiculous. He threw 4 straight pitches, and all 4 of them were called balls, and Eddie Goodell walked. And it is in the official Major League Baseball records that Eddie Goodell was the shortest person to ever play in a Major League Baseball game. And he had played in one game, no at-bats, because a walk is not considered an at-bat. It's considered a plate appearance, if you didn't know. And then, where is it? It's not even on there. Didn't even have the walk on this one. That was it for his playing career. Eddie would go on to do odd jobs, working more in the entertainment industry. He eventually took to drinking. He grew up being bullied his entire life, being laughed at, being mocked for his height. And he was always ashamed of his height, ashamed of himself. But he also was very angry at people for treating him the way he was treated, understandably. And it created a little bit of an attitude, which, again, I completely understand. On June 18th, 1961, Eddie Goodell would go out to a bowling alley and have a little bit of fun, I guess. He had just turned 36 years old, now back in Chicago, Illinois. I believe this building is where the apartment building was, or maybe this is still the same building, I'm not sure. But his mother would enter his apartment one day and she found Eddie dead in his bedroom. He was bloodied and bruised. It was very obvious that he had been beaten by someone. The coroner would also determine that he actually died of a heart attack, which was the result of the physical assault on his body. They think, they're just guessing, that he was robbed at some point on his way home from the bowling alley, and he was attacked and beaten, and then he managed to get himself home, where he collapsed in his room, basically from the injuries and the trauma to his body, and had a heart attack and died. To be very clear, Eddie Goodell was murdered. Someone killed him. By the way, I blacked out the word because the word they used to use to describe little people back in the day. And people were demanding, like, you need to look into this murder. This is a murder, for God's sakes. Well, here's the thing. Eddie Goodell was known in the area as being kind of a drunk, someone with an attitude, someone who would, scream at people from time to time. And quite honestly, that area, especially the police and everything, looked like they treated him like he was no one. That's when he was alive. And then when he was dead, it's like, oh, well, he's dead. And so because of Eddie Goodell's reputation, the Chicago police, they just didn't investigate his murder. They just didn't. He simply did not care. So evidence basically was never collected. They didn't really interview anyone. They didn't talk to any witnesses. They didn't go to the bowling alley to maybe see, did he get into an argument with someone in the bowling alley and they followed him and robbed and attacked him? No one knows because they didn't investigate. I completely forgot that if a person has a bit of a reputation of being, a drunk or just being kind of like a sore sport, that their murder just isn't worth investigating. And I think it just goes to show kind of how little people back then were treated. He was turned into a spectacle for money. He was treated like shit his entire life because of his height, which he had absolutely no control over. The bullying and the constant mocking and laughing just sort of boiled away. Of course, that's going to turn a person into an angry person who will immediately react when someone does or says something towards him. He wasn't violent. He didn't hurt anyone. He had an attitude and drank. And because of that, his murder went unsolved. Whoever killed Eddie Goodell got away with it. This is 1961. If his killer was, let's just say, earliest maybe 20, 21 years old, they would be about 84, 85 years old or so. So anywhere in that ballpark range. Sure, they could still be alive, but probably not. They were allowed to kill Eddie Goodell, and they were allowed to continue going about their life without anyone ever knowing who they were. A man has been convicted for killing her, but he refuses to say where she is. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Beth Coots. Viewer discretion is advised. Elizabeth Ann Coots, who would go by Beth to everyone, she was born on May 10th, 1970, and at the time this case occurred, she is living in Wisconsin. And she was originally from Poynette in Wisconsin. Elizabeth was the only girl in the family. She did have a few brothers, and she grew up in a very, very close family. And her brothers shared a bond unbreakable. Everyone said that Beth was just the sweetest person you'd ever meet. She was someone who wore her heart on her sleeve. Beth had a knack for helping people and just being motherly in general. Always a free spirit, fun-loving type of person. At some point in the 80s, she meets this man here, Daniel Coots. They hit it off, and eventually by the end of the 80s, they are married. And then they would go on to have 2 children together. They had a boy and a girl. And their names were Jennifer and Jacob. By July of 2000, though, Beth and Daniel, they were going through a separation, or a really rough patch, as Daniel called it. But according to Beth and everyone on Beth's family, it had turned really, really bad. Scary, even. And that's because Daniel was scary. They were living in DeForest, and that's also where Beth worked. But when this case occurred, about a week or so prior, she moves back in with her mom in Poynette, and she brings both kids with her. Beth made a note to tell her mom, if there's ever a point where I get off of work and I'm not home within 30 minutes, you need to call police, because something has happened to me. And unfortunately, that very thing happened. Beth was working at a company called Demco. It's this building here. I believe it was like some plastics company. On July 27th, 2000, she got off work around 3:15. Her employers would confirm she left the building at about 3:15 in her Jeep. But by 3:45 or 4 p.m., Beth still had not come home. And her mother, with that warning that Beth had given her, called police to report her missing. And this is a case where police actually took it seriously from the get-go, just given the history of, Daniel, and the fact that she had told people, if something happens to me, if I don't show up somewhere, you need to call police because something's happened to me. So as they're searching for Beth, they're also looking for Daniel, but he is nowhere to be found, of course. And as the search is going on, at a local hospital called Meriter Hospital, they actually find Beth's Jeep in the parking garage there. They don't know why it was there. But I believe they found a fingerprint on the outside of the driver's side door, which was not Beth's. It would later go on to match Daniel's fingerprint. And then either later that night or early the next morning, they actually end up finding Daniel walking along this highway with no shirt on and no shoes. He tells police, well, yeah, I met with Beth yesterday. We drove out to a secluded location where we had sex in her car. I just left my shirt and my shoes off, and at some point she drops me off, and I couldn't get to my car, and so I just began walking home. And we're talking like 25 miles, by the way. This isn't like a mile down the road. Daniel also didn't seem to give 2 shits about Beth being missing. He had no feelings whatsoever. Now, because he was shirtless when they found him, they saw scratches on his body, very fresh-looking scratches. But he says, I had nothing to do with whatever you think happened to her. It wasn't me. Police found out about the rocky point of this marriage, how Beth was essentially scared of Daniel, how she had moved out with the kids, how bad it had gotten in the house. And to them, that screamed, this is a motive here. They also found out that Beth was starting to see another man, and that man actually comes forward to police before they even knew about him. That man would tell police that Daniel was stalking Beth for quite some time. This man says that Daniel had threatened to hurt himself or take his own life because of everything going on with the marriage. They found out that Beth was terrified of his very controlling nature, and he just could not handle the fact that she left. They would end up arresting Daniel for the stalking charges for stalking Beth, and when they did so, they were able to collect all of his belongings, including a wristwatch. That wristwatch had spots of blood on it, which was not his blood. They would later find out that the blood on his wristwatch was Beth's. In August of 2000, Daniel Coots is arrested and charged with her murder, despite still not finding her. As all of this is going on, the community, family, friends, the police are all out there looking for Beth. I mean, they're all just regular, everyday folks just out there in the water looking for her. Because Daniel's refusing to say where she is, because at this point, he's saying he didn't do anything to her. They have no luck. She is never found. Even without a body, Daniel does go on trial for the murder of Beth, and after a brief trial, he is actually found guilty of murdering her, and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. Here is the really shitty part. At some point after his conviction, all of his appeals have been exhausted. So there's nothing left for him to do. It's just he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life, and there's nothing he can do about it. He ends up admitting to police, because they go to him every few months to say, listen, please tell us where she is. But eventually he actually tells them, okay, I did kill her. It was me. And so they say, okay, Well, now you have nothing left to lose. We know you killed her. You've been convicted of it, but we already knew that. So just tell us where she is. He says no. He says no. His children have written to him saying, please, tell us where our mother is. He ignores them. He won't tell anyone where Beth is, despite admitting that he did it, despite exhausting all of his appeals, and he can literally lose nothing at this point. That's the kind of monster this piece of shit is. And now her children are growing up forever without their mom. They would go with other family members. I know her daughter has since, gotten married, and she's, it's like, my mom wasn't here for my high school graduation, my wedding, and it's just so profoundly sad. But they can be reassured that the person who took her away from the world will never be able to hurt another innocent person ever again. They are just hoping against all hope that one day he has a change of heart and tells them where she is. This is all there is of a murder victim with no name. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Emigrant Gap Jane Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. So this is going to take us to a little area known as Emigrant Gap, which is in Northern California, kind of close to the Nevada border, specifically near the intersection of Interstate 80 and Highway 20. A man named Jim Jimenez and his wife were out walking their dogs one day, and this is in December of 1977. About 30 or so feet off of the highway, they see a person, and they don't know if it's a mannequin or not, but as they get closer, they realize this is a woman, and this person is dead, and she was completely nude. The couple contacts the authorities arrive, and they take the remains back to the coroner. This was one of the first renderings of her they did. They believe she was between the age of 25 and 35. She was 5 feet 8 inches tall and 145 pounds at the time of her discovery. She had short, dark brown hair, possibly black hair, and she had brown eyes. This is another rendering they did, a little bit more detailed, obviously. Her upper front 4 teeth were actually partials, a partial denture. She had both of her ears pierced, and she had orange nail polish on her toes. Police would search the area where she was found, and they found nothing else. The coroner determined that she had blunt force trauma to her head, but ultimately her cause of death was manual strangulation. Someone strangled her with their bare hands. She had been dead 2 to 6 days prior to the day of her discovery, which was specifically on December 17th, 1977 at about 4 p.m. When the body was discovered and the public was made aware of the body, there would be witnesses who would come forward to state that they think they saw someone literally disposing of her body. And when they went to police to tell them this, it turns out that these people saw the body dump literally just a couple of hours before the couple found her. It was 2 white men in a Toyota Celica. They saw the passenger get out of the vehicle and try to drag something large out of the back seat. And it sounds like police basically believe this account. But who those 2 men were, they don't know. They've never been identified. Police did collect her fingerprints at the time of the discovery, and they have continued to put those fingerprints in the system, but they've never gotten a match. I'm not 100% sure if they've done DNA testing. I have to imagine at some point they have, or hopefully plan to, but I don't know for sure. I don't see any mention of the DNA yet. Other aspects that they have shared with the public is that it appeared that she had gone through some recent weight loss based on stretch marks on her body. She had heavily calloused feet, indicating she did a lot of walking. And they believe, based on evidence, that she may have been a sex worker, but they cannot confirm that. The Emigrant Gap Jane Doe has no name. She is buried in a pauper's grave with no name. This was a human being. This was a person, a woman. And at the very least, she deserves her name back. And at best, she deserves that name and also justice because she was murdered. Obviously, with this being over 40 years ago, her killer could still very much be out there. And her family also should still be out there. And the hope is that someone recognizes these images and says, oh my God, I think that might be so-and-so. My sister, my niece, my aunt, my mom, someone. Someone somewhere out there has to know who she is. And someone somewhere out there has to know who killed her. And that might be two totally different people. If you have any information on her identity or who may have killed her, please contact 530-889-7800. Fireworks would cause one of the most brutal freak accidents I've talked about. Hello, true crimeers. This is another Worst Freak Accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story takes us to Benton, Tennessee, and specifically at Webb's Bait Farm. Now, authorities had heard about there being illegal fireworks being sold somewhere out of Benton, but they didn't know where. At 9:15 a.m. on May 27, 1983, they would find out. A massive, massive explosion rocked through this entire community. There was one main explosion followed by several smaller explosions that sounded more like shotgun blasts. The first explosion to people sounded like a bomb had been dropped. When it was all said and done, the Webb's Bait Farm was leveled. This is because in one of their metal dairy factories, they, the owners of Webb's Bait Farm, were illegally manufacturing M80 firecrackers and M100 firecrackers. The barn that this was occurring in when the explosion happened was no longer in existence. The entire thing was wiped off the face of the earth. Literally nothing was left standing after this explosion. There was debris everywhere. The house that was on the property, it was also destroyed. Neighbors down the road, their windows were all shattered out. People heard the explosion from 15 miles away. There were trees that were leveled within 200 to 300 yards of the explosion. Vehicles within a couple hundred yards of the explosion were damaged or completely destroyed. There was one person who was sort of nearby the property when the explosion happened, and this man was literally launched 70 yards away when the explosion occurred. That's how bad the shockwave was. People felt the shockwave from all over. They were finding debris within 500 yards of the explosion. But what makes this worse is in the building at the time were 11 workers. When the explosion occurred, all 11 of them were killed instantly. They found their body parts just within 200 to 300 yards of the initial explosion. Several of the men had had their heads blown off. Their heads were found far away. Legs, arms, torsos just found scattered. There was a mushroom cloud over this entire area for hours that people could see from 20 miles away. This was pure and utter destruction and chaos, and it was gruesome. The owner of the farm, Dan Webb, wasn't there that day. He was in New York. He would be charged with 11 counts of manslaughter and charges of illegally possessing and manufacturing fireworks. In 1984, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison on manslaughter charges. What caused the explosion? No training and incredibly poor upkeep. They certainly weren't in the wrong place at the wrong time because it was their home. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Frank and Virginia Kiff. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the village of Bath, which is located in New York, and it took place in 1980. Frank and Virginia Kiff had been living in Bath for about 40 years or so. They had multiple children together who were all obviously at this point, grown. Frank used to own an auto dealership and he had been retired at the point this case occurred. Virginia was a retired school teacher, and actually a couple of her kids would end up following in her footsteps and becoming teachers themselves. And this is the home that Frank and Virginia lived in back in 1980. Everyone in the village of Bath knew this couple. They were very prominent, they were very well known, they were highly respected people, considered to be some of the nicest human beings you would ever meet, who were enjoying the last years of their life, if you will. And they were going to spend the rest of their lives together. Frank was 79 years old and Virginia was 74 when this occurred. At 9:30 a.m. on January 22nd, 1980, one of their children would come to their house looking for them, and they found them inside the house. They found their parents both bludgeoned to death. Virginia was found in their sitting room, and Frank was found in a pantry, both in pools of their own blood. There was forced entry in the home. There was a door in their kitchen, and there was glass on the inside of the house. And so that's how the person entered. There were indications that the couple was robbed, but there were also things left behind that were not taken that likely should have been. Virginia still had on a very large diamond ring. Virginia's purse clearly was rummaged through, and Frank had a wallet that was still found on him, but there was no money inside. It appeared that this robbery had probably been interrupted halfway through, and that's why there were still a lot of valuables found in the scene. It's believed that the couple surprised the robbers as they were robbing the home. Frank and Virginia had been playing a game of bridge right down the road, like literally a minute drive from their house. They left their home sometime around 11:20 or so. They got home within a minute, and at that point is when they believed that they entered the house and found someone in there trying to steal from them, surprised them, and so this person ended up killing them. It doesn't sound like the murder weapon was found, but they were both clearly beaten to death with something they think maybe like a tire iron. Later that same day, a kid, I think he's 18 years old at the time, Edward Ames, was arrested for a completely unrelated burglary charge. And he was arrested with a friend of his named Harry Barnes. And because this burglary happened somewhere in the vicinity of Bath, the police were like, let's maybe see if they know something about what happened. And it sounds like Edward Ames essentially started talking. He would implicate 4 total people, which included himself, that he was in the getaway car when the Kiffs were killed. Edward thinks that Harry Barnes was supposed to be in the house, but it sounds like he would later say, Harry would say that he was actually in the backyard as like a lookout. The person in the house was this guy here, Robert Shendrick. And it sounds like Edward implicates Robert as the actual killer. The 4th individual is Robert Shendrick's sister, Wanda. Wanda was a 25-year-old divorced mother of 3 kids. She was the oldest of the 4 suspects. Edward said that she was the getaway driver. So Robert and Wanda Shendrick and Harry Barnes are arrested. By the time the police get these names from Edward, these 2 men, Robert and Harry, were actually in jail themselves at that point for other unrelated burglaries. This was a thing they did. But because of Edward Ames and everything he told police, those 3 individuals would be indicted and charged with the robbery and the double homicide. Edward Ames, police believed genuinely that he was the least culpable of the 4 individuals who took place in this. And Edward was actually never once indicted or charged in connection to this case. He would end up becoming the star witness, the key witness to all of this. He would also end up being convicted of another robbery and sentenced to a brief time in jail. And then Harry Barnes escapes. He escapes custody. And he is on the run for several months before he is eventually captured in Canada and brought back to New York. Wanda Shendrick goes on trial first. And what comes to be is that basically all 4 of these people were hanging out that night, and I think it was Robert who knew about Mr. Kiff and that he used to own an auto dealership. And so the plan was apparently to go to his home to rob them. I'm not sure why they would go at night if they were expecting them to not be there, because typically people are going to be at home at night and not, not so much during the day. But that's what they did. They ended up going to their house. And again, I don't know that when Robert entered the home, when he broke into it, if he realized they were home or not. I'm guessing they didn't see the car out in the driveway, and so maybe that's why he, entered the home. He wasn't expecting them to come home just a few moments later, though. All of the testimony and the evidence basically shows that it was just Robert in the house. That the other individuals, Wanda and Harry, were both outside, but were lookouts, and they knew what was going on. They knew what was going to happen. So Wanda is the first to go on trial, and she is found guilty in connection to this case. She ends up getting sentenced to 2 concurrent 15-year sentences. Robert Shendrick then goes on trial second. His defense team was trying to say that, it was someone completely different. None of us had anything to do with this. You got the wrong person. The killer is still out there. But, some of the stolen items recovered and the damning testimony and the fact that, Edward knew very specific details about this case that no one else should have known about unless they were involved would strongly implicate that these were the right people. Harry Barnes would say that when he was in the backyard, he witnessed the couple come home, and he saw the silhouette of Robert taking something which would later be determined to actually be a tire iron, and he can see the silhouette of him beating this couple and then running from the home. And then they all jumped into the getaway car and took off. Robert Shedrick is then found guilty of the murders and the robberies, and he is actually sentenced to 2 consecutive 25-year sentences. 25 years to life. Harry Barnes is the last of them to go on trial. Again, in pretty much the same testimony, he too is found guilty. He is also sentenced to 2 consecutive 25 years to life. The only thing this lovely couple was guilty of was coming home. They still had a lot of time left in their lives, and they were going to spend that time together. But 3 evil pieces of garbage took that away, and thankfully they were able to get justice. Frankenstein! That's how it's pronounced in Finland. No, it isn't. Hey, so listen, I watched Frankenstein, which is now available on Netflix. It is a Guillermo del Toro movie. And spoiler alert, it's about Frankenstein. Sorry to ruin it for you. Excuse me, noob. Frankenstein was the name of the creator, not the monster. Yeah, we know, Janice. Mr. Frankenstein is played by Oscar Isaac, and the creature himself is played by Jacob Elordi, who I know you're going to yell at me. I really don't know much about at all. But I will say, he is basically unrecognizable in this role, and that's all makeup. That's not CGI or, God forbid, AI. Guillermo del Toro fucking hates AI. But yeah, no, he's quite good as the creature in this movie. It also has Mia Goth, who I definitely loved as Pearl in that horror trilogy. Christoph Waltz is also in it, kind of briefly. Oscar winner, 2-time Oscar winner. But to me, the real star of this show is Guillermo del Toro himself. I have absolutely loved del Toro ever since, of course, Pan's Labyrinth. That movie is fucking brilliant and gorgeous and everything. One of the best. What I love about Guillermo del Toro is he doesn't fuck around much, okay? If he can't film on location at a certain set that's already there, he fucking has people build the sets. He avoids as much CGI as he possibly can. If he has creatures, he wants them to be in makeup and actually the actual actor playing the creature. He built the laboratory that's all, happens in. That's a whole built set. That's not green screen or anything, it's real. Just visually, of course, with Guillermo del Toro movies, this movie is just so stunning. It is beautiful. The set design, the production value is out of this frickin' world. And Guillermo del Toro did not disappoint, my friends. What I love about his movies, and especially like with this movie here, Frankenstein, is that he really feels like an old school, old Hollywood type filmmaker. Everything feels real. It's big, it's colorful, it's vibrant, and it's real. And he weaves these like haunting stories throughout this gorgeous appearance of a movie. And in this case, he humanizes the creature a lot. And it's a really kind of a touching story. I feel like he breathes new life into this story, pun intended, I guess. But it's dark. It's very atmospheric, which wouldn't be a Guillermo del Toro movie if it wasn't atmospheric. It's haunting, it's chilling, it's at times sweet. Is this my favorite Guillermo del Toro movie? No, that will always be Pan's Labyrinth. Nothing will ever change that for me. But I didn't really know going into this how much I was going to like it, just because the Frankenstein thing has been done so many goddamn times. You're like, what else can we do? Well, we can Del Toro it up, is what we can do. And if anything, the movie is just a visual spectacle. I fully expect this to probably get a lot of Oscar nominations in the visual and audio departments. I could see it squeaking in with the Best Picture nomination. I wouldn't know if I would say that this is like the best movie of the year, but I don't know. I thought it was really entertaining. It's a 2.5 hour movie, and it only felt like it was a little less than 2 hours, which is always a sign of a good movie when it feels shorter than it actually is. The cast is fantastic, just really, really good performances. And to me, the star of the whole thing really is Jacob Elordi. He really is mesmerizing in this role. But yeah, like I said, it's now available to stream on Netflix. If you got Netflix, you can watch it that way. So, I liked it. Is this the best movie I've ever seen? Absolutely not. But I liked it. It's very entertaining. Did you know that the Scream movies were inspired by a real serial killer? Well, you will now. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Danny Rolling, also known as the Gainesville Ripper. Viewer discretion is advised. Daniel Rolling here was born in 1954 in Shreveport, Louisiana. As per the usual with most serial killers, he grew up in a troubled home. His father was actually a cop who said that, Danny, you weren't loved and we didn't want you. It's always good parenting. And by 1990, he actually tried to kill his dad. Family of the Year. By 1990, he had moved to, you guessed it, Florida. Gainesville, to be specific, hence the Gainesville Ripper name. On the morning of August 24th, 1990, he would break into the home of two college students, Sonia Larson and Christina Powell. He stood over Christina's sleeping body and just watched her for a while before heading upstairs. Now, the intent was to burglarize the home, because this was during a spree of burglaries that he was committing. He found Sonia Larson upstairs, and he stabbed her to death. No real reason, just did it. He then went back downstairs, woke up Christina, tied her up, sexually assaulted her, forced her to lay face down, and then stabbed her multiple times in the back, killing her as well. The next day, August 25th, he then breaks into the apartment of Christina Hoyt. Now, she wasn't home, so he hid in the apartment and waited for her to come home. That's not remotely terrifying. She walked in sometime after 11 o'clock that morning. He then snuck up behind her, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, sexually assaulted her, forced her to lay on her stomach while he stabbed her in the back repeatedly. He managed to actually puncture her heart. Now, Danny had left the apartment. He then thought, oh, did I leave my wallet there? So he went back. He then decided to decapitate Krista Hoyt. And then he posed her severed head to look at her dead body. Jesus. August 27th, he's not done. He breaks into the apartment of Tracy Powless and Manuel Taboada. And Danny struggled with Manuel, but he managed to kill Manuel anyway. He then did the same thing to Tracy that he did to the other girls. This became national news. Louisiana detectives, they contacted Gainesville detectives and said, your cases sound a lot like our unsolved triple homicide. That happened on November 4th, 1989. The murders of William, Julie, and Sean Grissom. Shreveport had vaguely considered Danny Rolling a suspect, and they found out he was in Gainesville. In November 91, he was charged with 8 murders. In 94, he was convicted and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2006. Womp womp. Between 1990 and 1996, 13 elderly women are killed inside their homes in Richmond, Virginia. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Golden Years murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Richmond, Virginia, starting in 1990. I'm going to go through the names first. I have photos for about 8 of them. I could not find photos for the rest. July 1st, 1990, the body of 89-year-old Mabel Venable is found inside of her home. October 2nd, 1990, 80-year-old Eva Jones is found murdered inside of her home. October 3rd, 1990, 61-year-old Mary Coffey found murdered inside of her home. May 6, 1991, 61-year-old Robinette Mickleberry is found killed inside of her home. December 17th, 1991, 85-year-old Pearl Gash, murdered. May 21st, 1992, 81-year-old Martha Bolden, found murdered in her home. August 16th, 1994, 59-year-old Phyllis G. Harris, murdered in her home. September 14th, 1994, 82-year-old Inez Childress, found murdered. January 1st, 1996, 75-year-old Lucille Boyd. February 2nd, 1996, 77-year-old Gertrude Gardner, murdered. March 28th, 1996, 84-year-old Mamie Verlander. April 23rd, 1996, 69-year-old Elizabeth Betty Siebert. April 24th, 1996, 55-year-old Jane E. Foster. She would be the last victim in all of this. 8 of the 13 victims are over the age of 70. The first 6 victims in this were all black women. and all of them were stabbed to death. The next 7 victims were all white women, and all of them were strangled to death. In some cases, the perpetrator entered the home by force. In other cases, they did not. The community would obviously be on edge, especially, people who have elderly parents who might be living on their own, especially maybe their single mothers, because all of these women also lived alone. And when this all started happening, I was reading that there was a high increase in gun sales for obvious reasons. But for a long time, police weren't exactly saying that all 13 of these killings were connected. Because obviously you have the first section of killings where all black women, all stabbed, and then it's followed by 7 white women, all strangled. That seems like 2 different MOs. However, there was enough information, apparently, to suggest that all 13 of these victims could likely have been committed by the same person. That at some point they decided to switch it up to throw off the scent. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And so they would end up setting up a task force, which they called Operation Golden Years. And this task force would consist of several different detectives who worked tirelessly on this case. They actually set up a phone tip line. I was watching an old news clip of it, where people would just constantly call in with any information they have. This would lead to hundreds, if not thousands, of tips that they had to go through all of them. The police at one point were also accused of doing more for finding out the killer for the white women and not so much the black women. They would obviously dispel these rumors and accusations, saying that they were diligently looking into all of these cases. This also happened in a year where crime in Richmond, Virginia had been at an all-time high, especially the murder rate. Initially, it wasn't 13 victims. Initially, they think that there might have been somewhere between 15 to 20 victims. But they were able to rule out some of them when they actually caught the killer to a few of those women who were initially lumped in with the Golden Years case. And on this list, you see 14 names. That's because Carolyn Cook here was considered one of the victims, but eventually it was actually determined to be a teenage girl who killed her. But they did not find any connection between that murderer and the rest of these women. It wouldn't be until the year 2000 when police say they had a potential suspect. A 51-year-old man, he was 51 in 2000, named Leslie Burkhart. Leslie was an unhoused vagrant who spent most of his life on the streets. He was also a schizophrenic. He was actually arrested in July of 1996 for burglaries, but then he would end up confessing to murdering at least 3 homeless men. Coincidentally, since he was arrested in July of 1996, there were no more Golden Years murders committed. So he confesses to killing 3 homeless people. He's sentenced to life in prison for those murders. 3 years after he is convicted for those, he ends up going to police and confessing to a few of the Golden Years murders. He said he killed Jane Foster, Elizabeth Betty Siebert, Mamie Verlander, and Lucille Boyd. According to police, he actually gave them details about their murders that no one else should have known about, that they never released to the public. However, they never found any physical evidence connecting him to any of the Golden Years murders. Therefore, he was never indicted or charged or anything for any of those killings. About towards the end of 2001, beginning of 2002, he actually ends up recanting all of his confessions to the 4 Golden Years killings. And in 2002, he died. There were a lot of people there in Richmond who believed that he was the person responsible for doing this. There are also a lot of people who believe he had nothing to do with it. That taking the word of someone who has been living on the streets, who has not been treated for anything despite being schizophrenic, it's kind of hard to take his word for that. But he is also a murderer. He did kill 3 people. So he is capable of doing it. But to do this, like this Golden Years thing, to target especially primarily elderly women, and to stick to a certain type of killing for one chunk, and then another specific type of killing for the other chunk, that does speak a lot to the actual killer's state of mind and their mental capabilities. That someone like him, with the issues that he had, was not going to be capable of that kind of specific planning. Like, there was intent with this. This person was targeting specifically elderly women, and it was specifically targeting black women first and then white women. Not to say that he wasn't 100% capable of doing it. It just would take a lot of thinking and planning to pull that off, and he may not have been capable of doing that. And so it's still debated whether or not he did this or not. But the fact of the matter is, here in 2025, no one has ever been arrested for the murders of these 13 women. Many people still believing that Leslie Burkhart was responsible, but most don't. But this is 13 families that lost their loved one forever, brutally. This was a few decades ago, but their killer might still be out there. And perhaps someone knows something. Perhaps that someone is you. You can always report your information anonymously. If you have any information on any of the Golden Years murders, please call 804-646-0400. This man was arrested and charged with her murder, but now he is free. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Hailey Dunn. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Colorado City, which is located right there in Texas. Hailey Darlene Dunn was born on August 28th, 1997. At the time this case occurred, she had a 16-year-old brother named David. Her mother and her father weren't together anymore. Her mom was actually dating this man there. His name is Sean Atkins. Hailey was described as a very vibrant young girl. She had a lot of personality. Her friends would say, in the most endearing way, she was crazy. She always knew how to make her friends laugh. She would come up with the most random but funniest things ever. She was just a really good kid. She was also a cheerleader. She was active in sports at her school. She was still in middle school at that time. She was in the 8th grade. But then one day, Hailey vanished. This is the home in Colorado City, Texas that Hailey lived in with her mom. This home, from what I understand, has since been demolished. Hailey was last seen leaving her home on December 27th, 2010. She was supposed to be going to a friend's house that day, but she never made it. And once she didn't come home that night, by the following morning, her mom reports her missing. Her mom becomes very active on the news, trying to put out any information to help bring her daughter home. Her father is also out there actively trying to find his daughter. The community, her friends and family, classmates are all out there trying to find her. The searches are thorough. They are looking everywhere, but they could not find her. There was no sign of her, no traces. No one had seen her. No one had heard from her. Hailey was gone. The last person to have seen Hailey was this man here, Sean Atkins, who was the boyfriend to Hailey's mom. So it's just kind of natural that you're going to investigate him first and foremost because he was the last person to see her. But he denied having anything to do with whatever may have happened to her. And there really wasn't anything else police could do. They didn't know where Hailey was. That is until March of 2013. Skeletal remains were found at Lake J.B. Thomas. There was initial belief that this may have been Hailey's body, but they weren't sure right away because obviously it's just skeletal remains. Police were also combing through the area looking for any other evidence because the skeletal remains they found clearly died by homicide. They had blunt force trauma to their skull. The body would soon be formally identified. This was the remains of 13-year-old Hailey Dunn. She had been murdered. They don't know what she was struck with, but something bashed her in the back of her head. One of the biggest issues from the get-go was that when she was reported missing, police did a cursory search of the home, but they didn't really do any kind of forensic testing throughout the house, meaning like they weren't really spraying and looking for any traces of blood. And now her body is found a little more than 2 years later, and it's like there really isn't any evidence to find at the house. But at that point, police would circle back to Sean Atkins, and he provided his DNA sample. And I don't really know what exactly they found from that, but shortly after he provided a DNA sample, he was formally arrested. Police believe at that point that Sean Atkins had killed her and tampered with her corpse. And then a grand jury indicted him officially in 2022. As he is awaiting trial, there is new evidence found, and so the trial is actually pushed back to April of 2023. And then about a month after that, Hailey's family is notified that Sean Atkins is being released. The charges are dropped. And this is without prejudice, which means that he could be charged again. The reason? Lack of evidence. There really is, apparently, allegedly, no major physical evidence, forensic evidence tying him directly to Hailey's murder. His defense did bring up unfortunately, some good points, that the police weren't handling this correctly from the get-go, meaning they didn't forensically analyze the home to see if there were any signs of a struggle or blood. They also stated there is some very particular cell phone data in terms of like time frames that would only have given him a window of time of about 2.5 or so hours to have committed this murder, clean up the crime scene, and hide her body, which is doable, but it's just it's a very small window of time. But as we know, you have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this person is the murderer. We can't just guess and say, well, he was the last one to see her, so it must have been him. Call it a day. It could be him. Absolutely, of course. But there's also a chance that it couldn't be. They just need that evidence to show that it was definitely him. And so while I totally understand the frustration from the family's perspective, because I would be frustrated too, because it does sound like police truly believe he is the one. It does sound like the family, most of them believe that he is the one, but they just need that crucial evidence. And there might be someone out there with that crucial evidence or knows how to lead police to that evidence. There may have been confessions or something. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Hailey Dunn. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Hailey Dunn, you were asked to call 1-800-252-8477. There is a monetary reward for information that helps lead to the capture of her killer. So if you know something, please do the right thing and come forward and say something. This guy went around shooting black people and nobody knows why or who he is. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Harbor City serial killings. Viewer discretion is advised. Harbor City is located right here in California. It's just basically outside of Anaheim. Unfortunately, I don't have any photos of any of the 4 victims in this case. I could really only find a few newspaper clippings about it. But on January 31st, 1993, here in front of this address, a man was shot. That was 32-year-old Howard L. Campbell. He was killed. There did not appear to be any witnesses to the shooting, however. On February 14th, 1993, also in front of this house, or just by this house, a 35-year-old named Michael Kevin Meador was also shot and killed. He was just standing outside when someone shot him. On April 15th, 1993, just a block or two away from where those first 2 shootings occurred, a 26-year-old man named Joseph Alexander Maxwell was shot and killed outside of this building. From what it sounds like, they were able to discern that this victim had been approaching the suspect's vehicle, which they now know to be a Jeep. And at some point, as the victim was approaching this vehicle, someone just pulled a gun out from the vehicle and shot at him, killing him. Then finally, in the 1100 block of West 253rd Street, also within a block or so of all of the other shootings, 38-year-old man was walking down the street when all of a sudden a Jeep starts to follow him down the street. He said that he looked back at the person in the Jeep, they looked back at him, and initially this victim thought that this was maybe the police just harassing him. Wasn't out of the norm. So then he kind of slows down and he begins to walk now behind the Jeep, trying to let the Jeep just drive by. As he was doing that, the driver of the Jeep begins to pull up next to him, or he waits for the guy to pass by. He puts a gun out of the window and he fires several times at this guy. The man collapses to the ground and he can just see the person driving the Jeep just very casually drove away. Didn't speed away, nothing. There's actually an article that states that the Jeep might have even passed a cop car who was driving down that road at the time, but the Jeep was so nonchalant that no one realized that this was a killer. Now, thankfully, this 4th victim survived. He was shot multiple times, but he lived. All 3 of the murdered victims and the attempted murder victim were all black men. So, of course, there was this notion that this could have been a hate crime, that this was a targeted hate crime, that this person went to a predominantly black area and just started shooting whoever he saw. Eventually, the police were able to connect all 4 of these cases together, and they knew they were connected and they were the same person doing it. The first victim had done time for drug possession. The next 2 victims really didn't have any kind of drug-related criminal history. But the 4th victim, who did survive, had a previous arrest and had done some time for drugs. He said he was not selling drugs that night. That's not what he was doing there. People in the neighborhood said that a lot of times white people would come to this neighborhood to purchase drugs. And so it kind of went from, this may not be necessarily a hate crime, this may be some sort of drug-related retaliation. Maybe this killer was ripped off by one of them. According to other witnesses, there were actually other drug dealers in the neighborhood during all of these shootings that were visibly on the street. They were Latino men that were seen on the street, but they weren't shot or targeted. Which then kind of brought people back to, okay, this may have just been a hate crime, specifically targeting black men only. The thing is that they don't know. They have no idea what this guy's motive actually is, because they have no idea who he is. The surviving victim was able to eventually work with police to come up with composite drawings of the man. He was driving a red Jeep with a white top. They said he was between the ages of 25 and 35. He was a white male with red hair, and he wore glasses or sunglasses. The killer never said a single word to the surviving victim, so he didn't even hear his voice. And that's really all there is. Nobody knows who this man is. He murdered 3 people in cold blood, and he tried to murder a 4th one. Who knows? He may have tried more, and maybe he's killed more, maybe in different neighborhoods, and maybe they just weren't pieced together. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is this guy is a killer. He has murdered people, and he needs to be off the streets if he isn't already. Somebody somewhere out there might know who this man is, and perhaps that person is you. If you have any information on who the Harbor City serial killer is, please call 310-726-7700. It was a gory murder that created 6 coffins, and it has been unsolved for over 100 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is another global cold case, and it is the case of the Hinterkaifek Murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Hinterkaifek farm was located approximately 43 miles north of Munich, Germany, or 70 kilometers north. The farm itself was built in 1863, and it was owned by the Gruber family. Eventually, the farm was passed down to Andreas Gruber. It was April 4th, 1922. A neighbor to the Gruber family had gone to the Hinterkaifek farm. The neighbor was Lorenz Schlittenbauer. He had gone there with some other people to see if he could find out where on earth the Gruber family is, because the 5 members of the Gruber family and their housemaid had not been seen in days. One of the kids wasn't in school, the family didn't go to church, so finally out of concern they went to go check on him. And what they found was a nightmare. Probably can't show this too much, but when they walked into one of the barns, they found multiple bodies. Andreas Gruber, his wife Cecilia, his daughter Victoria, and 7-year-old Cecilia Gabriel. In the house itself, they found the body of the housemaid Maria Baumgartner, and in the baby's room, they found the body of 2-year-old Joseph. It appeared they had all been killed with some kind of axe or pickaxe. The crime scenes were brutal, bloody, gory. There were no witnesses, and there was virtually no evidence left behind. Again, this is 1922. Obviously, they didn't have the stuff we have now. They apparently never collected any fingerprints. I do also want to note that less than a year after the 6 murders, the entire property was basically flattened. It was destroyed. And along with it, any potential evidence. But initially, police thought, okay, this was probably a robbery gone wrong. Except there was money found in the home, there were valuables found in the home. It was also revealed later that the crime scene had been just tampered with and trampled on by investigators. The man who initially found the bodies had actually moved them a little bit, probably to see if they were alive or not. There was evidence that someone may have actually been living in the house after the murders. They believe the murders happened on March 31st, 1922, about 4 days before they were found. But there were signs that people were recently cooking in there. Was that their killer? More than likely. Other family had gone to the house to check on them before they were found, but they found no signs of, anything. And when they knocked on the doors, no one answered. They just assumed, okay, I'm not going to bother them. Those people had no idea that there were already 6 bodies in the house. In a kind of creepy twist, the investigators would hear from people that Andreas Gruber reported something very strange. He noted that there were footsteps in the snow leading from the woods to his house, to the farm, but there were not footsteps leading away from the house. Andreas did tell other family members, but he never reported this to police. And then a week later, the family was found murdered. There were reports that they got that there was a previous maid who basically ended up quitting because she thought there were ghosts on the property, because there were sounds and footsteps coming from the attic. And other people reported also hearing what sounded like footsteps coming from the attic. And one day Andreas went in there to check, but he didn't find anyone in there. Is it possible that there was someone living in the attic of this property and one day decided to kill the entire family? Maybe. Investigators would recount that back in 1914, Andreas Gruber was sentenced to a year in jail for incest that he performed with his daughter Victoria. Victoria got a month in prison for it. That same year, Victoria's husband reportedly died in World War I, but his body was never found. There are some that had thought that possibly Andreas was actually the father and the grandfather of Victoria's 2 children, 7-year-old Cecilia Gabriel and 2-year-old Joseph. Rumors circulated that Victoria's husband, who supposedly died in the war, Gabriel Carl, they never found his body. So there were rumors that said that he actually didn't die in the war, that he came back home and he found out about this incestuous relationship. He flipped his lid and killed everyone because of it. Then there were rumors of, remember him, the neighbor, Lorenz Schlittenbauer? Well, there were rumors that he was potentially having an affair with Victoria. Maybe he was the father of the 2 children. Maybe he found out about the incestuous relationship and flipped his lid. He did move the bodies at the crime scene. However, investigators never found any concrete evidence that he had anything to do with the murders. Meanwhile, 6 people are laid to rest, and to this very day, over 100 years later, nobody knows who killed them. Nobody knows why. The Hinterkaifek murders have basically gone down as true crime legend, if you will. It's just one of those stories that has always just kind of captivated people. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's actually very little known about the murders, really. So it kind of is just sort of like this creepy, almost like ghost story type thing. Who came into that farm and wiped out 6 people with an axe? And how did they get away with it? They officially closed the case in 1955. However, there were some investigators who were still looking into it by 1986, so somebody walked onto the Hinterkaifek farm and killed 6 people. The question will always remain, who? I didn't mean to kill her, but he still did. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Holly Carbaugh. Viewer discretion is advised. Holly Francine Carbaugh was born on December 14th, 1961, and she was living in Pennsylvania at the time this case occurred. She was living here in this home with her stepfather, and that also included living with her 3 brothers and also her 3 stepbrothers. Sadly, Holly's mom passed away from an illness about a month before this case occurred. 17-year-old Holly was just a really quiet girl. She really kept to herself. She never liked to draw any attention to herself. And for the most part, she was still a really happy kid despite losing her mom about a month prior. She remained pretty stoic about it, and she helped take care of her 6 siblings. She would cook for them. She loved helping. Holly was just a nice kid, and she got solid grades at school. She was in high school, and she was also a part of the honor roll. Holly was last seen leaving her home on November 2nd, 1979 at approximately 8:15 p.m. You may not be able to see this when it's posted, but right up here is her home, and she was going to be walking to a nearby supermarket to get items for sandwiches to make for her stepdad and her brothers. Her stepdad was working an overnight shift that night. She would have walked down Granger Street, but she never got to the store. She never got home, and she would soon be reported missing. She disappeared on a Friday, and the following Tuesday, she was found. Holly's body was found in a cornfield, like a really small, tiny patch of corn. It appeared she was partially unclothed, but her clothing was still on her. It looked like someone had tried to take her clothes off or maybe put them back on, but just left them the way they were. Holly had severe blunt force trauma to her head, and ultimately that is what killed her. The money she had on her to go buy the stuff to make sandwiches was also missing. There was no evidence that she was sexually assaulted at all, and there was no indication that she was killed elsewhere and then just dumped in this field. It did appear that she was likely killed in the spot where she was found. It was just really well hidden at the time, and so it's possible people just missed it. For the first couple of days into the investigation, they really had nothing. They didn't really have any suspects. They didn't have any real tangible evidence. But they would also start going door to door, in particular in this neighborhood. So again, this is up top where she left her home, and then right down here where it says B is the field she was found. So they were really talking to people within this area. And that's when they found out about this man here in the middle, George Allen Bain. Through interviewing people as they were going door to door, they spoke to George Bain's girlfriend. She told police that they had a big argument that night and he left the house. When police wanted to see where he was at this time now, he was actually already in jail. He had just been put there for a completely unrelated crime. I think it was a parole violation. But he was out and about, they can confirm this, on the night that Holly would have been killed. So they sit him down, they talk to him, and he at first says, I had nothing to do with it. But then eventually, he confesses. He wasn't pressured to confess. And also based on other witnesses who saw certain things that night, the proximity of where George was last seen and where Holly would have been walking and where she was found, it all lined up. And so he is arrested after he confesses. He is charged with murder and he is set to go to trial in 1980. At the trial, they play his very damning confession that they recorded on audio. George says he didn't mean to kill her. I just wanted her money, he said. He gave them a detailed account of his day on November 2nd. He eventually gets into an argument around 7:30 p.m. He then leaves the home, and sometime around 8:15 to 8:20 p.m., he says he sees Holly and she's carrying her purse. So he then basically kidnaps her and takes her to this little cornfield area. He tells her, my name is George Long and I just want your money. The police said, well, why did you bother giving her a false name? He said, well, I didn't want her to know who I was because I wasn't planning to kill her. He then demands, give me all the money you have. Holly, according to him, Holly refused. They got into a struggle, and eventually he ends up punching Holly several times in her head. And he knocks her to the ground, where he says that he can hear her gasping for air. He then steals $67 from her purse. He drags her into a more dense area of the cornfield where he says he started to pull her clothing off. They asked him, well, why did you do that? Did you rape her? And he said, no, I wasn't definitely not planning to do that at all. He said that there was a rape that had happened that was in the news, and he said, if I made it look like she was raped, you would probably think it was the same person who was doing the other ones. They asked him, was Holly alive when you left that area of the cornfield? And he said, she was, but she was grasping for air, and he did nothing. He was basically drunk. Now, police did not have any evidence to show that this was any kind of premeditated murder. Holly didn't know him. He didn't know Holly. They can confirm that she was not sexually assaulted. They can confirm that the money, in fact, was stolen from her purse. And so they did conclude that this was likely some type of second-degree murder. A murder that happened during the commission of another crime, a robbery. He harmed her so severely that it caused her to lose her life. George Bain was found guilty of second-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Whether intentional or not, he still abducted a 17-year-old girl, dragged her to a cornfield where he robbed her and then punched her. He is a monster. He could have gotten her help, but he didn't. He probably wouldn't be serving life without parole if he had gotten her help and she got to live. But he didn't do that. This sweet, innocent, quiet girl who was such a huge help helping her stepfather with all of the kids lost her life for $67. That is what her life was worth to George Bain. and he is now where he deserves to be, rotting in prison where he will die. And Holly got the justice she rightfully deserved. This video pisses me off so much. So this happened at an apartment complex in Kentwood, Michigan, just a couple of weeks ago on October 16th, 2025. Fire and rescue were called because a massive fire has broken out on a second floor apartment. So the footage I'm about to show you is from a Ring camera from the neighbor of the person who essentially caused the fire. You don't see anything graphic, nothing violent, no blood or anything like that, just fire. Everyone is safe. No one was actually physically harmed. No one died. So just in case TikTok gets mad. But this is that video. I sped it up a lot, by the way, because it's much longer and drawn out than what you're actually seeing. Bye, I guess.
I see you.
It's like a full minute before this person ever comes back out. Like, hello?
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
You watch this in a second. Oh, gee, thanks. So this woman here is seen very calmly taking two pieces of cardboard that are clearly on fire and just placing them in the hallway of this apartment building, which is right next to, wood walls. She just kind of casually walks back in, doesn't come out for some time, then brings a little tiny bowl of water and goes, splash. Isn't immediately screaming, holy shit, fire, everyone get out. She doesn't say a fucking word. Apparently, these people living there were using these giant pieces of cardboard to be like a shield to block grease spatter when they were cooking. What? I have never heard anyone ever doing that ever in my life. Cardboard? They caught on fire, and instead of putting the cardboard in their sink or in the bathtub and immediately running water over it, she decides to open the door and just place it in the hallway. And then just saunters back in, comes back out after a few seconds, put the second piece of cardboard, saunters back in, and then a full minute goes by where she comes back with a little tiny bowl of water, and then finally the other guy comes out, starts banging on the neighbor's door, get out, get out. But by the time they alerted this neighbor, it was too late. The fire had been so big that this woman and her two children and animal couldn't physically leave through this hallway anymore. So the woman and her two children, who were also obviously on the second floor, she had to throw her child, one of her children, down to a person saying, I will catch this child. And then she had to throw another one of her children over the balcony, and then she had to jump over herself. Everyone was fine. Obviously, the kids are probably scarred from being chucked over a balcony after your home lights up. And the police ruled this an accident. An accident. No one was charged. No one. Was this a deliberate arson intended to hurt people? No. At least I don't think so. I hope not. But this person's actions started a massive fire that could have killed people because they were too incompetent to put it underwater in the sink or in the bathtub. Their best decision that they could come up with was, let's throw these burning pieces of cardboard down a hallway next to wooden walls. And then didn't say a peep, didn't warn anyone, didn't call 911. Just sort of let it burn. This person's incompetence could have killed people. Children, in fact, and animals. But obviously, thankfully, no one was hurt. But it's just so infuriating that this person gets in no trouble. I don't care if there was no intent to harm, but what are you doing using cardboard to block grease spatter? And why are you just taking fire and putting it in a hallway? So fucking stupid. I feel like they should be slapped with some kind of charge, but they're not. If you are currently eating or about to eat, I would not recommend watching this video right now. Because, hello, true crimerers! This is the gross case of Issei Sagawa. Viewer discretion is advised. Captain Hare here was born on April 26, 1949, in Kobe, Japan. I like the little flip separation you got going up there, bud. Yeah. By the time he was in the first grade, he would already notice his cannibalistic, desires when he saw another classmate's exposed thigh. Oh, God. He would, perform with his dog. Oh. When homie here was 24 years old at university, he broke into another student's apartment, a German woman. He had prematurely decided that he was going to cannibalize her. He was going to cut part of her buttocks and then, tiptoe through the window with a butt. But thankfully she woke up and he was arrested. But Issei's papa, with all his money, because he had money, was able to secure freedom and no jail time or anything for him. Nice! This was 32-year-old Renee Hartevelt, and she was a classmate with Issei Sagawa. And at this point, he is studying at Sorbonne University in Paris. On the night of June 11th, 1981, Issei would invite Renee over to his apartment to study. Little did she know that she was chosen by Issei because of her looks and her health. Oh, girl, I'm so sorry. She was only 25 years old. She had sat down in his apartment at a desk, and her back was turned to Issei. When he walked up behind her, put a gun to her neck, and shot her. Apparently, he passed out from doing this. When he woke up, he would sexually assault her corpse. He tried to just freely bite her skin with his teeth, but they weren't sharp enough. So he got a knife and then he began slicing her up. He ate her face raw, her breasts he ate raw. He would store the rest of her body parts in the freezer or the refrigerator to eat later, and then whatever else he put into a suitcase, and then tried to throw that into a nearby lake. But he was caught disposing her body, and so he was arrested. He spent the next 2 years being psychoanalyzed, and they deemed that he was too crazy to stand trial, so there wasn't a trial. The charges were dropped, and he was deported back to Japan, where he became a celebrity. Oh God, and also Gollum? He wants to eat the fleshes. Mr. Zodiac Killer here, he pops into my head every once in a while, probably every few months or so. Do you guys have this problem as well? You know what I constantly think about, this is what pops into my head, is that what if the Zodiac Killer is actually still out there and he's alive? Obviously, these murders happened in 1969, 1970 or so. They said he was probably 35 to 45, which means he would be in his 90s if alive today. But they may have also gotten the age wrong. He could have been in his early to mid 20s, which would mean he's probably somewhere in his 80s. 80s or 90s, regardless, there is still a chance that this man is alive. That he has been able to sit down and watch every goddamn documentary about him. He's watched every movie. He watched that Robert Downey Jr. Jake Gyllenhaal Zodiac movie, probably in theaters, and he's like, hey God, that's so wrong. How do I know? Like, for all we know, the Zodiac Killer, this bitch is just on some motorized scooter somewhere in your fucking local Kroger store, buying fucking marshmallows and tea and shit. Could you imagine being him if he is still alive? The most, infamous modern-day murderer that has never been caught? Just fucking wheeling around on his wheelchair? Oh, it's like, squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Yeah, see that? Fucking killed him. That was me, I did that. And it's like if he's in his 80s or 90s and he's like, oh, I murdered all of those young folk back in the day. People just be like, oh, Grandpa, you a silly goose. Here, take your medication and shut up. He might be watching this fucking video as we speak as like some 92-year-old man. Hi. Hi. Fucker. Have you made videos about the Zodiac Killer? He might have seen them. He knows who you are now. He knows who you are. And don't discredit the 95-year-old man. He will put that fucking handicap sticker on his minivan because he has like 17 grandkids now, and he will find you. Or maybe he's dead. Maybe he died a long time ago, but maybe he didn't. It's just something that comes up in my mind every once in a while, just to think that he might still, this is probably low chances, but he might be out there right now. He might be your next door neighbor. He might be peeping over your fence right now, looking at you undress. No, he probably couldn't do that. He probably doesn't have the lower body strength to lift himself up that way, that high. But he took that little motorized chair thing upstairs to his house, then wheeled into his bedroom where he is watching you through binoculars in your backyard as you swim, as we speak. Okay? I just need you to know that. Anyway, happy Halloween. Have a great night. They got one of his killers, but the other is still out there. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jaiden Benitez. Viewer discretion is advised. Jaiden Benitez, pictured here, was born on May 15th, 2003. And from what I can tell, he had a big family. From what I can see from his obituary, it looked like he had 10 or 11 siblings. According to one of his friends, Jaiden was just a very heartwarming person. He was just one of those people, even at a young age, who always saw the good in people. Jaiden just loved people. He was that type of friend that everybody wished they had. From a very early age, it was very obvious that he was going to be a very creative person. He was inventive. He was intelligent. He actually made little animation videos with his Legos with his mom's cell phone. And that would really carry with him because he would end up owning his own videography company. Not for a very long time, unfortunately, but he did have one. He had traveled to Hollywood at one point and helped film a music video. He had gone to Atlanta and various other places to film videos. That was his dream. That was his passion. His camera was everything to him. And everyone called Jaiden the man with a plan, because he seemed to have a plan for everyone. But unfortunately, someone else's plan was to kill him. This takes us to April 5th, 2024. It was the middle of the night in Beloit, Wisconsin, where he lived. Jaiden and one of his very close friends were sitting in the car. I guess Jaiden had messaged someone on Facebook, and this person was going to be meeting him. So Jaiden and his friend are in the front of the vehicle, and then these two individuals get into the back seat. Well, at least one of the individuals, during some kind of robbery attempt, had pulled a gun on these two. Jaiden tried to speed the car away, but one of the people in the back with the gun fired at Jaiden a couple of times, and they actually struck him, which caused the car to crash. Police would arrive and they would rush Jaiden to the hospital, but unfortunately, it was too late. Jaiden would be pronounced deceased. I don't know if his good friend was shot, but he did survive the encounter. And the friend was able to help ID, I think, at least one of the suspects, which turns out it was a 16-year-old kid. That 16-year-old kid's name is Andre Rainey. He was arrested and he was charged in connection with Jaiden's death. He would end up being convicted for first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, 2 counts of attempted armed robbery, and possession of a firearm by an adjudicated delinquent. And he was sentenced to Lincoln Hills Youth Prison. But the other individual has not been caught. That person, who is believed to be the actual shooter here, is still out there. And apparently they haven't been able to, I'm not sure if they haven't been able to identify him completely or if they just can't find him. Regardless, he isn't arrested. He is out there somewhere. And as of recently, Jaiden's mom was basically told by the authorities there that the case is no longer being investigated. It's not a closed case, they said. It's just no longer being actively investigated because they can't identify the second individual, they said 100%. So they know he's out there. They know there's another shooter. They know that someone is out there that is responsible for killing Jaiden and attempting to kill the friend. And so his mom is just left with a wall of pictures and some mementos. She doesn't have her son anymore. And one of her son's killers is in a juvenile prison, will probably be released, who knows when. Probably won't be there for the rest of their life. And this other person who got to kill someone is just out there? It's not fair. And so obviously she's angry, she's frustrated. Who wouldn't be? I know his mother is now working to do advocacy work for gun violence, trying to help other mothers and other fathers who have lost their kids to gun violence. And she is not going to stop fighting to get complete justice for her son, nor should she. Jaiden got 20 years on this earth. He was just getting started with his life. He was probably going to have a very successful career in videography, filmmaking. He was a responsible young man, very respectful. He cared about people. He didn't get into any kind of trouble. Jaiden was one of the good ones. And someone is out there that helped take him out of this world. And that ain't right. And there might be someone out there who can help identify the other killer, can help provide the evidence needed to arrest this person and get them in prison. Perhaps that someone is you. You can always remain anonymous if you don't want to say who you are. You just have to tell them what you know. If you have any information on the second killer involved in Jaiden's case, please contact 608-364-2984. Hell... What? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Janet Sagawa. Viewer discretion is advised. Janet Sagawa was born on December 30th, 1957, and when this case occurs, she is 35 years old. In August of 1993, Janet, who was living in New Jersey at the time, would travel with her brother and a couple of her friends here to the Nags Head area of North Carolina. It was a spot that they had frequented as kids with their family. The trip was supposed to be about a week long. They were supposed to come home on Friday, August 27th, 1993. They had been staying at a cottage for the week. The brother and sister and the friends said, you know what, let's stay one more night. And that's what they did. They would get a couple of rooms at the Carolinian Hotel. They would spend some time on the beach, have some fun, relax. They would go out to dinner. Then later that night, Janet and her friends, not the brother stayed behind at the hotel, they would go hang out at a local bar. They actually met up with this man here, Edward Powell. He had been kind of hanging out with them throughout the week. Edward had been arguing with his girlfriend that night, and so when they were done at the bar, he asked if he could get a ride back to his apartment, which Janet did. She dropped him off. According to her brother Robert, around 2:30 in the morning, he hears Janet come back into the hotel room because they were sharing one. He was basically completely asleep, and when he heard the noise, he was barely coherent. And it sounded like she said that she was going to go right back outside and smoke a cigarette. And he thinks that he may have heard other voices outside the room, but he couldn't tell. He was just, he's dead tired. And he just goes back to sleep. And Robert wakes up the following morning. He doesn't see Janet in the hotel room. There was no indication she ever slept in her bed. When he goes outside across the street at the beach, he sees that there is police vehicles, an ambulance. Something happened. Well, it's because they had found a murdered body on the beach. The victim was Janet Sagawa. She had been killed. Janet was lying in a fetal position. She was in a blue tank top, and her shorts were being pressed against a wound on her neck. And her underwear was stuffed into the pockets of the shorts, so she had nothing on below her waist. It would later be revealed that the killer had stabbed Janet multiple times in her neck. She was also raped. Something else stood out to police. You can kind of see it in this photo here. But next to the stairs, which was just a few feet away from where her body was found, was a pair of men's sneakers size 9. These definitely were not Janet's shoes. What makes matters more awful is that Hurricane Emily had struck about a couple of days after Janet's murder, which destroyed any potential evidence that may have still been left on that beach. Or really any evidence at all, unless they found evidence indoors somewhere. This resulted in the evacuation of over 100,000 people, including all of the tourists. And that really freaked out investigators because they're like, oh my God, her killer might have been a tourist and now they're gone. But this guy here, Edward Powell, the man who had been hanging out with them throughout the week, the one who got a ride home from Janet the night of her murder, he was the first person to be questioned. because there was that speculation that he actually murdered her. But he willingly provided his DNA, and when they compared the DNA found with the semen they found with Janet, it wasn't his. So he was eliminated. They looked into Janet's brother, of course, the friends that she was with. Maybe they knew something, but they didn't. They looked into ex-boyfriends, scorned lovers, but they were swinging and missing. Unfortunately, her case goes cold. Then, in 1997, they take the DNA found with Janet and they resubmit it through CODIS. They had a direct hit, a match. It matched this man here, Thomas Jabin Barry. He was a fisherman and a roofer. He was 27 years old at the time of Janet's murder. So his DNA was put into CODIS around 1997 or so because he had been convicted or had done time in prison. He had been accused of raping a minor. He says, it was consensual. The girl was 12. 12. When they questioned him in 1997, he actually says, oh yeah, I was in the area during that time. They asked him, well, what's your shoe size? Oh, it's size 9. Huh, interesting, because so were the shoes found next to her body. They had a forensic analyst who specializes in shoes and feet and stuff. Well, he cut out the soles of the shoes, and what's left behind is, I'm sure you probably have seen this in your life before, when you probably have shoes for far too long. You have like an indent or an impression of your foot on the sole of your shoe or your flip-flop. Well, they just so happened to match the exact foot impression of this guy. So he was then saying like, oh, okay, oh yeah, her. No, we had consensual sex on the beach. She let me, have sex with her. And then I left. And then I guess someone else came by and killed her. Okay. That doesn't happen too often. Almost never. Usually the person who commits the rape also commits the murder. Witnesses and whatnot. So, in 1998, he is officially arrested and charged with the murder of Janet Saklari. At his trial, they used the DNA, which is the most damning evidence. The foot impressions with the shoe, which matched his shoe size and also matched shoes that he typically owned. Also introduced the evidence of the fact that he had committed statutory rape against a 12-year-old child. And the jury took 4 hours. They came back with a verdict of guilty. The jury voted 11 votes to 1 for the death penalty, and because it wasn't unanimous, he instead was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Oh, that is unfortunate. He would go on forensic files and he would swear up and down that he had nothing to do with this. My guy, what the fuck is on your head? What is going on with your hair? What is this? What is this? Is it too late to give him the death penalty? He did it. He did it. He killed Janet. And he will have the rest of his life to think about it. Maybe he can spend that time also maybe sending out letters to Hair Club for Men. Maybe. I don't know. Piece of shit dick. Was it an ex or a current lover or a total stranger who killed Jennifer Servo? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jennifer Servo. Viewer discretion is advised. Jennifer Servo was born on September 23rd, 1979, and she was born and raised in Montana. And I know she had a sister. Jennifer was described as just simply someone that everybody liked. It was really easy to like her. She was very fun-loving. She was high-spirited. She had a big personality. She was always a good student in school, got really good grades, and she also would end up enlisting in the U.S. Army Reserves. Her mom said something kind of funny. She laughed because the reason why she was inspired to join the reserves was because of the Pauly Shore movie In the Army Now. But hey, I guess, whatever the inspiration is, it's fine. But Jennifer, ultimately, she wanted to be a journalist, and she would end up going to school for journalism. And eventually, this would take her out of Missoula, Montana, and bring her all the way to Abilene in Texas. She had very big dreams for what Texas was going to be like for her. Her mom said that Jennifer had this very romantic vision of Texas, and she was so excited to move down there and start her career. She would end up getting a job at KRBC, which was an NBC affiliate down there, and the 22-year-old became a reporter, and she was having the time of her life. She did interviews, and she did all sorts of things for the news station, and people could just tell that this was going to be her future. This was going to be something she was meant to do, and she loved every second of it. But then one day, very, very suddenly, all of that came to a very deadly end. On September 18th or so of 2002, she failed to show up to work. And so they would end up checking on her at her apartment in Abilene. With the apartment management's help, they're able to enter her apartment, and they find a really horrific scene. Jennifer was dead. She was leaning partially into a bathtub that had water in it. She was found fully clothed. The coroner would eventually determine that she died of strangulation, manual strangulation, and blunt force trauma to her head. They found spots of blood on her bed frame. There was blood coming from the bedroom, a trail of blood that led to the bathroom where she was found. So the attack on Jennifer started likely in the bedroom. They don't believe that Jennifer was sexually assaulted at all. She actually did have bruising around her vagina, but they said that wasn't from a sexual assault. This is evident because all of her clothing was on perfectly. If she was nude and someone had raped her and then put her clothing back on, the crime scene itself, they said, was very hectic. There was things everywhere. This was not a neat and tidy killer. And this idea of them being able to put clothing perfectly back on a lifeless body, it just didn't ring true that this was a sexual assault. What they determined was that the bruising found there was actually likely from possibly the assailant's knee or leg or something that was digging into her in that area as they were strangling her or trying to move her. But who could have done this to her and why? Well, this is Brian Travers. I believe he was the weatherman for the news station that Jennifer worked for. The two of them were friends, and they eventually started to have a relationship, a sexual relationship. There were people who would say that Jennifer wasn't into him as much as he was into her, and that someone even said that she at one point had regretted ever sleeping with him. But she didn't have anything negative to say about him. It wasn't like he was a bad guy or anything. Everyone they talked to said that Brian was a really good guy. He didn't have a violent bone in his body, and he also cooperated with police fully. He willingly gave his DNA. They actually found DNA on Jennifer's bed, and that DNA matched him. But also, they were in a sexual relationship, and so that's not going to be out of the question that you're going to find his DNA there. It wasn't found anywhere on her body, though, when she was found murdered. They did determine that Brian was one of the last people to be with her. They left work together on September 16th, 2002 at approximately 11:30 p.m. They would then go to a store, and they were seen on camera leaving that store around 12:30 in the morning. Jennifer then spoke to a friend on the phone until about 1:39 a.m. She gave no indication that anything was wrong or that she was in any kind of trouble. When they talked to Brian, he said that when they left shopping, that there seemed to be a car following the two of them. And police had to determine, well, was he just saying that to throw the scent off because he's really the guilty person, or was that genuine? Well, ultimately, they determined that he was so cooperative, he was willing to provide anything they needed. He flew to Montana to go to Jennifer's funeral. He kept in contact with Jennifer's mom just to see how the investigation was going, just to check in on her. And he always offered any kind of help or assistance. Ultimately, the police would determine that he just wasn't their guy, and they have officially cleared him as a suspect. And then there was Ralph Sepulveda. Jennifer and Ralph had been dating each other while living in Montana, and then Jennifer moved to Texas, and a few weeks or so before all of this happened, he himself followed Jennifer there and moved in with her. Very quickly into them living together, Jennifer told her friends and family that she just made a big mistake. She didn't want Ralph to be there with her. The big reason why is because she found out he had been lying to her the entire time. He had a relationship and a child with another woman. He then abruptly left that woman to move down to Texas before Jennifer even found out about her. So once she kicked him out, he ended up getting his own apartment in Abilene, so he was still there. There was no forced entry into the apartment, so they believe that Jennifer would have let her killer in. There were people at the apartment complex who said they heard the sound of a woman and a man arguing the night Jennifer would have been killed. But it doesn't sound like anyone actually saw who the man would have been. He would tell police that he was in bed by 10:30 p.m. on September 16th. To police, he was very, very calm. He was very matter-of-fact about everything. He didn't seem to care or really question that Jennifer was dead. He didn't ask them how she died, what happened, who did it. He was just like, oh, okay. After Jennifer's murder, he cut ties with everyone involved in Jennifer's life. He didn't go to her funeral. So in contrast to Brian Travers, who was, trying to be as involved as possible and cooperative, Ralph Sepulveda, complete and utter opposite. And from that point moving forward, he really just was not willing to give much information to police. I also found out that he liked to strangle Jennifer when they had sex prior. That he also had this issue with other women, that he would, strangle them while they were having sex. Well, she died by strangulation. But unfortunately, while that's good circumstantial evidence, that doesn't prove anything. And unfortunately, they do not have any physical evidence tying him to her murder. He looks like a great suspect, but they need the proof. There's also a chance that this was done by a completely random person. The odds of that, though, are pretty low because she always kept her door locked, and again, she didn't really let strangers into her home, but it's not totally out of the question. Crazier things have happened. And while Brian Travers has been cleared as a suspect, Ralph Sepulveda has not. But they still need help. They still need to get that evidence to finally get an arrest. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who murdered Jennifer Servo. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her murder, please call 325-676-8477 or 325-673-8331. She left school feeling sick, but never got home. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jessica Garner. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Lapeer, which is located in Michigan. 18-year-old Jessica Garner was a student at Lapeer East High School. Jessica was one of 3 total siblings. She was the only girl. She had 2 brothers. She was in the Girl Scouts at one point. She was a member of something called Job's Daughters Bethel. She also had completed basic training, and that was for the Young Marines Lapeer chapter. On March 5th, 1997, she was at school, but she was feeling a little sick, so she called her mom and said, "Can I come home early?" Her mom said yes. Jessica gets into her car. She leaves the school and is never seen alive again. Jessica would soon be reported missing, and it became all hands on deck searching for her, while police are also trying to find any witnesses to what may have happened to her. We know her vehicle was found abandoned at a local Kmart. The FBI became involved in searching for her, and everyone was fearing the worst, but they needed to find her first, and that finally came. It was April 17th, 1997. A couple of men who were out getting wood for a fire found a body floating in the Flint River. The body would soon be identified as 18-year-old Jessica Garner. The coroner would state initially that Jessica, pictured here with her mom, died from a homicidal event. It would be revealed that Jessica had been raped and she had been strangled. There would be a couple of witnesses who would come forward, including a teacher at the school she was a student at. He says that he can recall seeing Jessica in her car with a man. This description of this man also matched descriptions of what people saw at the Kmart where the car was left abandoned. And through several witness accounts, they were able to piece together that this person that they were seeing was this man here, Timothy Ray Spencer, a man with a criminal record. Now, he would be put in jail for a completely unrelated carjacking. And while in jail, he confessed in detail to another inmate that he killed Jessica Garner. He gave very specific detail that nobody else should know, only if the person was the killer. He told the inmate that he carjacked Jessica, then forced her at gunpoint to drive to a secluded area where he got her out of the car, raped her, and then strangled her. He told the inmate, "The car was just too small or else I would have raped her in the car." It's sickening, but everything he said was accurate. So he was then arrested and charged with Jessica's murder. This was a random chance thing. He didn't know her, she didn't know him. There was no physical evidence at all connecting him to the murder. And it's primarily because her body was found in the water, which he said he did on purpose to get rid of evidence. So the case against him was largely circumstantial. The jury, after about a day or so, decided he's guilty. He did it. They were compelled by the witness accounts, especially of the inmates. He would end up being sentenced to life in prison without parole. He continues to deny he ever did anything to Jessica. Ultimately, Jessica got justice. Someone entered her home and killed her, but the question remains, who? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Joyce Chaney. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Port Lavaca, which is located right here in the state of Texas. At the time of this case, Joyce Harvey Chaney was a 52-year-old elementary school teacher. She was teaching at Jefferson Elementary School, and she had actually been teaching in that school district for 23 years. And then she had 5 years previous in a different school district, so she was a teacher for 28 years. I believe her husband had passed away at some point before all this, and I know she had at least one son who lived with her, and then she also had a daughter who did not live with them. Joyce had a passion for art and a love for teaching. She was a great teacher. Everyone loved her. Every student loved her. On April 19th, 1988, Joyce would go to school, she would teach her students, and then she would leave. It's believed that Joyce got home sometime around 4:15 p.m. Her son came home at approximately 5:40 p.m., and when he entered the home, he saw a nightmare. His mother was dead on the ground. When police first arrived, when they saw her body, they saw a giant blood stain on the back of her head, and it looked like someone had hit her over the head with something. And so initially police said this was a blunt force trauma murder, but also nothing in the house was stolen. All of the valuables were still there out in the open. Joyce was not raped. There was zero evidence of any sexual assault. There was also no forced entry, no doors kicked in, no windows opened. It could be that, Joyce is a sweet, trusting lady. She may have opened the door for this person, and then that person barged their way in. They don't know. There's actually very, very little published on this case. When the autopsy was conducted, they would say that this was not blunt force trauma. Joyce had been shot in the back of her head at a very close range, basically execution style. And she was shot with a small caliber weapon. They found no foreign fingerprints in the house. No additional DNA that didn't belong to Joyce. No shoe impressions, foot impressions, no tire tracks outside. No hairs that didn't match Joyce or her son. There was no evidence in this crime scene other than Joyce herself. As far as I can tell, again, I'm not 100% sure, but it does not look like there were any witnesses who saw or heard anything. And most of all, no one on earth knows who would ever want to do this to someone like Joyce. A very quiet, unassuming woman who was a sweet teacher, who never wronged anyone, who didn't have any enemies. When her elementary school students found out, it was devastating to them. They were absolutely heartbroken. And these are kids who never had to deal with death like this, especially not a violent death. And I'm sure people will want to ask, well, what about the son? He came home. I don't know. I'm certainly not going to sit here and lay any blame on a person because I don't see any mention of him ever being considered a person of interest or a suspect. I have to imagine that he probably had an alibi, and they can also determine what time she died, because even to this day, there is no named suspects or persons of interest. Joyce Harvey Chaney's case has remained unsolved. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what exactly happened to her and who did this. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Joyce Chaney in Port Lavaca, Texas, please call 361-552-2274. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 42, and it is very graphic, so viewer discretion is advised. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of Katarzyna Zawada. Katarzyna was a 23-year-old Polish student. She had a doctor's appointment scheduled on November 12, 1998, but she never showed up for it. She was supposed to meet her mother at that appointment, and it was very important because it was a psychiatric appointment. Katarzyna was suffering from a lot of issues with depression and other psychological issues, so when she didn't show up, her mother became concerned, tried to report her missing, but police said you have to wait longer. On January 6, 1999, a tugboat captain would uncover something very disturbing. Floating in a river that he was in was a long strip of kind of clear material, and it had a very, very bad odor. When he got close to it, there was a human ear attached to it. He pulled it on board, and it's blurred out, I'm gonna kind of try to cover it here, but what it actually was an entire torso of skin. Just the skin. When police pulled DNA from it, the DNA matched Katarzyna Zawada. The police would then comb the river and they found body parts. They found her right leg. They also found articles of clothing. They never found the bulk of her torso or her head. Police quickly realized what the skin they found was. It was a perfectly formed skin suit. Someone did this intending to wear her skin. After years and years of investigating, in 2017, a man by the name of Whinging Robert J. was arrested for Katarzyna's murder. This man was apparently already on police's radar back in 1999, but for some reason, nothing came to fruition. What did he do to her? She was skinned alive. He took a sharp instrument, and while she was still alert and awake, he slowly cut the skin of her torso off of her. He apparently was an expert in skinning animals, so he just used the same technique on her. She allegedly was alive for most of the skinning process. She was then stabbed in her neck, her groin, and her armpit until she died. It was a sadistic torture murder. He also beat her severely and sexually assaulted her. And believe it or not, the man is still awaiting trial. I guess when in doubt, just blame the Zodiac. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Edwards and Robert Domingos. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case takes us to Lompoc, which is just a little bit up from Santa Barbara, California. The date is 1963. At the time, Linda Edwards was 17, Robert Domingos was 18. They had been boyfriend and girlfriend for quite some time. As a matter of fact, they were engaged to be married. They were both seniors at Lompoc High School, and on this particular day, it was Senior Ditch Day. So they decided to take advantage of Ditch Day and go to a nearby beach. They got into Robert's 1956 Pontiac, which is similar to what this one is, and they would go to nearby Gaviota State Park where there were beaches. They would have to kind of go down this cliff-like path to get to a very secluded beach area here. Now, what happens from this point moving forward is really kind of just a guess. Initially, they were already with another couple, but that other couple said they actually couldn't go to the beach because they forgot they had made other arrangements. But they would state that both Linda and Robert were in their swimsuits. Linda was in her one-piece bathing suit, and Robert was in his swim trunks. They would leave their normal clothes in the car as they went down to the beach. But when neither one of them showed back up at home and no one had heard from them, by the following day, the families would report them missing. And one of their families would actually go out searching all over, and they found the Pontiac parked along Highway 101. There was nothing unusual in the car, like no signs of foul play, no blood, anything like that. They saw that their clothes and Linda's purse was in the car, so police were notified of this discovery. They would then find themselves down this little cliff and to see if maybe they're on the beach somewhere. They were. They found the couple both shot to death, and it was within feet of this little shack that was on the beach. According to Coast Slang's hint body burning try. People spoke really funny back then. Apparently, they found potential evidence that someone tried to burn the shack, meaning that they tried to burn the bodies in or near the shack. But later reports would come out to state that they weren't even sure because they just found like burn marks. They didn't find like anything, nothing was actually on fire. There wasn't anything like hot to the touch. So they don't really know if the killer tried to burn them or not, or if those burn marks just came sometime prior. Each one of them had been shot multiple times. I believe they determined that Robert had been shot 11 times and Linda had been shot 9 times. They were killed with a .22 caliber. They believe it was a rifle. Based off of drag marks they found in the sand and based off where they found some shell casings, it actually appeared that this person had shot at them, likely from a pretty good distance first. They did find evidence that the couple at one point had likely been bound with rope, and the rope appeared to have been pre-cut. But it sounds like they think that Robert escaped and they tried to run. And that's when the assailant from a distance with the rifle shot at them as they were running. Then there were indications based off of gunshot residue found directly on the bodies that the killer then approached them and at close range fired several more shots into each victim, making sure they were both dead. Fast forward many years down the road, the Zodiac killer starts his little spree in the late 60s. One of his killings was at Lake Berryessa, and a lot of people speculated that the murders of Linda and Robert were similar to the Lake Berryessa murders. Other people say they weren't really all that similar at all. With it happening in, the same kind of area as the Zodiac's killings, there would bring a lot of attention to him as to possibly being the suspect in Linda and Robert's murders. It did kind of fit the bill. So was this like the murders before the Zodiac was known? Well, there really was no conclusive evidence that connected him to these murders. It's not out of the question at all. I've covered a couple cases recently, actually, where the Zodiac was blamed. It is entirely possible that his killings started way before the killings we are aware of. So really at this point, it's just a maybe. It's also kind of a frightening case because Linda and Robert had no enemies at school. They didn't run with the wrong crowd. This was in the middle of the day. It was broad daylight. They could not find a single soul who would even want to come close to even hurting them, let alone murdering them. So this was likely a random killing. Was the killer following them from somewhere? Was this just a chance encounter? Did they interact with someone before they got down to the beach that maybe, I don't know, maybe they made this person mad for some reason? There's a whole lot of possibilities here. They have no answers though. Why and who are still a mystery. This happened in 1963, but their killer could still be alive. If you by chance have any information on this case, please call 805-897-2465. For 55 years, she did not have a name, but that has changed today. Hello, true crimeers. This is actually a case update video. If you click on the comment, you can go to my original video about this case. A quick recap, though. On February 19th, 1971, two young individuals were walking past this overpass in Lake Panisofsky, Florida. They noticed someone looked like floating in a shallow amount of water, and when they got closer, they realized that this was a human body. This person was deceased. So the authorities were obviously called. The victim had a belt wrapped around her neck. This was a men's belt, and the coroner would determine that this was likely her cause of death was strangulation, so this was a homicide. However, she had no identification on her. There was nothing near her that would help figure out who she was. So instead of just giving her the traditional Jane Doe name, they named her Little Miss Lake Panisofsky. The coroner was able to take her fingerprints. Her body was in a slight amount of decomposition, but the fingerprints were still visible enough that they could take them. They weren't the best quality, but they still had them. However, they really had no luck identifying her or her killer. And typically, you need to identify the victim before you can identify the killer. Sometimes, though, you do have cases, I know I've covered a couple, where the Jane Doe isn't identified until like decades later, even though her killer or his killer has been convicted for like years or decades. It's rare, but it sometimes happens, but not in this case. In 1986, they would exhume her body to see if they can get any more forensic evidence from her that would help, but unfortunately it yielded no significant results. In 2006, they resubmit her fingerprints and just to see if they can get any hits, but again, nothing. Now, unbeknownst to the police in 2013, the victim's fingerprints were actually uploaded to this new database. Something called the IDEMIA Storm ABIS database. What they would find out later is the victim had been arrested for something very minor and had to give her fingerprints. However, there wasn't any initial matches because the initial fingerprint they took from the victim wasn't the best quality. And then in February of 2025, a little less than a year ago, they were able to use some new biometric identification system. They got a clearer image of the victim's fingerprints and they resubmitted that into the database. And it finally matched, and it matched the individual whose fingerprints were put into the system back in 2013. Little Miss Lake Panisofsky finally had a name. She was 21-year-old Maureen Minor Rowan. Her family affectionately called her Cookie. She was originally from Maine, but was living in Florida at the time of her disappearance. She had 2 children, and she was estranged from her husband at the time. Her husband was this man here, Charles Emery Rowan Sr. Maureen was apparently never reported missing by her husband. She wasn't reported missing, I guess, by anyone, which is why her name never really came up. This is still so new, I think there's still probably going to be information coming out about her, but I'm filming this on the day she was identified, or that they announced her identification, so there might be more about her soon. But I believe with the fingerprint match, they were now able to do some DNA testing to confirm that it was her, and it was. Her probable killer, they think, they can't say for sure, so they really only are naming him a person of interest at this point, was her estranged husband, Charles Rowan. But if he was the one to kill her, he will never face justice. If he was the one to kill her, he got away with it. He died in 2015. They just don't have the physical evidence to say, yep, he is their definite suspect. And their investigation is still ongoing in that regard. They do have to make sure they get the right guy. And so there is still a tip line open for any information that could help identify Maureen's killer. So if you by chance have any information, now that we know her name, please contact the tip line at 352-569-1915. You can also remain anonymous by calling 800-423-8477. She has her name back. Now it's time to catch her killer. This might be the image of a killer who has yet to be caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Little Rock slasher. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Little Rock, Arkansas, starting back in 2020. Now, this is the only photo I can find of any of the victims in this case. But this man here, Larry McChristian, 64 years old, was reported missing on April 22nd, 2020. 2 days later, his body is found near a home in Little Rock, Arkansas. He had been stabbed to death. I believe this is camera footage from someone's home that caught the alleged killer stabbing him, Larry McChristian. But it was so grainy and so choppy that you really you can't tell who that is. But it does sound like they have enough info here to determine that this is the killer. And so police put out to the public any information anyone has, please come forward. There's a monetary reward for it, but they got nothing. About a month later, September 23rd, 2020, another man is stabbed. A 62-year-old man named Jeff Welch is found stabbed to death. He had puncture wounds in his neck. At this point, they were thinking this could be related to the first attack, but we're also not 100% sure. Again, there's more CCTV footage of the alleged stabber found. But again, you can't make out anything. And then everything goes quiet for about 6 or maybe 7 months or so until another attack occurs. April 11th, 2021. A 41-year-old woman named Deborah was stabbed 15 times by an assailant. She was alone at the time and she was bleeding out on the street, but thankfully in this case, someone was able to find her. She was rushed to the hospital and she survived. So what she said happened was she was walking along 19th and Marshall Streets when she was approached by a stranger who took out a knife without saying or doing anything and just started stabbing her. There was no indication that this person was dangerous. They didn't say anything. They just did it. It was dark, but she was able to determine that this was a younger guy, a black male. He had a very slender build and he was somewhere over 6 feet tall, which does line up with the CCTV footage of the man that had committed 2 other murders. So now at this point, they're thinking, okay, these are definitely related. These are all being done by the same person. And then it happens one more time, less than a day later, actually. This time it was a 40-year-old man named Marlon Anthony Franklin, and he was found stabbed along this road. This was actually only a block away from where the previous victim, Deborah, had been stabbed. At this point, police would announce to the public that they do believe that all 4 of these stabbings, including the 3 murders and 1 attempted murder, were all done by the same person. These are attacks that would occur early in the morning, so sometime between midnight and maybe 5 o'clock in the morning or so. and it happens to people who were likely alone at the time. For a time after this, they would have patrols, larger patrols, driving around the area just to, protect more people, but unfortunately it didn't lead to anything. To this day, nobody knows who the Little Rock slasher is. They have a basic description of the guy, but that's about it. They actually have images of the guy, which is crazy because you don't typically have this in these types of cases. Even now, like in 2025, with cameras everywhere, you don't typically get footage of the murderer. Although I guess the show See No Evil would probably disagree with that. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just not super common. 3 men dead and a woman almost killed. Surely, someone somewhere out there knows the truth and knows the identity of the Little Rock slasher. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to contact the Little Rock Police Department. Please do so at 501-371-4636. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Hello, true crimerers. This is the highly requested case of Lizzie Borden. Viewer discretion? Guess what? It's advised. Lizzie was born on July 19th, 1860. Damn, you an old bitch. Her father was Andrew Jackson Borden. Fun fact, did you know that Lizzie's middle name is Andrew? I'm so sorry. Lizzie's birth mother, Sarah, she died in 1863. And Andrew didn't waste much time porking around. 3 years after Sarah's death, he married this lady, Abby Duffy Gray. And then her last name would change to Borden. The family would live here in this home. And it's located in Fall River, Massachusetts. And yes, it is still there. Also living in the house was Lizzie's sister Emma and their live-in maid Bridget Sullivan, and she was from Ireland. Bridget would later testify that there were a lot of tensions in the Borden house. The 2 girls, the sisters, would rarely eat dinner with the whole family. One day, Andrew Borden killed a whole bunch of pigeons with a hatchet, and that really pissed Abby off. And then a big argument happened, and Lizzie and her sister, they took a week away from the house. There was also a lot of issues with real estate. Andrew was extremely generous with his money, and he purchased homes for family members, specifically his wife's family members. And he really wouldn't do that same thing with Lizzie. Sometime in the beginning of August of 1892, the entire household would become very, very sick, vomiting like crazy. They believed they were possibly poisoned. And then on the morning of August 4th, 1892, Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Abby and Andrew were both struck violently with an axe with no handle. This is the damage that happened to Abby's skull, and this is the skull of her father. For educational purposes, the only people in the home that day were Lizzie and Bridget, who was cleaning on the 3rd floor. She claims she didn't hear anything, which is odd. Lizzie said she was out in the barn when the murders happened, but she would be arrested for the murders, went on trial, and a jury of 12 men found her not guilty. She bought this house and then died in 1927. But did Lizzie do it? Could it be the maid? Or a phantom? We'll never know. This is the last known image of a man who vanished in 2011. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Luc Joly Durocher. Viewer discretion is advised. Luc Joly Durocher was born on June 28, 1990, and he had 2 sisters, and he grew up in Quebec, in Canada. From a very early age, Luc was a musician. He loved playing the guitar, piano, and he wanted to become a musician. This would end up carrying on into his older life, and he was determined to make it big in the music industry. He asked his sister, "If I do make it big, will you be my manager?" And she was so excited. She said, "Yeah, of course." Luc was also a social butterfly. He was a very outgoing guy. And he was the type of person who could make anybody laugh at any point. He was just a really, really funny guy, and he loved to make people laugh. and he had just a really warm personality. And then just one day, he vanished. He lived in Témiscamingue in Quebec, and on March 3rd, 2011, he would be in North Bay, Ontario, which is literally like just across the border there. It's a very, very short distance. Luke would be hanging out with his friends here at this apartment building on 683 Sherbrooke Street. They were just hanging out, having a good time, having some drinks, and they decided that they were going to go to a local bar. That bar is this location here, the Cecil's Eatery and Beer Society. This is footage of Luke and his friends entering Cecil's. This is them inside the doorway getting into Cecil's. But for some reason, he was denied entry into the bar. There doesn't seem to be like a clear-cut answer as to why he was denied, but he ends up going outside and his friends go back into the bar. And this is Luke standing on his own outside at 11:54 p.m. on March 4th, 2011. This is the last image of Luke ever captured. I'm not sure what the situation with the friends was. All I know is that Luke was eventually reported missing by his family on March 7th, 2011. So police would search the last location he was known to be at in terms of where he was staying. And there they found his jacket, they found his eyeglasses, and they also found Luke's cell phone in that home. And they confirmed that the last communication from his phone was a text message to his dad at 8:51 p.m. the night he would have vanished. So this is before the friends went out to go to Cecil's. They haven't been able to confirm his entire outfit that night, but they do know for a fact that he was wearing this purple belt on the night he disappeared, which has not been located. And then on March 15th, 2011, a pedestrian would find a debit card here in this location just below me, and this was Luke's bank card. They did check his bank activity, and his account had not been used again since the night he disappeared, and he just withdrew $20 from an ATM. Now, this was the last image of Luke, but this was not the last place he was seen. They discovered that Luke somehow got a ride from someone to a location called Voyagers Inn. There was a bar inside the inn which he was able to gain entry to. Police end up interviewing employees there, and they said that they think they saw Luke leave sometime around 3 a.m. And they believe that Luke got a ride from someone who was also at the bar that night. And that was the last confirmed sighting of Luke. So if you look here, like in this corner, you have the house where he was staying with his friends, you have the Cecil's bar, you have where his debit card was found, all kind of in the same area. And then you have him going way up there, I'm assuming before he dropped his debit card here at Voyagers. Or maybe he dropped the debit card, I'm not sure, I don't know. But obviously, it's a very suspicious situation because a person doesn't just fall off the face of the earth that way. No other sightings of him have ever been reported. So they bring in cadaver dogs. They are searching the waters. They are searching the area around the bar, all the locations he was at that night. They even search his home in Quebec because, again, it wasn't that far away. But they don't find anything. They don't get any hits or anything. Luke, pictured here with his dad, just vanished. He just disappeared into the night. Did something happen at the Voyager Inn? And who did he get a ride with? Had they talked to that person? Had they found out who that person even was? I don't know. There is a very good chance that he met with foul play somehow, some way. Because even with all the extensive searching they've done, they haven't found a single trace of him. Your mind kind of immediately goes to foul play. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what actually happened to Luke that night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Luc Joly Durocher and what may have happened to him, please call 705-497-5555. There is a $50,000 reward for any information that helps bring Luke home. If you know something, if you saw something, please do the right thing and say something.
Public service announcement. If you're gonna pass
Away?
a single guy
Oh.
on a trail and you're a girl and he says, hi, maybe say hi back and not just give me an awkward
Totally. So that reminds me of someone I've heard about before. I think he went by the name Theodore, right? Theodore? Oh, Ted. Ted Bundy, right. So Ted Bundy, he's the one I'm thinking about. So he would do this thing where he would come off as a friendly guy, say hi to a nice lady that walked by. And then the lady, just wanting to be nice, would wave and say hi back. And so Ted Bundy would then take advantage of that and kidnap them, take them to a secluded location where he would rape them, murder them, chop their bodies into pieces, and hide their body parts in secluded locations for no one to ever find. So you'll probably have to excuse women these days for not wanting to interact with a strange man in the middle of nowhere on some hike where they have no one with them. So, you know, history and all. But don't go away, because I think there is a nice lady who would probably really suit your needs, what you're looking for. She's got a killer personality, a smile to die for, big, beautiful, solid black eyes, and guess what? She lives in a really nice, warm location. Her name is Eileen. She had her entire life ahead of her, and in an instant, someone took that all away. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mariah Franklin. Viewer discretion is advised. Mariah Franklin was born on November 22nd, 2004. I know she had a few siblings. Even at a young age, Mariah was someone who just wanted everyone to be happy. She always found a way to stay positive and to uplift other people. She was a very hardworking young girl. She was very dedicated to everything she did. If she put her mind to it, she was getting it done. She just had the biggest heart, and she had nothing but love. She wanted to leave a positive legacy behind, and she wanted to do things to help others. At the age of 16, she is basically trying to start her own company. To go along with school, she was working her job so she can save up to really build this company. She wanted to make wigs for cancer patients, which is, for someone at 16, that's an incredibly commendable thing. I think that really shows where her heart was. And I was watching some news clips and just hearing her family talk about her. It is so apparent how absolutely beyond loved Mariah was, and how unbelievably devastated everyone in her life became when this all happened. This all occurred near Independence, Missouri. It was June 23rd, 2021. She was living with her family somewhere in this neighborhood. And that day, her and her mom were going to go shopping at the mall. They got into the car, and then Mariah was like, oh shoot, I forgot my money, it's in the house. So Mariah gets out of the car, goes back into the house. It should have only been 30, 40 seconds at most. She never came back out. Her mom, who has some mobility issues, was trying to call Mariah's phone and say, hey, what's going on? Where are you? Come out, we gotta go. She was even texting her, but she wasn't getting any response. So her mom goes into the house and starts calling out Mariah's name, and Mariah's not responding. She goes to Mariah's bedroom. The door is closed, and she tries to open it, but she's immediately blocked by something. She is unable to open the door at all, so she can't even tell what's blocking the door. So her mom calls Mariah's father. He rushes over. It takes him about 10 to 15 minutes to get over there. So her father manages to basically bust the door open or get it open, and the door was being blocked by a dresser and stuff like that. And he found what no parent should ever have to see. His child on the ground, deceased. She was in a pool of blood. She was unresponsive. Her dad was trying to do everything he could think of to revive her while they're also calling 911, but he has no luck. 16-year-old Mariah would be pronounced dead. And this just sent an absolute shock throughout the family and the neighborhood. Mariah just went into the house because she forgot her money. She was only supposed to be in there for less than a minute. What on earth could have transpired where she goes back into the house where no one should have expected her to be in there, to then block her in her room and kill her, and then leave the house completely undetected? Nobody witnessed her killer enter or leave the home. Mariah had been shot to death. That was her cause of death. No one heard the gunshot either. She was shot in her head, and there was a .45 caliber casing left behind. Now, I don't know the individual's name, but Mariah was dating someone at the time, a fellow 16-year-old. They had been dating for about 3 years. According to Mariah's journal entries, she was on the verge of wanting to break up with him. Like it was going to happen. Now, this is just a speculatory thing, so I can't confirm, anything along those lines, but I do know that, you could look at that potentially as a motive. This boyfriend did not offer any condolences or anything to the family, and it also sounds like the police never really formally interviewed him and also never found out what his alibi was. It doesn't mean he did it, it's just a potential person of interest that you should look into, at least. Now, the money that Mariah went into the house to get was not found, so that money was stolen. It was cash. But it doesn't really sound like money was the motive, like robbery was the motive. And the person had to have entered basically through her bedroom window, meaning this person knew where her bedroom was. They didn't enter through the front door because, the mom would have seen that. Do they have fingerprints or physical evidence? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think my big question is like, if the plan was for her to leave the house to go to the mall, how would her killer, if they were targeting her, know that she was going to be going back into the house? That person may have been stalking her and following her and saw an opportunity, like, oh, she's going to be in the house by herself, and then took advantage of that opportunity. Because with nothing else stolen in the home, no one else injured, it does feel like Mariah was targeted. But police are not really releasing much information. There's very little info outside of this area of Missouri about her case. According to one news clip, though, they were interviewing a detective and they said that they are, actively, diligently trying to solve this. They just don't have the evidence. They don't have any tangible physical evidence to link to a suspect. And you have to have proof in order to eventually arrest and indict someone. And as of now, they do not have that, as far as I know. Mariah was a 16-year-old girl who was just about to start her life. She was going to be going on to do big things. She was going to start a company to help people with cancer. But all of that was ripped away and crushed in an instant. And somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to Mariah. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Mariah Franklin, please contact 816-474-8477. You can report your information anonymously to that number. So if you're afraid to come forward because people might know who you are, you can do it that way, and no one needs to know who you are. There is a $25,000 reward as well. If you know something, if you saw something, if you heard something, please come forward, do the right thing, and say something. Was she the victim of a serial killer? No one really knows. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Martha Allen. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Oneida County in New York. I guess specifically the victim was from Oneida Castle, a small town in this county. At the time this case occurred, Martha Louise Allen was just 21 years old. And the last time anyone can really recall seeing her was on July 25th, 1973. Her grandfather, who I guess she lived with, last saw her that day at 8:30 a.m. That's the last time he saw her, but other people saw her later that night around 7 p.m. or so, and she was seen in the Village Park area of Oneida Castle. But after that, no one ever saw her alive ever again. So the following day, on July 26, 1973, the grandfather reports her missing. 3 weeks later, a body was found in an area called Black Creek. And they were having a hell of a time identifying this body. I was looking through newspapers where it took literally, because the body was found in August, and they had so many different things they were doing. Studying the skull, the teeth. Apparently the teeth were giving problems for identifying. A lot of people believe that these were the remains of Martha, but they weren't sure. Finally, in November of 1973, they were able to confirm that the body they found in August was the body of Martha Louise Allen, and she was a homicide victim. Martha was a very petite young woman. She was 5'3", 120 pounds, making her potentially an easy target for a predator, but they needed to figure out who that predator was. They would end up potentially linking her murder to a man named Donald Sigsbee. This was a guy who I guess owned like a cabinet making business there in that area of New York. So 2 years after Martha's murder, another young woman is found killed. Her name was Regina Reynolds, and when the police were investigating her murder, they found something in Donald's business, a little card that actually had Martha Allen's name on it. And they found out that Martha and Donald actually knew each other. He had made her some kind of like wooden sword thing before. But he was also more directly linked to the murder of Regina Reynolds. However, they did not have any proof or evidence at that point. They did have witness accounts, and they had come up with composite drawings of the person who may have abducted and murdered Regina Reynolds. But again, at the time, they did not have physical evidence to suggest that this person was, well, this person obviously is decades later. Donald Sigsbee is also considered a suspect in 3 other murders. So you have Regina and Martha, and then you have these 3 victims who were also potentially victims of his. Donald Sigsbee could possibly have been a serial killer. But it wouldn't be until about 2002 or 2003 or so when Donald Sigsbee, now an older man, was actually arrested and charged with the murder of Regina Reynolds. They had enough evidence and enough proof at that point. Regina Reynolds had been stabbed and she was also raped, and that's where they have the evidence that linked to him. He ends up being found guilty of second-degree murder for her death, and he is sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Old man Donald Sigsbee here died in prison in 2009. So if he was the killer of the 4 other women, he'll never face justice. They don't have any substantial proof to say that he was Martha's killer, but he did know her, and if he was someone who killed young women, she fit the bill. But unfortunately, they will probably never know at this point. But there is a chance that they could find some evidence linking him to her death and the other girls as well. Forensic science is making all sorts of crazy breakthroughs these days, so you never know. And while he may never answer to what he did, at least people will still know. The police are still asking for the public's help that, if you might have any information on Martha's murder, that you can call. You can call anonymously as well. So if you have information about her murder, please call 315-366-6000.
Hello, true crimerer. Hello. Steve. Fancy seeing you here, bud. Why does everything sound so sad? Jeez. Hey, you know what? While you're here, I have a question for you. Are you the reason why I'm into true crime so much? Because growing up, I babysat all of my nieces and nephews, and they're always watching your little show, your program, your little Dateline NBC investigation show for kids, if you will, where you're always, investigating, a case of the missing photo album or something, and then that little blue fucker, whatever, Blue, he would leave, or she? Was Blue a girl dog? A bitch? Yeah, okay. So, Blue would leave a paw print on a mug, and you're like, oh, what's this? And you're like, you should know what a mug is because you're a human, right? You've been alive for a while. Anyway, did you guys ever investigate murders, brutal homicides? Did Blue leave a paw print on a knife? Probably shouldn't have done that, though, because that really taints the evidence. It really gets rid of, fingerprints and stuff. Was a Zodiac killer found? Did Blue know?
This man here just might be a child killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michaela Eisch. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the area of Munich in Germany. It's pretty crazy. I recognize all of this from a PC game I played in the 90s called Gabriel Knight. I've always wanted to go here. But that is where 8-year-old Michaela Eisch lived with her mother, who was 28 years old. Michaela was described as a little girl who was always super inquisitive. She had a weakness for jam on bread, and she was a very trustful little girl. And it might have been that trust that led to what happened. It's May 17th, 1985. Michaela's mother is at work and she gets off at noon. This was a very big day for Michaela because she was going to be allowed to ride the subway alone for the first time to pick up her mom. But Michaela never got to her mom. She was never seen alive again. The little girl would be reported missing, and there would be several witnesses who would come forward to state that they believe that they saw Michaela with an unknown man. And this was actually around 5 p.m. that day. This is one of the composite drawings of that man. This is another composite drawing of that same man. They're similar, and if you put them side by side, it does look pretty much like the same person. It's just the hair seems to be really different. But he was seen with her, and she appeared to be really trusting, like she knew him, and that he knew her. But her mom does not recognize this person. But the search for the little girl would end in a horrible tragedy. On June 14th, 1985, the body of a young girl was found here in this area. She was wearing just one of her ballerina slippers, and she had her underwear around her neck. She was strangled to death with her own underwear, and she was also raped. This was obviously the outcome they did not want. It devastated her mom. She was completely heartbroken. And sadly, in 1992, Michaela's mother died from an asthma attack, never knowing who did this to her daughter. but she is now buried right next to her. This here is the only suspect they truly have, and they don't know who he is. No one ever came forward to identify him. He never came forward, but if he's the killer, obviously he's not going to. All the way in 2011, they would sort of begin to rework this case. They have DNA from Michaela's body, and so what they would do is they would run that DNA alongside almost 2,000 men who volunteered their DNA, who lived in that area of Munich at the time of this case. Every single one of those volunteers, though, not one of them matched. They have not gotten a match to this day. They have investigated nearly 600 leads that brought them nowhere, and whoever killed 8-year-old Michaela Eisch remains a mystery. But you might know something to help police. If you have any information on her murder, police are accepting tips at the number 089/29100.
The Batman of ice cream truck drivers is what no one would say about this man. Hello, true crimerers. This is the Thanksgiving case. Do you mind? Turn around. Of Michael Edward Keatley. Viewer discretion is advised. Michael Keaton. Batman? No. For about 10 years, Michael Keatley drove this very purple ice cream truck. And he did so in Tampa Bay, Florida, when in January of 2010, he would become a victim. He was robbed at gunpoint in his ice cream truck. During the robbery, he was shot and pretty badly injured. He would find out that the only thing the robbers stole was $12. He was shot and nearly killed over $12. The assailants who went after him, they were never caught. But Michael, he would turn into a vigilante. He would go on his own obsessive investigation to find out who done it. I'm an ice cream man. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Whoa, guy, who was that? Huh? Throughout his crusade investigation, he would question people in the neighborhood where this event happened, while also doing his ice cream truck job. Mr. Freeze. No, stop it. Stop it! One of his so-called informants who he questioned while giving him ice cream would give him the name Creeper or Creep, saying that this person was responsible for the $12 robbery and shooting. Somehow he got information that this Creeper lived on Ocean Mist Court in Tampa Bay, and it brought him to this house on Thanksgiving Day 2010. 6 people were on the porch playing cards, up early to get the Thanksgiving festivities started. Michael apparently was wearing a shirt that said police and held a long gun. He asked for Creeper and then commanded they all get on the ground. They complied. They did it. And then Michael opened fire on all of them. All 6 people were shot. This included 22-year-old Sergio Guitron and 28-year-old Juan Guitron. They were 2 brothers who were really excited to start cooking for the day. They were both killed. The other 4 were injured and taken to the hospital but would survive. Turns out, none of these people were involved in the $12 robbery and shooting back in January. He was identified as the shooter. His first trial in 2020 ended in a hung jury. The new trial is scheduled sometime this year.
Was his murder related to the O.J. Simpson case? Well, some want you to think so. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michael Nigg. Viewer discretion is advised. Michael Nigg was born on April 28th, 1969, and he was actually born in Colorado. So he would go to college and he would graduate, but he really had a dream of wanting to be an actor. He wanted to work in Hollywood in some capacity. Michael had aspirations of becoming a model, maybe. So he makes the big move. He moves to Los Angeles to be near Hollywood to see if he could make it. And everyone said that he would have. He absolutely would have made it. He was already starting. He was an incredibly passionate guy. He loved the world of acting and modeling. He had a great relationship with his dad, and his dad would say that he was just a really lovely, very inventive guy, and that he is very sadly missed. Like most people do when they go to Los Angeles to make it in Hollywood, a lot of people will get jobs as waiters or waitresses, working as bartenders, that kind of thing, just to make ends meet. It was no different for Michael. He would end up getting a job at a well-known restaurant there called Mezzaluna. Now, here's where the possible connection, goes into the O.J. Simpson case. When Michael worked at Mezzaluna, it just so happened to be the same time that Ronald Goldman worked at Mezzaluna. Ronald Goldman, of course, was murdered alongside Nicole Brown Simpson in 1994. But Michael and Ronald had become friends. As a matter of fact, I think at one point they said Michael dated Ronald's sister briefly. Now, eventually Michael would leave that particular restaurant and he would find work at another restaurant. This is actually him because he did get some small roles. Like, this is on a show called Liars. He got kind of odd jobs here and there in the acting world. But now he'd be working at a restaurant called Sanctuary. This takes us to September 8th, 1995. Michael and his girlfriend Julie were out on a date that night, and at one point Michael needed to stop and get some money from an ATM, which was just across from the El Coyote Mexican restaurant. Basically, we're seeing the point of view from the ATM. So Michael pulls into the parking lot. He walks up to these ATMs. He withdraws $40. He turns around and begins walking back to his car, a Mercedes, when all of a sudden, two men walked up to him, pointed a gun at his face, and said, "Give us your money." According to Julie, the girlfriend, she heard Michael say no. But also, they didn't really give him a whole lot of time to even respond, because all of a sudden, they pointed the gun directly at his forehead and pulled the trigger, shooting him directly in his head, killing him instantly. And this is the actual scene of the crime. These two men then get into another vehicle with a third person driving it, and they take off. Julie was left completely physically unharmed. Obviously, she's going to be completely traumatized by this. But they didn't even take the money. They didn't take anything from Michael at all, despite demanding money. Despite Michael having at least $40 in cash on him. They didn't take it. So it really made the motive kind of unclear. Was Michael targeted? Was this something that they were intending to do towards him specifically? And they just made up this, potential robbery thing just to kind of make it look like a robbery? Or was it just a robbery that went wrong? They got spooked after they killed him and they just didn't take the money. They don't know. There doesn't appear to be a very good description of the car or the individuals who did this. Julie wasn't facing them. She just kind of heard it and sort of saw like it kind of happen. And then the only other witness was the one who was killed. This is actually actor Mickey Rourke back in the mid-90s. This is him on the news pleading to the public to come forward with any information about who did this to Michael. He just simply said, "Just give the cops a call, please." 3 months later, police do arrest 3 individuals and they put charges on them. However, those charges are very quickly dropped because there was actually no evidence to link to those 3 people. I don't even think they've released the names of those 3 individuals because they were arrested for such a short amount of time that nothing came from it. His case would be featured on America's Most Wanted, and again calling for pleas and for help, for tips, but the tips they get lead nowhere. And then the conspiracy stuff started. Nicole Brown Simpson and Michael's friend Ronald Goldman were killed in 1994, allegedly by O.J. Simpson. Obviously, as we all know, the O.J. Simpson trial is one of the biggest trials in American history, and he was acquitted, even though most people think he did do it. Then a few months later, Michael is shot dead in a parking lot, and he wasn't the only other victim. This was a man named Brett Cantor. He owned a nightclub. He was a record label guy in Hollywood. On July 30th, 1993, Brett Cantor was found stabbed to death in his home in Hollywood. O.J. Simpson's attorneys would at one point try to offer his murder to connect to the murders of Nicole and Ronald, saying that they were killed by the person who killed Brett Cantor. But it was never officially submitted as any kind of evidence at the O.J. Simpson trial. And so the major conspiracy aspect of all of this is that Mezzaluna was secretly, there was a drug operation running from it. That a lot of people who were waiters at Mezzaluna were involved in this drug world and dealing from there. That they were connected to the mafia, the mob, and that Brett Cantor, Nicole Brown Simpson, Ron Goldman, and Michael Nigg were all part of this network of drug dealing, and something went wrong in all of this, and so the four of them were specifically targeted for being involved, and they were assassinated. They were executed by rivals. Is there any actual evidence to support this theory? None. But it is a theory that it was a thing for a while. There are no connections whatsoever other than the fact that Michael knew and was friends with Ronald Goldman. He didn't know Brett Cantor. To my knowledge, I don't know if Ronald Goldman knew Brett Cantor or not. But hey, it just goes to show that, TikTok and internet conspiracy theories happened well before. Michael Nigg was shot and killed. The other three individuals in this story were stabbed. This was likely just a robbery that went very wrong, or possibly a case of mistaken identity. Maybe they thought Michael was someone else. Maybe Michael was targeted for reasons unknown. But at the end of all of this, his murder remains unsolved. Michael was on the verge of becoming something great. He was going to be living his dream, and someone stole that in an instant. If you have any information on the unsolved murder of Michael Nigg, please call 800-222-8477. You can also text a tip by tipping the number 274-637, the word LAPD, and then the information you have. You can do all of this anonymously. If you know something, please come forward and say something.
Jesus loves the little children, all children in the world. Red, yellow, black, and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children in the world. He's still working on me to make me what I ought to be. He's still working on me.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michelle Dorr and Laura Hodeling. Viewer discretion is advised. This case brings us to Silver Spring, Maryland, which is located pretty much in Bethesda, Maryland. This was 6-year-old Michelle Dorr. Michelle's parents, Dee Dee and Carl, were going through a very tumultuous divorce. This was a very ugly situation. Dee Dee was trying to get full and complete custody of Michelle, basically giving Carl nothing. Michelle was caught in the middle of this just really horrible situation. She just was a little girl. She wanted to be a little girl. She wanted to be a kid. She didn't really understand what was going on. This is the home where her father lived. And in May of 1986, Michelle was spending the weekend with her dad, Carl. At one point, she asked if she can go outside to the backyard to play in the little pool. This was their backyard, but he says, yes, go ahead, it's fine. A little while later, he goes outside to check on Michelle, but she's no longer in the pool. So her father goes next door, or 2 houses down, to where her friend Elizabeth lives, and this was the Clark residence. This was the Clark house. He knocks on the door, he says, hey, is Michelle here with Elizabeth? They say, no, unfortunately she's not here. So he reports Michelle missing. Community, the police, family, friends, all began searching for the little 6-year-old girl. Meanwhile, Michelle's mother, Dee Dee, is already villainizing Carl to police, saying she believes that he did something really bad to her, that he kidnapped her, he killed her. He had threatened to hurt her before, which would turn out to not be true. But this did put a lot of attention on Carl. Carl was then given a polygraph test, and he actually failed that test, according to police. The police pressured him constantly. They were on him all the time. They weren't looking for anybody else. There was a brief time where they would question one of the neighbors, Haddon Clark, but they didn't go any further with it at that point, because Carl is their guy now. After constantly pressuring him and putting so much on him, he actually ends up confessing. And he gives police 3 different locations where he thinks he may have buried his daughter. One of those locations being underneath the house here in this crawl space. She wasn't there. He also told her, oh, maybe I put her in the coffin where my father is buried. They checked. She wasn't there. She actually wasn't anywhere where he said she was. But he confessed. He's got to be the guilty party. But they never had any evidence to actually show he did anything to her. They didn't have her body, especially. So the case goes cold. And then, 6 years later, another case occurs. This was 23-year-old Laura Hodeling. She was a Harvard graduate. She lived here in this house in Bethesda, Maryland, and this was just a couple of blocks away or very close by to where Michelle Dorr lived with her father. Well, Laura is reported missing because no one can find her all of a sudden. They investigate her bedroom. They don't really see anything concerning. They don't find any signs of foul play in the house or anything like that. They do find one piece of evidence only. It was a strand or so of hair on her brush that wasn't human hair. It was hair from a wig. Laura Hodeling didn't wear wigs. She didn't even own one. But someone else did. The Hodeling's gardener, this man here, Haddon Clark. That name might sound familiar to you because I mentioned it just a bit ago. He was briefly questioned in the case of Michelle Dorr. He was someone who wore women's clothing and put on wigs all the time. As a matter of fact, the morning that Laura Hodeling would later be reported missing that day, a witness saw what looked like Laura walking out of her home. Turns out it wasn't Laura at all. It was Haddon Clark in a wig, posing as Laura. Furthermore, they found a pillowcase with a bloody palm print in it. A pillowcase that belonged to Laura. That palm print matched Haddon Clark. Haddon Clark then confessed to the murder of Laura Hodeling. He broke into her home, went up to her bedroom where he just stabbed her to death. He also suffocated her with a pillow, which the pillowcase they would later find with his bloody palm print on it. He then tells them where they could find Laura's body, and she was there. He is extremely unusual in his interrogations, clearly very mentally unwell. The clips they played at the beginning were actually of him singing in the interrogation room when he thought no one was watching. They also realized, wait a minute, this name is very familiar to us. He was briefly talked to during the murder investigation of Michelle Dorr, where he initially denied having anything to do with her murder. The year 2000, they talked to him again, and he ends up confessing to murdering Michelle Dorr. He lured her away from the pool in the backyard. There was a brief time when Haddon's family wasn't home. It was just him. He stabbed Michelle, and then he tried to rape her corpse. He then said he drank her blood and ate some of her flesh. He then shoved her body into a duffel bag and he buried her. And in 2000, he tells police where to find her, and she is in the exact place he says she was. So now he is charged with the murder of Michelle Dorr. At that point, he was already serving a 30-year prison sentence for the murder of Laura Hodeling. It is also revealed that Haddon Clark is schizophrenic. He had been diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic back in 1985, a year before Michelle's murder. He had a history of break-ins and thefts and stuff like that. He had vandalized people's homes before, but never anything violent like this. It just didn't sound like he was being really properly treated. The time of Michelle's murder, actually that day, he was packing his things because his brother kicked him out of the house because of his inappropriate behavior towards his niece, Elizabeth, Michelle's friend. And there was a very small window of time on that day where he was able to kidnap Michelle. He would end up being sentenced to 30 additional years for Michelle's murder. And that is where he is still rotting to this very day. Hopefully, that man never breathes free air ever again. While searching for one victim, they find a completely different person. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Moss Point John Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. Recently, I covered the case of a baby referred to as Delta Dawn who was found floating in the Escatawpa River in Mississippi in 1982. And while searching for the baby's mother, who was reportedly also in the river but was never found, they found someone else, skeletal remains. They were able to discern that this was the body of a younger black male, and he had suffered at least a single gunshot wound to his head, and so this was homicide. And they were also able to basically rule him out from having anything to do with the baby because his body was skeletal. The baby had just been put in the water. So he had been in the water for possibly up to a year. So detectives out there, and this is the overpass where the bodies were found, were like, what on earth is going on here? We have two bodies. We're missing a full-grown adult woman. She's supposed to be somewhere in the water. Now we have multiple mysteries on our hand. but he was given the nickname the Moss Point John Doe. And unfortunately, for years and years and years, nobody knew who he was. Didn't really know what he looked like, so they couldn't even put out like images or anything, other than this basic kind of composite drawing, which obviously this is a more computerized rendering that they did years later based off of the hand-drawn sketches. But thanks to our good buddies Othram Labs, who have been cracking a lot of cold cases recently. They're the ones who specialize in genetic genealogy. They've helped identify John and Jane Does. They have helped catch killers. And well, between 1982 and 2022, they had no idea who the Moss Point John Doe was. But thanks to that DNA technology, they finally do. He was identified as a 20-year-old man named Gary Simpson, who had vanished in 1982. He actually vanished from Louisiana, and he was found in the river in Mississippi. He was the oldest of, I think, at least a few siblings, and he was everyone's favorite. He was the best sibling of the bunch, the one who got into the least amount of trouble. And he went missing back in 1982 in Louisiana. He was definitely reported missing. They searched everywhere for him. They never gave up hope looking for him. His sister says that when I was 11 years old, I remember people coming over, his girlfriend, and saying that Gary was kidnapped. Someone took him. They didn't know who it was. While he was one of the best of the siblings, he did still get in trouble from time to time. And possibly that trouble may have led to what happened to him, but they don't know. Someone abducted this man and shot him in the back of the head and dumped him in a river. He didn't deserve that. He deserved to get his name back, which he finally did. And now he deserves justice. His family does as well. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about who killed Gary Simpson back in 1982. If that person is you, please call the Jackson County Sheriff's Department at 228-769-3063, or you can call 1-877-787-5898. When a plane crashed in North Carolina, they had to determine, was this an accident or was this murder? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the National Airlines Flight 2511 crash. Viewer discretion is advised. National Airlines Flight 2511 was a Douglas DC-6B plane. On January 6, 1960, it was scheduled for a flight from New York down to Florida. There were 34 occupants on board, which was 29 passengers and 5 crew. At 2:07 a.m., the pilots checked in by radio to the Wilmington airport, and then at 2:31 a.m., it flew over the Carolina Beach radio beacon. This was the last contact anyone had with the plane and any sighting of the plane, because suddenly it fell off of radar and there were no more communications. The Coast Guard and the Navy were called in to search for the plane. But these two men here near Bolivia in North Carolina, they found pieces of an airplane in a nearby field. They reported their findings at 7 o'clock in the morning. And when all the proper authorities arrived, they confirmed that Flight 2511 had crashed. This was the remains of the plane. This is an image from one of their searches where they were still trying to find bodies and pull bodies out of the wreckage. 33 of the 34 individuals on board were found at the site itself, the main crash site. But one person was not found there. 16 miles away at an area known as Snow Marsh, there was a single row of seats found and one remaining body. The last body found 16 miles away was this man here, Julian Frank. After the autopsies of every single person on board, Julian Frank was the only one who had extremely different injuries. Now, the plane, which was over time slowly reassembled to assess what happened to it, the initial belief was that the plane had disintegrated somewhere just in the air for an unexplained reason. But there were indications when they had the wreckage that there was possibly an explosion somewhere in this plane. People also heard the sound of an explosion nearby. Now, they don't know if this explosion was just from some explosive decompression or something more nefarious. But when they examined Julian Frank's body, they came to a possible conclusion, because his body had been torn apart, essentially. They found portions of his hand at the initial crash site, but where his full body was found, he was missing both legs. He had debris embedded in his body, not just superficial wounds, but deep inside of his body. They were not consistent injuries whatsoever with a plane crash, because he was not remotely similar to all of the other passengers. His muscle tissue had been ripped apart. Like his skin and muscle was torn and shredded. He had small patches of some kind of black residue on his skin, which was consistent with an explosive or a gunshot. Frank was actually under investigation at this time for committing some kind of like charity fraud. And we're talking like millions of dollars worth of fraud. And he was being investigated for that. So in this investigation, as they're examining all of the debris and everything found with his body, and the fact that he was found 16 miles away, coupling with all of the excessive damage done to the plane that appeared that it had been blown up, they determined that the plane was likely bombed by dynamite. Someone had lit dynamite inside the fuselage of this plane and caused it to explode. They did find like chemicals in the plane and with Frank's body that were similar to what you would find in some kind of explosive that shouldn't have necessarily been on a plane, a passenger airline, but this wasn't the only theory. Other theories were the explosive decompression, possibly a lightning strike, a foreign object striking the plane. There was even a theory that it had collided midair with another plane, but there was no other plane found. All of the pieces they found belonged to Flight 2511. It was basically a really crazy puzzle they had to put back together, and it was all just one plane. Not a single sign of any other plane. But the Civil Aeronautics Board would go through each one of these theories, and eventually they would cross each one of those theories off. The only theory they landed on that made any kind of sense was that this was an explosion caused by an explosive device, meaning someone had deliberately blew this plane out of the sky. In January of 1960, the FBI took over this case, and it became a criminal investigation that this was a deliberate act. However, Julian Frank has never been actually listed as the suspect because his injuries could also indicate that he was just the one to be maybe sitting on the seat where the bomb was planted underneath. And when it exploded, he flew out just by himself from wherever the initial explosion happened, and that's just why he was found so far away. And then the rest of the plane just crashed. They found no actual evidence that he was the one to bring this explosive device on board and that he was the one to set it off, just that he was near it. But that doesn't make him guilty. It just makes him in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, I guess technically everyone on that plane would be. It is no longer a mystery of what brought down Flight 2511. But here in 2025, 60 years later, they still have no idea who did this. If the person who did this was aboard the plane, they're obviously dead. Could it have been put on the plane by someone else? Possibly. Obviously, airplane security wasn't anywhere near what we have today back then, and the odds of them actually putting this together and finding out who did this are pretty much slim to nil. And so whatever happened in that fuselage, whatever happened on National Airlines Flight 2511 will likely remain a mystery forever.
The first one was just 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds from start to finish. It wasn't premeditated. I told you guys that. I was just driving along and came up on them, and that's it. Welling. Just 10 seconds from start to finish.
What'd you do? You came up on them and...
I came up over in the isolate area and saw them walking on the road, and just, I heard a voice in my head said, open fire on them. And I did it. In 10 seconds from the time I heard that voice till I shot him and killed him. Just 10 seconds. I just kept going.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the outdoorsman killer. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's case takes us to Ohio. This all started on April 1st, 1989. 35-year-old Donald Welling was out for a jog, and this was in Tuscarawas County in Ohio. Well, a little bit later, he would be found dead on the side of the road. He had been shot by a rifle. They recovered a .308 bullet. They just didn't know, was he shot accidentally by a hunter? That's happened before. Or was this a deliberate act? They looked into his life, and I guess they found out he was having an affair. And so initially they're like, okay, this has to be the reason why. But they quickly learned that it just was not what happened. November 10th, 1990. 21-year-old Jamie Paxton was in Belmont County, Ohio. He was a crossbow hunter, and he was outdoors on that day. He was later found shot 3 times, in his chest, in his knee, and his back. also appeared he was killed by a high-powered rifle, just like with the first individual. Now, because he's in a different county, it's a different investigative team looking into this. So when this happened, they weren't aware of the first murder of Mr. Welling. On November 4th, 1991, the local papers got a letter. This letter claimed to be the killer of Jamie Paxton. They had details in that letter that never was made public, that only the killer could have known these exact details, but they did not know who the letter came from. In the letter, it said that he was going to continue to kill. He has absolutely no remorse. And it said, quote, he describes himself as being a serial killer and that he has a strange urge that he cannot satisfy until he kills a human being. He was hunting humans. November 28th, 1990, just a couple of weeks after the last murder, this time in Muskingum County, Ohio. He was out hunting that day with a couple of his friends, but at one point they decided to all separate, and then they were going to meet each other, later that day. He never got back to the meeting point, and his body was found the following day. He had been shot through his face, again, by a high-powered rifle. But again, this is a third county, so now you have a third set of investigators on this. And then it goes dormant for a couple of years. That is until March of 1992. 48-year-old Claude Hawkins, this is obviously a younger photo of him, he was fishing at Wills Creek Dam on March 14th, 1992. While he was fishing, someone shot and killed him, again, with a high-powered rifle. April 5th, 1992. 44-year-old Gary Bradley was the next victim. He was out fishing in Caldwell, Ohio, when he was later found shot to death, again, by a high-powered rifle. We now have 5 victims from multiple different counties, but it did get to a point after the third victim or so where they're like, okay, obviously these are connected. So these different agencies, these different police departments, sheriff's departments, they would join forces to work on this case together. And they would come up with this idea that this person was intentionally going to different counties to commit these murders, probably in a way to throw police off and to have them not connect them. And all these investigators take this case now to the public, to the news, asking for any tips, any help at all. They truly believe that all 5 of these murders were done by the same person. I think there was different ammunition, but they were all from a rifle. All while people were outdoors doing things like hunting or fishing, is why he was nicknamed the outdoorsman killer. In 1992, a man came forward to say that police should look at a friend of his, a man named Thomas Lee Dillon. Thomas Lee Dillon was a husband and a father, but his behavior recently had become a little crazy. He would shoot out store windows, he would shoot at street signs, he would shoot at cars. In August of 1992, just as all of this is actually happening, when police are getting this information, well, Thomas had been arrested and charged with basically using a silencer at a wilderness park. Pled guilty to that and was put on probation. The police would find out where he worked, and they discovered that in all 5 of these murders, he was not working on those days. They would basically tail Thomas Lee Dillon for some time just to see if he would do anything, and apparently killed animals. He maimed animals. He was insane. And then in November of 1992, he fucks up. He purchased a gun at a gun show, which was completely a violation of his parole. So he was arrested, and when they're patting him down, they found a handgun on him. When they searched his home, they did not find anything. They did not find any guns. They didn't find any ammunition. They found no physical evidence connecting him to the 5 murders. Then they discovered, because someone came forward to say that they purchased a gun from him, from Thomas. It was a Swedish Mauser rifle. Police were able to obtain that weapon from this individual, and they were able to confirm that this gun was used in a couple of the murders. So with that, he was officially arrested and charged with all 5 murders. That clip you heard at the very beginning of this video was him very casually, very calmly, very matter-of-factly describing how he killed the first victim. It took 10 seconds, he said. That's it. If you watch the full interview, which you can see it on YouTube, he is just so nonchalant about it. He seemed to be totally fine with it. It's disturbing. At a certain point, they were telling him, listen, we're going for the death penalty here. And he said, if I confess to all of them and I plead, will you take the death penalty off the table? And they said yes. In July of 1993, Thomas Lee Dillon confessed officially to all 5 of the murders. He went in detail about all of them. He said it was like shooting bottles at the dump, but instead it was just people. He hunted people. He would end up being sentenced to life in prison without parole. Oh. In October of 2011, he was put in the hospital there, suffering from some illness. And on October 21st, 2011, he died. Oh no. God, I hope it was painful. He was a monster, and he is now rotting in hell. Could you imagine murdering someone? Hopefully not. But could you imagine if you had murdered someone, right? And you thought to yourself, I did everything right. I cleaned up everything. I wiped everything down. There's no fingerprints. I have no hairs that fell out because I wear a little cap. There's no shoe impressions. There's no foot impressions. There's no DNA left behind by yours truly. Everything was perfect, right? And you're like, ha, I am getting away with murder, baby. But then everything is ruined. Why? Because some nerd in a lab coat named Tad found a microscopic chip of paint on the victim's nose. And that dweeb put that little speck of paint under a microscope and somehow, with smartness, dissected that piece of paint and picked apart each layer, different colors, and then said, this only could have come from a specific paint that matches only this guy's truck. And then he puts that little speck of paint and he zip-zaps it with a octosmogometer and determines that the chemical balance of those paints could only come from that paint on the truck, which makes him the killer. And you are convicted and sentenced to death because of a microscopic fleck of paint. Wouldn't that be some shit? No, but seriously, like, how smart are some people, right? Thank God for little dorks named Tad in lab coats in some basement laboratory that knows how to do all that shit to catch killers. And it's not even like, a big brand of paint. It's like cheap paint. And so now you're embarrassed because you couldn't even afford the good paint to paint your truck. So thank you, Tads of the world. 15 years after a little girl vanished, her remains were finally found, but the mystery still remains. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Peggy Knobloch. Viewer discretion is advised. This story actually takes us to Bavaria, which is located in Germany, and the date is 2001. 9-year-old Peggy Knobloch was born on April 6th, 1992, and I know she had one sister, and when this case occurs, she's actually living with her mom, her sister, and her stepfather. May 7th, 2001 was just like every other day of the week for Peggy and her family. Peggy would go to school. She got off school sometime a little after 1 p.m., and she, like she did every day, would walk the short distance back to her home. Her and her family used to live here in this home. The last time anyone can actually report seeing Peggy was around 1:20 p.m. when she was less than 50 yards from the front door of her house. But Peggy never made it inside. Her mother and stepfather, who worked, would not realize that she hadn't come home until a little bit later that afternoon. And once they searched their home, they searched the area, they called the school, they called friends, they couldn't find her, they report her missing. And a humongous search would begin for the 9-year-old girl. They search a huge distance, all over the place. And this is specifically in the area of Lichtenberg in Bavaria. They search in the air, they search by land, they search with dogs, everything you can think of, but they do not find Peggy anywhere. She just vanished into thin air. But as we all know, that can't actually happen. So something had to have happened to her. The belief, of course, being that someone abducted her, but was she still alive? They didn't find any of her belongings either. She would have had her book bag, and they know she had a Barbie doll on her and a little jacket, but they never found any of those items either. Initially, no one came forward to state that they saw or heard anything. At one point, a couple of kids came forward to say that they think they saw Peggy getting into an unknown person's vehicle. Police would then search for that vehicle, which the boy said had a Czech license plate, so they would end up expanding their search out to the Czech Republic, but that turned out to be a wasted effort as well. They didn't find her there either. Later in 2001, this man comes into focus. His name is Ulvi Kulak. He was someone with a severe mental impairment. So he had been caught basically with another child, a young boy. And when he was caught with that, he then apparently confessed to killing Peggy. He stated that at first, a couple of days prior, he had also touched Peggy inappropriately, and then he killed her a couple days later. He says that he tried to have sex with her, but couldn't do it, and then he just strangled her until she was dead and then hid her in a forest. They search those areas, though. They find nothing. That being said, he is arrested and charged with the murder of Peggy Knobloch, and he goes on trial. All of this despite still not finding Peggy anywhere. The courts will find him guilty of the crime, and he is sentenced to life in prison. But then it would be revealed that Ulvi's confession to this crime was very much coerced. He would retract his confession after his conviction, and as they looked into the confession more, they realized that he did not give a proper account of the story, that he lied, and he was coerced to saying the things he did. They found no physical evidence connecting him to Peggy's potential death. No witnesses placed him in the area, nothing. It was all just based on his confession. And so, he would be awarded a second trial, where this time, he was acquitted. He served about 10 years or so in prison. And then in July of 2016, a massive breakthrough. An unfortunate one. There were a couple of mushroom pickers who were picking mushrooms. This was in the Thuringia area, which I guess is somewhere a little under 100 miles away from where she was last seen. But these mushroom pickers found skeletal remains, and police would arrive and confirm that these were the remains of a very small person. And they would soon identify the remains as being Peggy Knobloch. They now know she is dead. Where she was found, there really was no way that the initial man who was charged and convicted of her murder, there's really just no way he could have gotten her all the way out there. He didn't have the capabilities of, driving and all of that. But it doesn't mean that he maybe couldn't have had someone else dispose of the body. There was apparently evidence found near her body that might have had DNA. That DNA would have at some point come back to this man. I'll probably butcher his name. Bonehart? UWE is his first name? Well, he was a neo-Nazi. He was a shit person. So initially, they said they had his DNA near where her remains were found. But then it would turn out that there was a serious issue. It turns out there was some serious cross-contamination and evidence had gotten mixed up. And so they were able to say, okay, it wasn't actually his DNA at the scene. Then police come across a third individual, a third potential suspect, who's only going by the name of Manuel S., this guy here. He apparently told police in 2018 that someone had come up to him at a bus stop with Peggy Knobloch's body. And this mysterious man basically asked if he would dispose of her body for him. He says he tried to revive the little girl, but he failed. She was dead. He then wraps her in a blanket and drives her to a nearby forest, is what he said, which the forest where her remains were found weren't exactly nearby, and that he dumped her body. And then he, a couple of days later, burned all of the belongings she had. Now, he apparently named the person who he says handed him Peggy's body. Who that person's name is, though, I don't know. I believe they're keeping that close to their chests so that they can properly investigate this case. I'm assuming that person's name isn't Ulvi's name, the first suspect, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. His name hasn't appeared to come back up at all. Now, police would eventually release this guy, stating that they have no evidence to show that he had done anything to Peggy, that they really didn't have any suspicion that he killed Peggy. Was this just another BS story. It's a story that has a lot of lies. It has false or coerced confessions. It's got forensic screw-ups. It's got a lot of mystery. Because ultimately, right now in 2025, still no one knows who killed Peggy Knobloch. They haven't even released her official cause of death. Obviously, she didn't get herself, a 9-year-old girl, 100 miles away. Obviously, she was murdered. But who that person is anyone's guess. And they have no concrete evidence to find a suspect. Peggy Knobloch was a innocent 9-year-old child who was just walking home from school, who was actually almost to her home. And then a monster found her first and did unspeakable things to the little girl. Hopefully one day they will have the answers. And if her killer is still out there, hopefully they will arrest him and convict him. Hopefully one day very soon the murder of Peggy Knobloch will no longer be a mystery.
Привет, true crimerer peoples. How are you doing today? Great, I don't care. We tell true crime stories from Mother Russia and you like, yes? This is the case of the pharmacy maniac. Viewer discretion is advised, but do not be wussball. Just listen to story and don't cry like a baby. Okay. On May 26, 2011, in Chelyabinsk, Russia, an unknown masked man would walk into the Klasika Antieka, or the classic pharmacy for you non-Russian folk. He had one of those see-through cellophane bags in his hand, and in his other hand, a gun, which I believe was a shotgun. This man, pictured over there, he would demand money from everyone in the pharmacy. Now, at the time, there were 4 people shopping and 4 employees working. According to witnesses, this man acted very strangely. They said, while still speaking in a Russian accent, he was using phrases that you would hear in an American action movie. A few witnesses said he just looked ridiculous. So, as he's demanding money from the people currently in the building, a couple more people walk in, and so he takes them essentially hostage, and then he demands all of their belongings, their money, their jewelry, etc. And then another man walked in, 49-year-old Vladimir Shin. This creeper said, "Don't move," to him, but Vladimir tried to run. So he fired his shotgun directly into Vladimir's chest. The shooter then fled the building, and this is the CCTV footage of him running away, and Vladimir died. Now, the assailant was covered head to toe, but the few parts that were exposed on his face, witnesses said he had a lot of pimples. He looked to be about 27 to maybe 35 years old. Fast forward a couple of months later, August 10th, 2011. Once again at another Klasika pharmacy, also in Chelyabinsk, Russia, he had the same see-through cellophane bag, and he too had a sawed-off shotgun. Apparently this time he didn't have time to bark any orders. Apparently someone was getting ready to leave the pharmacy when the assailant shot him in the stomach. This there is the assailant, and I can't show you, but behind my head is the victim. This time he didn't take anything and he just bolted out the door and tried to run away. But then he came back into the pharmacy just a few minutes later. He reloaded his shotgun, went to the man he shot, checked to see if he was still alive, and then put several more rounds into his head. The shooter apparently told the man, "It's your fault." That victim was 30-year-old Igor Ustinov. According to his autopsy, he would have survived the first shot. This is more images of him. He was nicknamed the Pharmacy Maniac, and to this day, he's never been caught. So this is the worst deaths imaginable that, quite honestly, I almost threw up. This is going to be a quick one, viewer discretion's advised, and I won't be showing any traumatizing images. This is CCTV footage from a metal factory in Russia. Back there you see a man working on a lathe. In a quick Google images search, this is the closest thing I could find that looks like it. So the man was working on the machine. I guess his sleeve got stuck somewhere on the spindle, and almost instantly he got sucked into the lathe. And is going at like 80 rotations a minute. I don't know the man's name. I don't know exactly when this happened, but I do know the video is online and I accidentally saw it. and I've seen the images. It is the most graphic thing I have ever seen in my life. The man's body was basically beaten and mangled across this machine. Workers described it as meat flying across the factory. He was in many pieces. Just wanted to share it with y'all.
A Maryland cold case has been solved. Hello, true crimeers. This is a case update for a case I covered a few years ago. If you click the comment, you can go back to see my full video. But this is in reference to the murder of Sherry Crandall, which was back in 1998. At the time of this case, Sherry was 50 years old. She was a mother to 3 kids, and she was working at Prince George's Hospital Center. I believe she had been working there for about 8 or 9 years or so. Sherry had been a nurse for quite some time, and I know she was working in the administrative area of the hospital at this time. It was January 13th, 1998. Sherry was working a late evening shift at the hospital center, and a maintenance man would go into her office, and he found Sherry. Sherry had been strangled to death, and they would also determine that she had been raped. Now, there was DNA left behind, and at that point, they did what they refer to as a DNA dragnet, and they did this for a while, where they would test basically all of the male employees at the hospital, any male who worked in that hospital in any capacity, and they also got several other men to volunteer their DNA just to rule people out. And they did this with like hundreds of people, and the DNA never matched any of them. And there really wasn't much evidence other than the DNA left behind, so because of that, the case went cold. And just yesterday, at the time of me filming this video at least, on November 10th, 2025, police have announced that they now know who raped and murdered Sherry Crandall. Using modern DNA technology, genealogy, and that kind of thing, they were able to re-put in that DNA profile and to match this man here who went by Barry Shabazz. He also went by the name Edward Watts. He was 48 years old at the time of Sherry's murder, and he lived less than a mile away from the hospital. He did not know her, she did not know him, and he did not work at the hospital, as far as I know. According to one witness that night, they said they saw someone who they presumed to be the killer wearing a white doctor's coat and had on a stethoscope and everything. And so he had put on a disguise. And he may have gone there to rob the hospital because that's something he did. But ultimately, they don't know the exact reason why he went there and why he went after Sherry. They don't know, and they never will know. Because in 2019, at the age of 69, he died. Once again, another killer is identified and will never face justice. I know in the past he had also been accused of raping a pregnant woman or attempting to rape a pregnant woman, but hopefully he didn't, murder anyone else after Sherry. But at least they know his name, they could put a face to the killer, and now they can say with certainty that he will never hurt anyone ever again. He thought this was a prop on the stage. It was not. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Sigrid Stevenson. Viewer discretion is advised. Sigrid Miller Stevenson was born on January 24th, 1952, and she was born and raised in Livermore, California. Everyone that knew Sigrid would call her very quirky, very unique, different. She certainly had a personality. She grew up in a really, really close family, and she would end up becoming very, very talented musically, especially with the piano. She absolutely loved playing the piano. Ultimately, her dream was to become a teacher, and she wanted to be a music teacher specifically. Music just transformed Sigrid. It kind of turned her into a different person. When she was on the piano, it showed a completely different side of her because, again, normally she's quirky, she's got a big personality, but on the piano, she is calm, she is peaceful, she is in her zone. So she actually ends up attending Trenton State College, which is located in New Jersey. It goes by a different name now. In September of 1977, Sigrid had actually hitchhiked through Nova Scotia, and she came back around September 2nd of 1977. Now, Sigrid had lodgings already taken care of. However, when she got back from this trip, the people she rented the lodgings through were also on vacation and had not come home yet, so she did not have access to her living situation. So she made a decision that she was going to sleep in the green room at Kendall Hall, which was located on the campus of the college she attended. Sigrid was known by campus security as someone who managed to find herself in locked buildings frequently. They had to kind of kick her out of locked buildings all the time. Kendall Hall was typically locked up, but there was apparently one door had a loose lock that everyone knew about, and it was really easy to get into even after hours. On September 3rd, 1977, as Sigrid was basically asleep on the couch in the green room, the local theater group had basically caught her inside the green room. They were allowed to be in there because they were putting on a production there. They didn't really rat her out though. They just kind of let her chill there. She hung out with them on that night. She stayed behind and watched the performance. Apparently, at some point after Act 1, Sigrid was seen leaving the area. And when she came back, she was clearly in a very different mood because she was super happy and giddy prior. She comes back really kind of like irritated, almost angry or sad. They asked her what's wrong. She said, I got into an argument with a man and I lost. She never said the name of that man though, and no one knows who that man is, even to this day. The last time anyone can recall seeing Sigrid, and that was people who were part of this play, so they saw her around 11:30 p.m. And that was it. The following evening, on September 4th, 1977, as campus security is doing their rounds, they find a bike chained to the stairwell. This is the actual photo. So they assume, okay, someone's inside Kendall Hall when they're not supposed to be. When the security guard enters Kendall Hall, this is the exact sight they see. No TikTok, you don't see anything graphic or bloody here. He thinks what he is seeing on stage is like a prop. Maybe it's a mannequin or a dummy that was a part of the play. But as he got closer, he quickly realizes it is definitely not that. Lying next to the piano was a dead body, sitting in a pool of blood, and it was a lot of blood. The body was covered in the piano cover. There was also another pool of blood several feet away. It looked as if potentially this victim had been killed in one spot and then dragged to another. And then sitting in a pile next to the piano was this group of belongings, including like a sleeping bag, a pair of shoes. Clearly, this all belonged to the victim. Identification found with the belongings and also an eyewitness identification later on would confirm that this was the body of Sigrid Stevenson. Sigrid was 25 years old. Sigrid had been beaten severely. Her face was nearly unrecognizable. One person described it as her face had been physically rearranged. She was also nude. Initially, the coroner would come out with a report stating that Sigrid was not raped. However, according to Unsolved Mysteries, they did a vaginal swab and they actually found male bodily fluid with her body. I don't think there was a sign of a forceful rape, but that it still happened. She had been beaten to death with some kind of blunt force object, but whatever that object is was not found at the crime scene. Inside the crime scene, it was very bloody, but they didn't find any actual evidence. They didn't find any shoe impressions, foot impressions. They didn't find any fingerprints. It could be that the killer cleaned up their own impressions, or they were wearing gloves, or they were just really careful not to interact with the blood. They would search nearby bodies of water to see if they could find any evidence linked to this case, but they had no luck. Something they did find was that her wrists had ligature marks around them, and they were actually perfectly indented circular impressions. It appeared as if someone had handcuffed her and then took those handcuffs off and took them when they left. This would help lead them to potential suspects. As I said earlier, the security staff knew her. They knew that she entered buildings that were locked, and perhaps one thing led to another where they caught her, something happened, they handcuffed her, they beat her and raped her. They would polygraph every single security officer who worked there, and all of them passed their polygraphs, but again, that doesn't really mean much. They also collected all of their handcuffs, tested them all for blood, and they did not find any. This is 1977 though. The technology for detecting blood and all that wasn't anywhere near what we have now. But those handcuffs, I believe, were all given back. So if there was evidence, it's gone now. They also learned that the production that was going on that Sigrid had watched the night prior, well, one of the cast members was actually playing a police officer and was given a billy club and a set of handcuffs as props. In Sigrid's possessions that they found next to her body, they found a playbill for the play, And that individual's name, who just so happened to be playing the cop, was circled. And she wrote a little note next to his name that says, "Nice man, gave me a beer." This guy also passed a polygraph test, and he wasn't really looked at any further. A former girlfriend, I guess, came forward many years later to tell police that he had confessed to killing someone before, but in 2016, this individual, this guy, he died, and they were able to confirm with DNA that he was not the one to leave the DNA behind with Sigrid, so he was ruled out. They also interviewed and polygraphed other officials there who worked on the campus, teachers, professors, other students. All of them passed, and pretty much all of them cleared. There was a maintenance man who was fired just after Sigrid's murder, who police never got to question, and he never was polygraphed. But it doesn't sound like they ever really considered him a major suspect anyway. This was the last view that Sigrid Stevenson ever had. They think she was playing piano that night, just quietly by herself. One observation they made is that when they found her body, the lights were off. The lighting in this theater at the time was extremely difficult to operate, and you had to be trained to do it. They think the lights had to have been on when Sigrid was in there playing piano, which begs the question, did the lighting people have anything to do with her murder? Also, that person has been polygraphed and apparently ruled out. And when we say rule out, it doesn't always mean that they're not the actual suspect. It just means that at that time, they don't have any evidence to convict them. But they believe that Sigrid was playing piano and someone snuck up on her while she was doing so and surprised her, and that she was dead within minutes of the initial attack. And to this very day, no one knows who that attacker is. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about who murdered Sigrid Stevenson way back in 1977. Her killer could still very much be out there, alive. And if not, they at least deserve answers. They deserve to know the truth. So if you can help provide that truth, it's encouraged that you come forward. If you have any information on the unsolved murder of Sigrid Stevenson, please call 609-882-1313. In case you needed another reason why lightning is absolutely terrifying, this is another unusual death. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened in Piscataway, which is located in New Jersey, and this happened in 1985. This was 17-year-old Jason Finley. Jason was described as a really caring and kind individual, even for a teenager. He was an athlete at school. He was in extremely good shape. He was very, very healthy. And he was looking forward to just life when something truly horrific happened, and it was a mystery. It was May 21st, 1985. Jason took a phone call in his bedroom from his girlfriend. His mother and cousin had seen him literally 4 minutes or so before all of this occurred. Jason was perfectly normal. He was fine. He was happy. No indications of any health issues. That night, there was a very big thunderstorm and a lot of lightning. 4 minutes after they last saw Jason go into his bedroom, his cousin opens his door. Jason was dead. The phone still basically clutched to the side of his head. There were no outward signs of any trauma. His girlfriend was still on the line. She would say that it went silent for a second, then she heard a click or two, and that was it. No response from Jason. Jason's death was an absolute mystery. The coroner would notate that there was some severe inner ear damage, something that didn't really occur naturally. Because of the lightning that happened that night, they were curious. Well, was he somehow struck by lightning? They check all of the phone lines and the cords and everything. Obviously, this is before we had cell phones. There was no serious damage to any of the cords, and so they were just perplexed. But after several examinations, they determined that the damage in his ear was caused by electrocution. Lightning struck his home or something outside of his home, which then caused an electrical surge to go through all of the wiring. And this would shoot rapidly through the phone line, which would then go right into the phone where he was holding it to his ear. And then it sent an intense bolt into his ear, which then caused a severe rupture of his inner ear. As a matter of fact, a couple of weeks before this happened to Jason, the same thing happened to another individual who actually survived. He was on the phone during a lightning storm, and it shocked his ear. But the lightning that struck Jason's home must have been just a lot more severe than that other man. Jason would have died instantly. There was likely no pain or suffering It's just another absolutely horrifying reason why lightning is the scariest damn thing on Earth. I am terrified of lightning. If you're claustrophobic like me, you probably hate stories like this. Hello, true crimeers. This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. It was August of 2020 in Scottsdale, Arizona. It was at the El Dorado Aquatic and Fitness Center. At approximately 12:30, somebody hears the muffled screams coming from this general area, so they call police. When police arrive, they hear the screaming, but they can't exactly pinpoint where it's coming from. It takes them about 20 to 30 minutes to finally narrow down that the screams were coming from inside a very narrow metal support pipe that was holding up the water slide. Specifically, this one, and this is after it was removed. It's about 24 inches in diameter, and there was a man stuck inside. A 31-year-old man who I guess was known to be homeless had broke into the water park area. He managed to climb inside the support pipe, and when he did, he just slid down until he stopped. And we're talking like he scraped himself down the side of this pipe. It is extremely narrow, not meant for people to be in. He basically had compressed himself within this pipe. He couldn't wiggle his fingers or his toes. His chest could barely move outwards in order to properly breathe. Because he was in a metal pipe, when he was calling for help, it acted like a megaphone, so that's why they had a hard time following where the sound was coming from exactly. They also had to be extremely careful because now they have to find a way of cutting this guy out. They couldn't risk cutting him, not knowing exactly where in the pipe he was, because, I mean, he is like skin to pipe, like he is in it. And for the next hour and a half to 2 hours, he was communicating with them the best he could. His breathing was extremely labored, and it was pitch dark. He couldn't see a thing. Couldn't move a centimeter. And slowly, over that hour and a half to 2 hours, he just slowly began to fade away. And after that 2 hours, he stopped responding to the officers. The 31-year-old man had died after being stuck in a dark, narrow pipe for probably 2.5 hours or so, maybe longer, in what to me is just like the worst nightmare possible. He finally died from it. So it took them an additional 4-ish hours to even remove him from the pipe, even after he was gone. That's how wedged in he was. That's how tight he was in there. That it took them a lot of time, a lot of effort just to get his body out of it. Like, imagine being stuck in that tiny pipe for 2.5 hours. I mean, you might as well be buried alive. It's just horrendous. So please don't do this, okay? Oh, Jesus.
I'm more likely to suffocate from a poncho than...
Can you shut up?
Here we go.
Jesus. I'm wet. Before the ride even starts, I'm wet.
Wettest water ride in the country, apparently.
So is your mom.
Well, Valhalla was pretty intense, wasn't it?
No. Are we going straight to heaven on this, or...?
Yeah, what these are?
Those are clouds.
Not sure, you know, they're building a water park.
They're clouds.
Like a little Eden project. I've got water on the camera already.
Oh,
sorry about that, everybody. It flies down. It flies. Goodbye, Poncho.
That's how you sound, idiot. Oh. Hello, true crimeers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story takes us to the Oakwood Theme Park, which is located in the UK. The ride in question today, Hydro. And pretty much this is it. That's what it does. It goes up, 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 and then down, down, down. Its highest point is roughly 100 to 120 feet or so. Well, in April of 2004, a 16-year-old girl was on the ride with some friends, which you are basically in what looks like, I guess, a boat that goes up, the big track, and then eventually goes down. Well, she was at the highest point when, all of a sudden, she, along with another individual, fall out of the boat.
120 feet to the water below. And that's essentially almost like hitting cement from that height. Again, this is kind of like the perspective of the highest point. The water isn't exactly super deep either. The other individual who fell with her managed to survive with some injuries. She was also hospitalized, but eventually she would die from numerous internal injuries. The other individual, honestly, was just incredibly lucky to survive. It would be revealed that, I guess they checked CCTV footage, and they determined that the ride's operators were not really well known for checking to make sure the buckles and the belts and all that were done properly. That they actually failed to check their lap bars from time to time. And that's basically what seemed like happened here. The theme park was fined £250,000. No one was held criminally responsible, even after the ride operators admitted they didn't check the lap bar. Unbelievable.
A jealous ex would become a murderer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Todd Kelley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Hamilton, Indiana, back in 1989. Todd Richard Kelley was born on April 9th, 1970. He was actually born in Ohio, but eventually he would be living in Indiana. Todd would become high school sweethearts with Christy Mutzfeld. Todd seemed to be the hopeless romantic type, and he fell quickly in love with Christy. So much so that after they graduated high school, he ended up proposing to her. But Christy told him, as much as I love you, I'm not ready for that type of commitment because I still have, my whole life ahead of me. And so at that point, sadly, they broke up. So Christy goes off to college, which is like less than 10 miles away from where she lived. And she met a man there named Mahfouz Huq. He was originally from Bangladesh. He actually moved to the United States with his parents when he was like an infant. But a couple of weeks after Christy and Mahfouz started dating, Mahfouz got arrested along with a couple other friends for a robbery. He would end up being placed under house arrest. At this point, he became very demanding of Christy. He actually threatened her. If I ever see you with anyone else, I'll kill that person. And after I'm done killing them, I'm going to kill you. So she breaks up with him, and Christy ends up getting back together with Todd Kelley. Mahfouz found out about this, and he began to harass Todd. He would kind of stalk Todd at times, and same thing with Christy. And then on August 9th, 1989, it all came to a head. Christy went to Todd's house that morning and found him dead inside his home. It was more than obvious he had been brutally beaten to death. Mahfouz Huq, who was then considered to be the suspect, fled. Todd's family, or some of his family, would actually end up accusing Christy Mutzfeld of being involved in Todd's murder, specifically in the cleanup and the covering up and hiding the body, which was an insane accusation. There was never any proof of that. Police never arrested Christy, never charged her, never indicted her, never accused her. They thought the whole idea was ridiculous. Christy had admittedly been at Todd's house the night before he was found, but she left, and when she did, he was all alone. Fast forward to 2011. They actually found him in Bangladesh. He was then brought back to the United States. Mahfouz Huq would end up pleading guilty to the murder. He pled guilty to manslaughter. Basically what happened was he waited for Christy to leave Todd's house that night. He was outside stalking the house. When she did, he entered the home and he murdered Todd. Todd's family was understandably pissed off that they gave him a manslaughter option because that implies that this wasn't planned. But he had threatened to kill Todd. He had threatened to kill Christy. He admittedly stalked him. People can confirm he stalked him. He then waited for Christy to leave before entering the house. That's premeditation. Unbelievably, he only got 40 years in prison. At this point as well, Christy is confirmed to have had nothing to do with it. He was a jealous piece of shit. He was 47 years old when he was convicted officially in 2014, which means he'll be very, very old when he is finally released. He said he was trying to save his family from the apocalypse. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Todt family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Anthony Todt, pictured here, had met Megan Todt while in college. The two of them would eventually get married and go on to have 3 kids. The children were 13-year-old Alec, 11-year-old Tyler, and 4-year-old Zoe. They also had a little dog named Breezy. The family was at one point living in Connecticut, and that's actually where Anthony Todt had his own physical therapy office. His wife Megan was also a physical therapist. But at a certain point, they would relocate and move to the little community of Celebration, Florida. It's like a mile or so or less from Disney World. Megan and the kids would reside in Florida on a permanent basis. Anthony would basically stay back in Connecticut to continue his work at the physical therapy office, but would go to Florida all the time to be with his family. In 2019, Anthony Todt came under investigation for fraud. He was charging patients at his physical therapy office for things that they never actually had done. So he was taking that excess money and basically off the books, and he was using it to move his family, take him to Disney World, and do all sorts of great stuff with basically stolen money, which would lead to his physical therapy office being closed and the investigation was continuing. The belief is that Megan Todt, his wife, and also the 3 kids had absolutely no knowledge of all of the fraud he was doing, or the loans he had taken out that he had never paid back, which he was also under investigation for. December 14th, 2019. This was the last time anyone could ever recall seeing the Todt family ever again. Tyler and Alec had performed at a school holiday concert that night, and they were happy, they were enjoying themselves, the concert was great. 11-year-old Tyler was really good on the piano and the guitar. Alec received commendation for his work on the piano. No one could possibly guess that a month later, the family would be found brutally murdered. There was a point where other family members were told that Megan and the kids had come down with the flu. And after about 3 or 4 days or so of not hearing from them again, family asked police to do a welfare check at the house. Police go to their house in Celebration, Florida. They knock on the door. Nobody answers. They don't hear anything, any sounds coming from inside. There is no signs of any kind of criminal wrongdoing, no indications of foul play, just a family who wasn't home. So they left. January 13th, 2020, this is basically a month after Megan and the kids were last seen, the Department of Health and Human Services, who were investigating Anthony for the fraud, they were outside waiting in a car, planning to arrest Anthony that day. At one point, they see Anthony come outside. He appears to be trembling. He appears to be almost sickly, but he quickly goes back inside. They were then given the authority to enter the home. When police entered the house, it was bad. It was really bad. There was a horrific, pungent odor. They see Anthony Todt now at the top of a staircase in just a t-shirt and underwear. They ask him, "Where's your wife? Where's Megan?" He says, "Oh, I think she's asleep in bed." And then he calls out for her, "Megan!" No response. They then say, "Well, where are your kids?" "Oh, I don't know," he said. "I think they might have gone to a sleepover last night, but I can't remember." They then make their way to the master bedroom, and there it's where they found the family. Piled on top of each other under a bunch of blankets were the bodies of 42-year-old wife and mother, Megan, 13-year-old Alec, 11-year-old Tyler, 4-year-old Zoe, and also the family's dog, Breezy. In the home, they found several boxes of Benadryl and other variations of Benadryl. They also found a very large knife. Anthony Todt was then placed in handcuffs and arrested. He tells police initially he killed the family because the apocalypse was coming and he wanted to save his family from that apocalypse. That he was doing a good thing. Well, then why not himself? And he had clearly killed the family weeks prior, if not a month or so prior. Probably on the night that they were last seen alive. All of their bodies were so badly decomposed that they looked like black leather. The autopsies would show that all of them had been poisoned, essentially, with high levels of Benadryl. And then they were all stabbed to death. It's believed that the children, or at least 2 of them, had been strangled to death, and the stab wounds came after they were dead. Anthony then changes his tune. He says, "Okay, it wasn't me. It was Megan. She did it. She said the apocalypse was coming, and so she needed to save the children from that. So she drugged all the kids with Benadryl, and then she stabbed them all." He said he initially confessed to doing all of that himself because, well, I didn't want her to look bad. I was covering up for her. However, there was more than enough evidence to show that she was not responsible for these murders. Not only that, he had hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. He was under investigation. He could be going to prison. And they had recently received an eviction notice from their Celebration, Florida home. All of that laid on Anthony, not Megan. But then he would change his story again, and he then confessed that he was the one to kill the family. But he's crazy, Anthony Todd goes on trial for the murders. He is found guilty, and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. The judge added on 1 additional year of prison time for him. For what? For animal cruelty, for killing the dog. Good on him, the judge. The prison cell is where this piece of shit will remain for the rest of his pathetic life.
The ghost of Tower Johnny haunts Kings Island Amusement Park, but what is the real story? Hello, true crimerers. This is the true story of John Harter. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, John here would eventually be nicknamed Tower Johnny, and legend says his ghost roams Kings Island, scaring people half to death. But let's separate fact from legend. Kings Island is a very popular 364-acre amusement park located in Mason, Ohio. It opened in 1972. A ride that opened with the park in 1972 was the Eiffel Tower. This attraction stands at a towering 315 feet tall. It's not a ride, but it is like an elevator that brings you up to an observation deck to view the entire park. On Friday, May 13th, 1983, yes, Friday the 13th, 17-year-old high school student John Harter was taking part in a grad night that they were hosting at Kings Island. He was there with a whole bunch of his classmates from Delaware Hayes High School, and they were supposed to be graduating on June 5th of that year. And John was just a couple of weeks shy of his 18th birthday. Now, allegedly, John and the little group of friends he was with were either drinking at the park by smuggling in alcohol, or they had gotten drunk before they went inside the park. And so the story goes that he was, in fact, drunk. Now, at some point around 10 p.m., John got separated from his little group of friends, and he decided he wanted to climb the Eiffel Tower. Yes, climb it. He would hop over the nearly 6-foot-tall fence to get into the inner workings of the attraction. He then began climbing the interior emergency stairwell. The understanding at that point is that he got onto some sort of beam and was trying to freely walk across that beam, when all of a sudden the counterweight of the elevator struck John in the head. He then lost his balance and fell down the elevator shaft. He would fall roughly 50 feet and land on his head on the top of the elevator that was rising. Now, the legend says that he was sliced in half by a wire or he was decapitated. None of that is true. He died from blunt force trauma to the head. The poor decision and the 50-foot fall is what took his life. His friends would end up finding his body. And now he is known as Tower Johnny, the young high schooler who now haunts the park. Rest in peace, Johnny.
Once you've had your orientation, it's time for some hands-on training. This is Rhonda.
Oh, Susan, calm
The
down.
first thing she's going to show you is the keyboard.
Hello?
There's a million keys.
Oh. There's 9 keys, Kevin. There's 9. How did you even do that, Kevin? Did you guys drug test Kevin?
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 Oh, I'm sorry.
You look worried.
He's got crippling
it looks
anxiety,
kind of complicated.
Susan.
I know exactly how Kevin feels.
Do you?
It wasn't that long ago that it was my first day as a Toys R Us cashier.
Are you Jody
A little
Husentritt?
nervous, not sure what to expect. But
Right.
Kevin shouldn't be worried, and neither should you. Remember,
Kevin's on
we're
LSD.
all here to help make things run smoothly for ourselves and our customers.
Oh, yeah. Customers.
Oh, boy. Oh, Jesus, here we go again. Now he's having flash forwards. He hasn't even done this yet. How is he, a magician? Is he a warg? Like that fucking thing from Game of Thrones?
Complete set. What are you gonna do about it?
Just fucking punch him, Kevin. Fucking punch him. Wait, is Kevin Vecna? Oh my... I just thought that was delightful because I used to work at Toys R Us. I worked at this one. This was at the Metro Center Mall in Phoenix. I worked there from 2003 to 2006. I don't know if any of my TRU crew follows me here on this page or not. Man, that was a lot of good people. That was fun to work at. But I do remember watching cheesy orientation videos like that they've clearly have never redone since the original one they made. Even if it was open in 2025, they would probably still play that video. But then Toys R Us went under several years ago. And then I worked at Bye Bye Baby for 10 years. And then that company went under. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. Thank God they never made me go on that fucking giraffe thing. That costume thing. Being Jeffrey the Giraffe in the Phoenix summer heat. Fuck no, bro. My very good friend had to do it, and he was like he came out of a swimming pool afterwards. So sweaty he was. Fuck you, Jeffrey the Giraffe. Where are you? Huh? Probably dead at this point. Whatever. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. There's a million toys at Toys R Us that I can play with. And it was like, from bikes and trains to video games. I worked in the R zone. That's what they call the entertainment, the electronics section at Toys R Us, the R zone. I sold video games and shit. It's the biggest toy store there is. Oh, I don't know if I have to tune down, but rest in peace, TRU. R.I.P. The durable and unkillable Mike Malloy would die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This tale begins in January of 1933. 59-year-old Michael Malloy, whose photo I do not have, he was homeless and he was an alcoholic. But he did have some friends. These so-called friends managed to take out a life insurance policy on Mike Malloy. If Mike died accidentally, they would be rewarded $3,500. Whoa. They would take Mike Malloy to a speakeasy that was owned by one of those men, Tony Marino. They gave Mike an unlimited tab, and their goal was to get him to drink, and die of alcohol poisoning. And Mike drank a lot. A lot. But it didn't seem to affect him at all. Tony Marino got impatient, and so he swapped out one of the bottles of beer with a bottle of antifreeze and said, "Here you go, Mike, drink up." And he did. And he drank a lot of antifreeze. Didn't affect him. Still didn't die. Why? Because he had drinking so much alcohol. Ethylene glycol is essentially a treatment for antifreeze poisoning. So these guys are like, fuck! They then added turpentine to his drinks. Nothing happened to him. Next, they tried some sort of horse medicine. Then rat poison. Tony Marino got more impatient because Mike was still kicking it. So he started giving Mike straight up shots of wood alcohol, which is pure methanol. But because Mike was drinking so much regular alcohol, this it counteracted. Next, they tried giving Mike Roy oysters that were doused in wood alcohol. Nothing. Then they tried giving him a sardine sandwich where they added rat poison and literal fucking tacks to the sandwich. He ate it. Nothing. Down the road, they would call Mike Malloy the durable Mike Malloy or the unkillable Mike Malloy. But the four men weren't done trying. They got him severely drunk and he passed out. They then took him to the woods and dumped him out there in the snow, and it was freezing. They then dumped water all over him to speed up the freezing. Not too soon after, Mike Malloy shows back up at the speakeasy. They then ran him over with a taxi. This time they're like, we're fucking doing it. It fucking didn't work. They hit him at 45 miles per hour. They broke a whole bunch of bones. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks. They thought he was dead, so they tried to collect the insurance policy. When they found out, nope, he's still alive. Then in February of 1933, they went into Mike Malloy's room. You probably can't see it, but there's a gas pipe here on the side. They hooked a hose to it, and they shoved that hose down his throat. I guess it was coal gas, and it went straight down his throat and into his body. They pumped that gas into his body for an hour. By the way, how they didn't get caught all the other times, I'm not sure. But after that hour of pumping gas into him, the durable and unkillable Mike Malloy died. He didn't know he was being tortured by his so-called friends. I guess he didn't know that they were the ones to run him over with a car. They tried killing that man for 1.5 to 2 months. Because of how much alcohol he consumed, it's likely he wasn't even feeling anything. I mean, the guy swallowed tacks.
rat poison, horse medication, antifreeze. He was thrown out in a frozen field with water dumped on him in freezing cold temperature. And it was finally gas that killed him. The men tried to collect on the insurance policy, but they got caught. Because they had tried to collect the insurance policy prior, the local authorities began to think something was up. No shit. So they would arrest 5 total men. One of them was a doctor, Tony Marino, Joseph Murphy, Francis Pasqua, Hershey Green, and Daniel Kreisberg. Marino and Pasqua, Daniel Kreisberg, and Hershey Green, they were all sentenced to death. And all 4 of them were executed by the electric chair. I'm not 100% sure what happened to the doctor, but he did not get the death sentence. Mike Malloy, the man who almost refused to perish. If this was modern day and there was like an autopsy done, the toxicology report would probably just explode their computers. This poor guy had no idea he was being brutally and slowly murdered by his own friends. One of the craziest stories I've ever heard. A plane crashes into a mountain and someone actually survived. Hello, true crimeers. This is the story of the crash of Vietnam Airlines Flight 474. Viewer discretion is advised. The particular aircraft in this story was a Yakovlev Yak-40. And on November 14th, 1992, Vietnam Airlines Flight 474 would take off from Ho Chi Minh, which is in Vietnam, and the destination was the Nha Trang Airport. The flight had 31 total occupants. It had 25 passengers and 6 crew, which included Annette Herfkens and her fiancé, Willem van der Pas. They met each other in the Netherlands. Annette worked as a trader and Willem worked as a banker. In 1992, Annette is based out of Madrid while Willem is actually working in Vietnam. So they had to schedule these reunions and moments like that to make sure they spent time together. So Annette flies out to Ho Chi Minh City to meet with Willem. He then surprises her with a 5-day trip. We're going to be going to Nha Trang, which then would require Annette to get back onto a plane, even though she had just gotten off one. She's like, is there any other way we can get there? He's like, nah, this is the quickest way, which then brings them to Vietnam Airlines Flight 474. A little under an hour into the flight, according to Annette, the plane had experienced a very sudden drop, which caused her fiancé Willem to kind of, panic a little bit. She turns to him, and in a way to comfort him, she makes a little joke and says, quote, "Of course, a shitty little toy plane drops like this. But it's just an air pocket, honey. Don't worry." But the worry was legitimate. The plane then drops drastically a second time. Annette says she hears a scream, and then everything goes black. Everything went black. That was the first impact into the mountain. When she came to, she was now underneath another person's seat. She had not used her seatbelt, which would later be the actual reason why she survived. Then the plane begins to collapse downwards and it falls to the ground below, creating a second, bigger impact. The plane now shatters into pieces. She thinks about 5 hours later is when she officially woke up, and the love of her life, Willem, was dead. He was likely killed instantly at the first impact. And she herself was in excruciating pain. She said her jaw was literally hanging loose. Her hip had become severely fractured. Her lungs had collapsed. She could barely move. She was able to crawl kind of like inches at a time, but she was trapped. What's more horrifying is she actually heard the faint moans and groans of other survivors, but she couldn't get to them, and they couldn't move either. Within a day or two, she realized all of those initial survivors were also now dead. For the next, I kid you not, 8 days, she sat trapped in this wreckage. No one had come. No one had seen this, apparently. Or maybe they realized the plane had crashed, but they didn't know where it crashed and they couldn't find it. Annette is surviving off of rainwater, and that's it. She was clinging on to hope and desperation when she sees a Vietnamese man approach the wreckage.
And this was actually a policeman, and she said that when he saw her, he got spooked and he fled. Her thought was, I genuinely think he thought I was a ghost. But thankfully, he came back with people. After that 8 days, Annette was finally pulled from the wreckage. She had survived. She was hospitalized for an extremely long time. She went through numerous surgeries. She would pull through, and she would continue living her life. It was impossible to survive what she survived, but she made it possible. Crashed into a mountain and then fell from that mountain. Buried underneath twisted steel, metal, the seats, dying passengers. Annette eventually, years later, would become married, and she had 2 kids. They would move to New York here in the States, and she has lived her life. And she is an inspiration for many people. Annette is the true definition of a survivor. Imagine thinking your own child was a burden. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Willie Brookshire Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Dallas, Texas, back in 1993. Unfortunately, I don't have any information about the victim. I can't even find his obituary. But pictured here is 10-year-old Willie Brookshire Jr., and this was his mother, Ora Prince. I use the term mother in this case loosely. Willie and Ora were living in and out of various different shelters, homeless shelters, things like that. But in October of 1993, Ora Prince apparently was able to secure their first apartment, and they were set to move into that apartment. But it would never happen. Ora Prince suddenly vanished from the face of the earth, as did her son Willie. On October 21st, 1993, there were some people who noticed a smell coming from a closet in the apartment building that was being used as the shelter where Willie and Ora were last living. When they entered the room they were staying in, the room was freezing cold. Someone had kept the heat off and cranked up the AC, which later that told police that they were trying, this person, whoever did this, was trying to hide a body. Because in the closet of the room that they were living in, they found a big bag. And in that bag, which was under a bunch of blankets, was a body of a young boy. It was the body of 10-year-old Willie Brookshire Jr. I guess they were unable to determine his exact cause of death, but they do believe he was suffocated or possibly strangled. This was obviously a homicide because he was then shoved into a bag and the killer hid his body. Ora Prince, his mother, was nowhere to be found, and they also discovered that she took every last penny she had, which was a little over $1,000 in cash, with her. She was last seen on October 16th, 1993, just a few days before Willie's body was found. She was seen getting into a cab. They then found out she purchased a bus ticket to go to Atlanta, Georgia, but they couldn't find her in Atlanta. And then she fell off the face of the earth ever since then. According to friends and neighbors at the shelter, they said that Ora considered her son to be a massive burden. He was a rude kid, and she told people that she wished she never had him. And they said that she never returned the affection that he always was seen giving to her. It wouldn't be until May of 1998 when Ora was finally found, all the way in Seattle, Washington, living in a homeless shelter. She was arrested and brought back to Texas. Instead of going to trial, she decided to just plead guilty to the murder of her son, which she really never gave any actual motive for. Ora Prince was sentenced to 40 years in prison, and as far as I can tell, that is where she still remains.